Hello? Hello, chat? Hello? Hi, April? Hello? Hello, hello. Tier list? Yes. Hello, everyone. We're playing some Minecraft. It's been so long. Brazil or Norway today? I don't know what that means. I think that's football, and I don't watch football. We're playing some Minecraft, chat. It's been a while because we decided to play through the entire Danganronpa game, or the entire Danganronpa series first. So it's been a while since we've been on Minecraft. Hardcore mode? No. No, this is my realm, this is my world. And what we're doing is, well, I was on an adventure, okay? I came to get some sand. I went on an adventure to get some sand, and I went a little bit too far. I'm really far from home, so I guess what we're gonna do is make our way back home. But it's far away, and there's a couple of things that I wanted to check out first. I see a temple over there. I've never been in one of those. I don't think so. I'm gonna check that out. Also, some way back that way, I saw something new that I've never seen before. I think it's one of the new updates. So I wanted to check that out as well. We have some stuff. Light-weighted pressure plate. Do I need this? I mean, it's gold, so it might be useful. I don't need the oak, and I don't need this. Don't really need the jungle slabs either. Build Lollipo, so you're lost? I'm not lost. We're in the Battle of Golconda. So yeah, the first thing I guess the first thing I want to do is go in there, try not to die. And then, look at this, right? There's some things that I've never seen before. There's some like blue things. Look at those. What is that? What is that blue thing? What is this? Meowdy, everybody. Hello, cows. I don't know what that blue thing is, and there's a few of them, so I wanted to check them out. And we also have to kill these bozos. We did find a desert, so we have all the sand in the world. That's the main goal. But we're gonna go on a lot of side quests, so I think first things first. How do we kill all of these guys? There's so many of them. Oh, I see. I see. Build a sexy version of Boris Johnson? I'm not gonna be doing that. Oh, we can beat them all like 300 style. Look at this. Oh my god. Wait, there's so many. Wait, there's actually so many. Wait, are they gonna win? How many is they? April hates me. I do not hate you. Look at how many there is. Okay, maybe I was preparing stream for too long. Stood on the top of this thing, and they like spawned in. Look at how many arrows there is. What tier lists are we doing? We're doing the Danganronpa tier lists. Now that we've finished the game, we're gonna do a tier list for the characters and a tier list for the chapters. Maybe I'll also do a tier list for the mini games, but I don't have one prepared for that. Okay, perfect. Look at all these arrows. It was a war zone here. What don't we need? We don't need these. Shall I take the ominous banners? How valuable are these? Does anyone know how valuable these are? Can you do anything with them besides, like, put them up? Can you craft them? Are they a limited item? 1 April versus 10,000 soldiers. Wait, am I running out of food? No, no, I'm not. What about these ominous bottles? Are these valuable? You can put them on a shield? Do I need to take home this bottle? I already have a few of it. I already have a few. I don't think I'm gonna need the light-weighted pressure plate. The bottle starts a raid? Okay, well, I kind of do want to keep that then, right? Anyway. Is that all of them? Did they all make their way in? There's a few more. Did you upgrade your weapons? I have this. I have a sharpness 3 sword with mending. It's my best weapon. Oh, there's a lot of them. Where did they all come from? What? Do they just never stop spawning in this area? Look at this. This is like an infinite XP farm. Look in the cage. I want to look in the cage, but there's some guys bothering me. Is this like an infinite XP farm? Am I supposed to leave these intact? Yeah, here's one of the blue guys. Look at that! They're spawning in from somewhere. There's just infinite XP here. No food? We do have food. I do have another food. More food? Yeah, okay, they do just keep spawning. So I don't know how do I take these things home? Because this is like a flying mob. How do I catch it? How can I take it home? Also, I'm kind of scared to check out this. It's kind of getting dark right now. Yeah, so I don't know if anybody saw me play Minecraft before. You right-click an item and he follows you. You right-click an item on him and he follows you. Any item? Or a specific item? Where I'm going now, by the way, is... I'm pretty sure there is a village somewhere in this direction. I'm pretty sure there's a village in this direction, and I'm trying to, like, sleep away the night. That's what I'm doing right now. Also, thank you to Ass Cutter for following. I don't know why I don't know why your name is Ass Cutter, but thank you. You gotta bring them an item and it picks up that item off the ground. Okay, what is that all they do? Are they like a gimmicky thing? Oh no, where's this village? There's a portal there, which we've looted already. I remember that one. I have a lot to say about the ending of Danganronpa 3. Well, yeah, feel free. Feel free. If you want to offer some opinions, we can talk about it before the tier list. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get home first, and then we're gonna do the tier list. I want to get to a safe space first, which is a little bit of an adventure away. But yeah, here it is. Here it is. Here's the village. Catboy doing literary analysis that isn't just bus-sized power scaling. Yeah, okay, so we've been here before. I do want to steal the bell though. I love the bells. Hi camel. Hello. They're so cute. Camel. Look at me. I'm on a camel. Also, in case you haven't seen it, look at my skin. Look at my April skin. The mastermind sucked and was boring, but the idea of the mastermind being bad at it that they kind of touched on was cool. Did they touch on the mastermind being bad at it? I don't know if they did that. Is there any beds here I can sleep in? Is this a building with beds? When you say the mastermind sucks, do you mean Samugi's character? Because I can agree with that. I think Samugi's character throughout the story was weak. And when she turned out to be the villain, it was also like not amazing. But the actual ending was really good in my opinion. I really like the twist that it was all like a corporate show that had gone too far. I really liked that. I thought that that was a nice twist. Does this culture just not have beds? What the heck is this? What is this? A ladder to nowhere? I thought villages are supposed to have beds. Is that a bed? That's a bed. Okay. Get out. My bed. She had no character. I like the parts of the ending a lot. Yeah, I agree. I think Samugi was a weak character. She didn't really sell the like what she was in the context of the story. What she was like a staff member, right? She's like a staff member of Danganronpa, and I don't think she sold that super well. I think it was kind of underwhelming at being that. And as a character in the Killing Game, she was really bad. Like a character for the first 5 chapters. But the concept was really good. The concept of the ending and having the mastermind be a staff member, like the idea was awesome. Anyway, let's go to that that pyramid, temple, whatever it's called. Why is the head so big? This is this is the Java edition, right? Like didn't they recently update it where all the babies have like giant heads? I'm pretty sure that was a recent update. There was another thing in the recent update. I think like they gave it the sulfur cube, right? I think that's what I found. That's one of the things I want to that's one of the things I wanna explore before we go home. I found a sulfur cave, I think. I like the mastermind was in the actual Killing Game. Yes, I agree. I agree. Compared to the first 2 games where the mastermind was outside of the Killing Game, I really like the concept of the mastermind being in the Killing Game. I think that was that made the most sense for Danganronpa, realistically. I'm kind of surprised that that wasn't the case in the other 2 games, because it seems so much better than introducing a new character. Junko was in the Killing Game? Not really. Not really. Junko was not in the Killing Game. Oh, we overshot it. Okay. Junko wasn't in the Killing Game because not only was the actual literal human being Junko not ever in the Killing Game, but even the imposter Junko was only in it briefly. So I don't think that counts at all. So yeah, it's only V3 that had the mastermind actually in the group, which I think is cool. That's really cool. In the Danganronpa game that I'm making, the story that I'm writing, the mastermind will be a part of the group, because that's just really, really good, in my opinion. Is this place booby-trapped? Should I watch out? Am I in trouble? I know that there's a explosion at the bottom. Do not dig down. I know that there's a TNT, right? But is there anything else I need to watch out for? I don't know how these work these days. In the middle. So can I like dig myself a staircase? Break the pressure plate. Okay, so this should be golden apple. Wait, there's nothing here. Copper horse armor. I guess we'll take the copper horse armor. Actually, you know what? We need sand, but my inventory is kind of full. I don't need sandstone. I'll take this. What's in this one? An emerald. Dune armor trim. Dune armor? Is that rare? Let's get rid of the bottles. I'll take the Dune armor. I don't need these crossbows. Or the rotten flesh. Do I even need the copper horse armor? Nothing in that one. And some gold in this one. Sure. I don't need these copper horse armors. Long term, yeah? What do you mean, yeah? I need the copper horse armor? 2 golden apples? How many horses do you have? I don't really have any horses. I don't really have any horses. Felt like a way to get out of Murder Free card. Oh, you're talking about Kaede not being the killer in the first case? I think that was awesome. I think that was awesome. I completely disagree that that was a bad idea. Like, there was nothing narratively that was trying to achieve. That wasn't like a forced thing at all. That was a really cool twist. You say it's a get out of murder free card, but for what purpose? There was no reason to have a get out of murder free card. Why did we need that? What it needed, what it was awesome, right? Like, to have Kaede not be the real killer was good. That was an awesome twist. To make her innocent? No. That was not the intention. That's not why that happened. The reason the writers wrote this twist is because it's awesome and it catches the mastermind. Right? It wasn't to arbitrarily make Kaede innocent. Because that didn't need to happen. Like, the characters loved Kaede even after she was a murderer. There was no reason for making her innocent. That didn't achieve anything. Clearly that twist was written because it was awesome. And it catched the mastermind. And I appreciate it. I think it was good. I'd rather have it for any other murder. Why? Why does it matter to you? I don't really see the difference. I think it would be clumsy if it was for any other murder, because Kaede's murder is the first one, and Taro's murder is the first one. And that's the one that has the most narrative significance for Shuichi. So I think doing it for any other murder would have been way worse. It definitely needed to be the first one. It's also the first one. Kaede was innocent, everyone should have died. Well, yeah, that's the point. That's the point. That's why Chapter 6 is cool. That's why Shuichi did that. Because it proved that the game was just trying to be entertaining, that it wasn't actually sticking to its rules. That was the point. That was a good twist. I do like that they wanted to keep the show going. Yeah, I mean that was the whole point, right? The whole point of V3 was that it's like a corporate show that they just care about the ratings and the viewers. They just want they just want the killing game to happen. So it made perfect sense that they would fake the murder because it failed, right? It was the perfect opportunity to do some like backstage magic. I like the rule sharking aspect. Yeah, me too. I think Shuichi tearing down the game that way was a good plan. So I really like chapter 6. I think there is very little to complain about in chapter 6. For me. It's gonna be one of the ones I put the highest for V3. Um, do I need fire charges? I probably need fire charges. Oh, I'm so full. Do I need any of these items? Are these like, what does this say? Aqua Affinity? Do I need an Aqua Affinity gold helmet? Or a looting gold sword? Or an efficiency 5 hoe? Do I need this? Efficiency 5 hoe. Do I need this? What about the boots? Mending. The boots have mending on it, but they're all gold. I guess we'll get rid of those boots. I don't need them. You can't walk around holeless? Hello, fused biscuits. Waiting for one of them to just sextuple kill and instantly win the killing game in Dangan 5. Okay, by the way, chat. This is sort of where I found the... Yeah, there it is, right? This is a sulfur cave. This is one of those new things, right? This should be one of those new things, I believe. Look at that. This is one of those new things, I believe. What is this? Sulfur. Oh, but it's getting dark. Okay. Okay, what do we do? Do we, like... Let me run back to the village. I need to set up a little chest. I need to set up a chest. In the first chapter, they talked about the killing game began when Kaede was willing to kill, and it removes some of the fault from both Kaede and the main character. I disagree. Like, I get everything you're saying, makes logical sense. I just disagree that it ends up being a bad thing. I think it adds to the magic rather than taking away. I think it's a more satisfying ending to have chapter 1 turned on its head, right? To vindicate Kaede and vindicate Shuichi even more. That added to the ending, not taken away from him. Am I going the right way? I don't remember this. I don't remember this river. Yeah, there's the village. It's right there. Is that the same village? Yeah, that is. It's the same village. How's the audio, by the way? The bed was over there. Can you guys hear the Minecraft? I assume you can. How far away from your base are you? Pretty far. We're pretty far. That's why I need to set up... Oh my god. What do you mean there's monsters nearby? He can sleep, but I couldn't. There were like 4 or 5 times it talked about stopping the killing game, and every time they were wrong. Yeah, that was intentional, right? Like, they purposely had lots of characters try to end the killing game, and then the only time it worked was at the very end with Shuichi's plan. And I like that. I think that was good. It emphasized how difficult it was to stop the killing game. You need to get to the secret ending. The secret ending. Okay, so is there any wood nearby? I kind of got rid of my only wood. There's some weird trees around here. These weird, azalea trees. I guess we'll cut down those. Just so I can make a chest and store some things. Oh, for beating the minigame at the start. Right, yeah, you do get the secret ending for beating the minigame at the start. Which we never saw. True. I think the final survivors were weak in V3. Do you mean the final three? Or do you mean the chapter 6 characters? Like do you just mean Maki, Himiko, and Shuichi? Or Kibo and Tsumugi? All of chapter 6? I can agree with that. I think okay, let's put a chest up here. I think Kibo was a weak character. Tsumugi was a weak character. Himiko was okay. I know a lot of people don't like Himiko, but Himiko was not worse than those other two. She was better than the other two. She was okay. And Maki's also, like, fine. Maki's good. She's nothing amazing, but Maki's good. Okay, let's store all the goods in here. What the fuck was that? Why did the door just blow up? Was that a creeper? How did you get here? Huh? That was weird. Your house sucks, bro. You let creepers inside. What the hell? Okay. Let me store all of the garbage that isn't sand. So all of the non-sand garbage. Now let's explore the sulfur cave. Maki was fine, but it really needs other characters to play off. I agree. I agree. I think the chapter 6 characters were weak. I agree with that. Are you going back to your base? Hold on. I'm gonna explore the sulfur cave first. Then we're gonna go back to the base. Once I can figure out how to transport everything. Himiko was too bland. I actually think Himiko became okay. Like, when we get to the character tier list, I'm gonna put Himiko somewhere in the middle. Because I thought she was terrible at first. Because I really hate the one-dimensional characters that are just, like, one gimmick over and over again. But I feel like Himiko evolved a lot, so... She actually evolved, so she became, like, likable. And towards the end, I was like really, really like into Himiko. You know, like when she was like escaping from the rubble, and then it was like I know she's gonna say it was magic, and then I liked it when she did. Like I was rooting for her to be herself. So like I kind of liked Himiko towards the end. Which makes sense because she was kind of forced. She was kind of forced to develop because she was relevant to a lot of stuff. Like not only did she witness every chapter, but she had like her character arc in like multiple chapters, right? In the second chapter, she had being accused as a character arc, and in the third chapter, she lost her friends. So like she got a lot of character development in the end. Tenko was so funny. Was she? I think the best thing about Tenko was right before she died. Anyway, Anyway, this is a new thing for me. I've never been in a sulfur cave before. What is a sulfur cave? Sulfur spike. And what is this stuff? Granite and cinnabar. Cinnabar? What is cinnabar? Is it like cinnamon? Cinnamon flavored rocks? I love cinnamon. Me too. What can I do with this? And is this all it is? Is it just this one little pool? Is there not anything under it? Sulfur burns blue? Maybe? Also smells like eggs? Yeah. What am I supposed to do with this stuff? Is it just building material? Or does sulfur do anything cool? And does it go down anymore? Like, is there anything underneath this? Isn't it supposed to be a sulfur cave? I remember the update was advertising like sulfur caves. There's another one up there. Is there sulfur caves down here? Don't see any. I feel like everyone in the first game, Final 5 but Toko, were better than Himiko. Yes. Yes. I did like the Final 5 a bit more than Himiko. Maybe not Aoi. Maybe not Aoi. Not sure. But definitely not Toko. Yeah. Oh, there's nothing here either. It's not a cave. It's just blocks. Aoi was funny. You don't think Himiko was funny? I think I'm gonna rate Himiko a bit higher than Aoi. It's close. I don't know how rare this stuff is, so I'm just gonna take it. It's probably rare. I don't know if you can craft it. It's going kind of deep. It's going kind of deep. Are you sure it doesn't turn into a cave? Does the cinnabar, can you craft anything? Ooh, polished cinnabar. Can you make bricks? You can make bricks. Okay, they look kind of cool. Red bricks, they look kind of cool. I think I might build with these. Anyway, let me sort out an inventory and then we'll make our way back home. Can you craft like those bundles or like a backpack? Because I keep finding those bundles in villages, but I don't know if you can craft them. That would be really helpful. I feel like 12 of the 5 characters to being themselves in the final hurt a lot. What do you mean? 2 of the 5 characters. What do you mean by that? I don't know what that means. I don't know what you mean. Oh, right. Okay, I see what you're saying. You're saying Kibo being like Kibo being more than he was originally, and then Samugi being the mastermind took away 2 characters as well. So there really was just 3, realistically. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I agree. I think Kibo was not really Kibo wasn't that cool throughout the whole thing. And then what they did with him in chapter 6 made it pretty hard to feel a character from him. Like the way that he was like controlled by other things and the way that his personality changed back and forth. And then the way that we controlled him at some point and then had to fight against him in like a super controlled way. Like he kept going back and forth, so it was hard to feel any character from him. He felt more like a robot than a human. Which is not actually a good thing, despite him being a robot. He should have felt more like a character. And Samugi being the mastermind was... We kind of lost her character, but she didn't really have one to begin with. And she ended up being consistent, realistically. Like, she was just a fangirl of pop culture. Which is kind of exactly what you'd expect of like a live-action worker for a Danganronpa experience. Okay. Did that dude just come inside? No. I was like, did this dude just walk into my house? We never fought against the mastermind? Oh, we kind of did. In a Danganronpa kind of way. Okay, what do I want to take home? What's in here? I want the blue orchids, I want the emeralds. I want the aquamarine, iron, gold. These things. These things. These things. This. These. These. I don't think we need the golden stuff, because we can just craft all this. The apple? Why do we need the apple? Can't we just craft it all? Also, is the game really loud, by the way? Asking for friend. Is the game really loud? I feel like the game is a bit loud. I'm gonna turn it down a bit. I'll take the obsidian, the fire charge, the lead, the bottle of enchanting. I don't think I need any of this stuff. I don't really need it. This is a lot of iron, so I guess I'll take it. Like, this is not valuable, so I'm just gonna leave it. And then we'll take the boat and we'll head home. Okay, so if I can remember where home is, it's quite a journey. It's quite the journey away. They could have made Kibo so much better if they spent 5 mins with him talking about not liking going more robot, but willing to protect his friends. Yes. I totally agree. You can improve a lot of things. This goes for like a lot of writing. You can always improve it. Like once you have the end result, it's really easy to tweak it to make it slightly better, but it's a lot harder to make it good from scratch in the first place. But I do know what you mean with that specifically. Yeah. I think they could have made Kibo's character a little stronger. I don't think it was fully explained in a satisfactory way why he didn't shoot down the place beforehand. Like no, I guess it was the inner voice, right? It was his inner voice that made him not shoot up the place. But I feel like it didn't quite make sense, right? Because the Kibo that we were presented with was an interactable person. Like when we talked to him, he replied to us. That was definitely not the audience surveying, right? That was definitely just him. So like, how does that person not want to shoot up the school? How does that person not want to just load up the guns and shoot the world down? I don't get it, to be honest. Because like the weapons he had in chapter 6 were absurd. C- Considering what other chapters had, the fact that he could do that the whole time and was we never tried to even convince him to do that, or he convinced himself, like none of that happened. That was kind of weird, not gonna lie. Um, is this the right way? I think this is the right way. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, I didn't get those blue things. Those blue flying things. Um, I'll just have to remember to come back for them at some point. Ow. Is that a wolf? Hi, wolf. Mio did put Kibo to work as a camera and a flashlight. Yeah. Mio's inventions were also a bit sloppy, in my opinion. I think what they did with Mio inventing, in chapter 5, when she had when she invented the remote control, the electro hammers, and the bomb, I think that was sloppy. That was a bit sloppy because those were really overpowered items so far, considering the scale of the story so far. Those were overpowered items, and it kind of didn't make any sense that Miyu could have made them the whole time and didn't do anything before with them. Like, I don't think that made a lot of sense, right? Um, we have a dark forest here. Is this the right way? I don't remember this dark forest. It's kind of the right way. I like the idea that what matters is making the mastermind lose. You mean for the ending? Yeah. I kind of I did like what Shuichi said about hope and despair. I liked the twist of it not being like hope over despair. I liked how he was like, let's end the whole damn thing. I did like that. That was kind of powerful. I got some Monster Energy Nitro. Delicious. Oh, hey, a village. Have I been to this village? Yeah. Okay, no, I remember this village. I remember this village. I've definitely been here. Yeah. I've definitely been here. Because I've looted it, right? I remember the village. I've definitely been here. So we're getting close to home. Hi April, hi chat. Hello Moon. We should be getting close to home. Oh wait, actually, there was something around here that I thought was really rare. I don't know if there's any Minecraft experts. If there's any Minecraft experts in the chat. But I found something that I thought was really rare. We're not at it yet, but we might get there soon. I want to ask you guys. If they were smart, they would have ended the game. They would have ended like Game of Thrones. You mean really badly? I blacked out last night. Did you finish the story, Moon? Did you get to see the finale? Did you see how the Danganronpa ended? Or were you too drunk? Get all the producers and writers executed. How to go back to the VOD to see? Okay, what did you think of the ending? What did you think of the ending, Moon? I feel like you were there for most of it. So I guess you saw the ending. Trying to think of other ass endings. Um, The Walking Dead had a pretty bad ending, right? Although the ending of The Walking Dead was actually like all right, but like it was the latter half of it that was pretty bad. Rise of Skywalker. Okay, sure. That entire trilogy was kind of ass though, right? Like every single sequel was kind of bad. Was hoping they'd survive, so it was nice to see. Yeah. And I think the very end, right? The epilogue after the credits. I think that was really nice because it offered this really cute little like final ambiguity, right? Where we weren't actually sure if if it really was the way that we had known it to be. Like we weren't sure if everything was true or not. Like we didn't know if we were actually at the final truth yet or if there was more to it. I did like that ambiguity. Samugi needed a better execution. I don't feel like Samugi got an execution. She didn't really have a she didn't have a normal execution. She just got killed. She just got killed by Kibo. She didn't really get executed. The executions are kind of weird in Danganronpa, not gonna lie, because in the first game, I feel like the best execution of the whole series was the first one. The one with Leon, the very first one. That was like the best execution, and they kind of never got to that level again. They were kind of all worse after that. So even though the executions were like this big finale, they never actually ended up being that crazy. I liked most of them in 3 a lot. They were entertaining. They were entertaining. There was a lot going on in Danganronpa 3 executions, right? Because they always had the Monokub die, and they had like some stuff, right? There was actually storytelling beats in the execution, right? Like how Kibo lost his Ahego or Ahogi or whatever it's called, and how Kaito died. There was like actual complex story going on. in the executions in V3. Whoa, what is this? What is this? Giant crater? Look at this giant crater. Is is this a thing? Is this a naturally occurring thing or is this like accidental? Look at that. Insert yo mama fell joke. Incredibly funny. And there's like iron at the bottom. That's kind of like a meteor, right? Cool. Only good mastermind execution was 2. Yeah. Honestly, the Monami showing up to kill Giant Junko, that was hype. That was hype. But to me it doesn't matter. Like the executions have never been an important part of the story for me. They take like 2 minutes and all it is just a little spectacle. I don't think they were relevant. They didn't move the needle for me. Put it this way, the executions are it's the kind of story touch that can only move the needle up. It can't move it down. Which is a common theme. It's a common theme that you're gonna see when we get to the tier list later. When I talk about how I'm like viewing things, there's a lot of things that can move the needle up for me, but not move it down. And the executions are one of those. Like, you can have a great execution, but you can't have a bad execution, in my opinion. Imagine they were full on gory. Where am I? Are we in the right place? Okay. I'll keep going. I liked that Danganronpa wasn't gory, personally. I think it was I think it was nice. The stylization, like all the pink stuff and how it wasn't super aggressively gory. I liked that. I liked that a lot. I found an outpost. I don't think I've seen this outpost before, right? Well, let me get my boat, actually. It was mellow enough? Yeah. I think that added to it because not that I really care about like other people's opinions, but like if Danganronpa was a really bloody game with like lots of blood and gore and like really horrific artworks, I think there would have been a lot of people that think that is important, at least more important than it is, and I feel like that would be insufferable to talk to because I personally don't think it matters at all. So I'm glad it wasn't there. Otherwise, there would be people saying that it's important. um, so I'm kind of glad it's not there. I like the stylization. It makes you use your head, right? Visual novels in general are like that. They make you use your brain and understand things on a story level rather than just sitting back and like watching people die in spectacle. I like that you can't do that. Like with Danganronpa, you gotta use your head because you can't even process what's on the screen in a visual novel a lot of the time unless you are thinking from a story perspective. Okay, nothing really important up here. Um, I I think we're way too to the side. I think we need to go further that way. Boom. Oh, there's an iron golem in here. There's an iron golem in here. Okay, sorry, sucks to be you, bro. Edge equals funny? You think so? I feel like you're joking, Mia. Oh, what are you doing in there, bro? Is that the goon cave? Is this the goon cave? Did you come to take a piss in the goon cave? Are we looking for something specific? We're heading back home. I'm looking for my home. I'm trying to head home. Once we get home, I'm gonna start the tier list. Tier list? No, not tier elements, Mia. We're gonna do the Danganronpa case tier list and the character tier list. Um, I was gonna do. We can talk about it, I guess. I'm not gonna do the tier list, but we can still talk about it. I was gonna do a mini game tier list where I rank the mini games, but I think that would be a little silly because two of the mini games, two of the mini games are incredible, and then the rest are all kind of subpar. The rest are either whatever or bad, but two of them are good, and like the rest of them are kind of like, why are we doing this? Worst case, game two, case three, probably, yeah. I haven't got my tier list finalized, but I do have a good idea of where I'm gonna put everything. Where are you putting Monokuma? Good question. Good question. I'm gonna rank Monokuma as a character because he is a character. So I'm gonna rank him. Okay, I feel like we should be getting somewhat close now to home. Silly little. What is that? Who is that? What is this thing? Mushroom skeleton? The heck was that, dude? Do they have like biome skeletons now? Because we're in a swamp? That's pretty cool if true. What about Classmate 3? Oh, Classmate 3 was the GOAT. There's another one there. Yeah, so if you have opinions about Danganronpa, feel free to throw them in the chat. We can discuss them before we get to the tier list. Why are hearts coming out of it? Does the spider love you? I didn't see any hearts. I only have bad opinions. Hit me with your bad opinions, Mia. Hit me. Ow. Who is worst, Hifumi, Taro Taro, or Samugi? Oh my god, there's a slime here. Wait. What is a slime doing on the surface? I didn't think slimes existed on the surface. I don't think I've seen a slime before. Right? When I pick up that slime ball, I'm gonna get new recipes. I'm pretty sure. No? I have seen a slime? Okay. Same here. There's so much bad stuff that makes the good stuff shine even more. So personally, my overall take on Danganronpa, before we get into the tier list and we do the specifics, my overall opinion of it is that it's amazing. It has a special place in my heart, so I'm kind of biased. But I also think even without the bias, it is a very, very appreciable game. Like, it is really good. I do think I'm less critical than most people are when it comes to stories, because I mean, everybody's entitled to an opinion, right? Like, everybody's different, but personally, I feel like most people are too harsh on media made for entertainment. They go way too hard on criticizing it. They act like a bad episode ruins a good episode, when in reality it shouldn't. Like I just like I appreciate how entertaining something is to be played through or to have in front of me, and that's it. So like I'm not very harsh, even though I am very analytical. I do like to get into the details of what's good and bad, and I do like to really put descriptions to it and analyze it, but I still don't find myself coming to a conclusion that is like overly negative very often. I usually think like the good stuff is always like there. You clearly have not seen the opening to Final Fantasy VIII. I mean, I've seen some bad shit. I've seen some bad stuff. Trust me. Like, I've seen some bad writing. I've seen the Game of Thrones ending. I've seen bad stuff, and I'll tell it straight. But still, I just don't find. I think specifically what I was saying is that the bad stuff doesn't ruin the overall for me. Like, if you have a movie and a sequel to that movie, and the first one's really good and the second one's really bad, that doesn't cancel out to mid, in my opinion. I think it's as bad as the best part. So like it's overall really good because the first one's really good, even if the second one is really bad. That's kind of how I see things. I don't really I don't really agree that bad parts can ruin good parts. Um, that's just me though. Like for Game of Thrones, I don't think the ending ruins the show. The show is great. It's one of the best ever, in my opinion. But the ending sucks on its own, but it doesn't ruin the rest of it. That's how I see it. Okay, home was a lot further away than I thought. What if it reveals information about a character that retroactively clarifies things in a bad way? Yeah, this is philosophy, right? I think it doesn't matter. I don't think it matters because you can watch the first part or play through the first part and enjoy it based on what it is before that second part even exists. So therefore it's not possible for the later part to ruin the first part. Like you can watch a character have like an ambiguous motive where you don't know what they're doing or you don't know why they're doing what they're doing and it's really interesting and then you later find out what that motive is and it's terrible, but it would never ruin the first part. That's how I see it. What is that, by the way? Oh, it's a ruined portal. Okay. You find out this whole epic fight going on was a training exercise that got out of hand. I mean, that conceptually sounds like it could be really funny. I haven't seen it, so I can't really comment. Where's the gold? Where's the gold? There's usually gold around here. Did I already loot the gold? Hmm. Remember those puppies? Kicked. The candy? Stolen. You're saying I shouldn't hate Expedition 33 because its final revelation made me pissed? Honestly, probably yes. That's probably what I'm saying. I haven't played that game, so I can't say for sure. But what I'm trying to say is that if you have a lengthy experience that's positive, I find it really silly to think that that experience that I've already had can be ruined by a later thing. Like genuinely, I find that really bizarre. Um Another thing I like to push back on a lot is this the kind of like um Reddit armchair writer calling everything bad, being overly harsh. I really hate that as well because I think there's a lot of good in a lot of stories, and you can criticize something to death, and it still ends up being good. Like I think people's judgment is a bit too low, a lot of the time. Did you see what SF6 did to Alex? I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. I don't know what SF is. Is that a trident? Oh, I know where we are. Okay, we're almost home. We're almost home. Street Fighter? Okay, well, I've never played any of those games. Street Fighter has a story? What do you? I thought that was a fighting game. I didn't think it had a story. Did you see what it did to Scrimblow? Street Fighter has an anime? Okay. Okay, we should be approaching home. Get my bearings on a which I don't think I have. I'm not sure if I go that way around or this way around. This looks kind of. Oh my god, this looks like a giant wall. What is this? Giant ass wall. Guess I'll try going around it. Wall Maria. Speaking of good stories, Attack on Titan is a good story. I loved Attack on Titan. One of my favorite anime. Peak fiction? It is. It is pretty peak. Attack on Titan is one of those rare anime or one of those rare manga, like any story, anime or manga, like a shonen story that takes ages and ages with lots of chapters. It's one of the rare ones that has like an actual peak ending. Like like it's kind of rare for a show like Attack on Titan that takes years and years to end up with a better ending than where it started. Don't spoil. Okay, I won't spoil it for you, Mia. But all I want to say, and I promise this is not a spoiler. I promise this does not tell you anything about the final seasons. But all I can say is that I think it ends better than it peaks, like in the middle. I think it peaks at the end, is what I'm trying to say. It ends better than like the start, which is rare. It's rare for anime like that. Like Naruto or something. There's no way Naruto ended better than sometime towards the start. Also, we're at home. We've made it home. Here we are. I was barely paying attention. How did I navigate here? I guess it was automatic. Pro gamer sense. It's the pro gamer sense. I was just looking at chat and I somehow navigated all the way home. Do you think in particular games the ending can really drag the whole experience down? I do think in particular games the ending can drag the whole down. For me, it depends. It depends on the size. Like, at a certain size, it becomes impossible. Like points in time are so separated, right? Like, if it takes a week to play through a game, I feel like the ending can't possibly ruin the start. Like, retroactively, it might ruin it, but it might. It's not like playing through it again is going to be a worse experience, you know. Anyway, let's put away all of our goodies. Um, these things, yeah. Is this stuff rare? Take this out, put it there. Oh my god. Why have I got non-rare items in the rare item chest? Chrono Cross. Okay, look. I feel like I might have said something that was a little bit too sweeping. What I meant to say was just a bit more of a spirit of the lore rather than a letter of the lore, which is just that I personally I'm not a big fan of saying that one part of something can ruin the rest of it. Also, this is my world chat. Do you like it? Do you like how my world is? Do you think it looks cool? It's very work in progress. We got a lot of different buildings on the go. This one is going to be a tower all the way to the sky. It's amazing. Thank you. Anyway, before we get back into some Minecraft, shall we hop over to Chrome? Shall we hop over to Chrome and do some tier lists? Some tier listing? Um, I'm not a big fan of the government. Um, hold on. There we go. There we go. Now it's behind. Okay. Let's do a tier list. Let's do a tier list for Danganronpa. So I've got the cases here, right? All the different chapters. So if you guys can remember the individual chapters and you want to offer your opinions on them, we can rank them. Let me start by making the tiers because I don't want to do something boring like this. Let's put absolute cinema at the top. Absolute cinema. Why is it written it like that? Absolute cinema. Why the fuck is it written it like that? Or you guys can't even see. Wait, you guys can't even see. Look at this. Absolute cinema. Okay, there we go. It's written it properly now. And then let's put above and beyond. Why is it written it like that? Above and beyond. Absol scene. And then let's put solid. And then I want to put some good. Some good parts and some bad parts. And then let's put needs a lot of improving. Is that fair? Is that fair for the tiers? Or do I want one more? Output needs a lot of work. I think this is fair. This is a fair tier system. Okay. So I don't know how many people in chat have even played every single chapter, but let's try and do it. Do we want to jumble these up a bit? No, let's do them in order. Let's do them in order. 1-1. Case 1-1. So, does anyone have any opinions on the first chapter of the first game? Where do you think this one goes? I already have an idea where I'm going to put this, but I'm curious if anybody has an opinion. Did I miss character tier list? No, Bob, you did not. We're going to do that after. I think that this is a solid case, right? I think the start of Danganronpa, so the first case, the one with Leon and Sayaka, I think that's solid, right? Because it actually doesn't miss, right? I think it doesn't miss. It hits all of the good parts of Danganronpa for me. It hits all of the good beats. The character who died, the victim, was somebody that we cared about, right? That was Sayaka. She was developed. She was our main girl. So the death was impactful because it was somebody we liked. The killer had a believable motive, which was just self-defense. Self-defense plus opportunistic kill. Very believable, very grounded. The actual mystery didn't have anything overly stupid. The nearest thing to a stupid part of the mystery was the writing on the wall, right? The way that she wrote Leon, the way she wrote Leon upside down on the wall, and none of us knew what it was until the very end. That was like the final reveal of the case. That was the only thing that could be interpreted as being stupid, but everything else was actually like fairly solid. Like the mystery wasn't complicated for no reason. Everything made sense. There wasn't an overly complicated plot. It was just like, but there was enough moving parts for it to still be an interesting case, right? Like figuring out that Sayaka was the aggressor, figuring out that the rooms were swapped and that they had a fight. And the thing about the door and how Makoto's door was different. There was a lot of like little steps, in my opinion. So this was super solid, right? I don't think it missed. There was nothing in here that was bad. But it doesn't go higher because it didn't go above and beyond. It was kind of exactly what you'd expect from a Danganronpa case. It was like an AI generated Danganronpa case. Maybe not that bad actually, but it was like a super solid one, right? It was like super safe. It it's like if you told somebody to write a Danganronpa case, but if you go too crazy, you get shot. It's like nothing went above and beyond. It was just super solid. So solid for me. 1-2. This is the case with Mondo and Chihiro, right? This is the one where Mondo killed Chihiro. And it's also the one where we had Genocide Jack and Toko, right? This one's weird for me because okay, there's a lot I have to say about this one. That one was peak. I agree. I think this one is above and beyond. This one is above and beyond because it's essentially just a copy of the first case, but with more pieces added in that makes it better. Right? It's like a relatively grounded and opportunistic kill with a believable motive. But then there was some extra moving parts that made it way better, right? Like if you compare the first case to the second case, this was just a normal case. We get into the trial, we sort of figure out the pieces with no suspect, and then eventually after we've put all of the stuff together, a suspect arrives, and then we prove that they're the killer. This one had so many moving parts on top of that because it also had the whole split personality Toko genocide Jack thing where she was the suspect and there was a whole part of the story in the investigation where we were focusing on that, and then it turned out in the trial that she wasn't actually the killer despite being a serial killer. um that was a twist. That was kind of above and beyond. Then they did the whole gender swap thing with Chihiro where he wasn't actually a girl and he was the boy. um and that mattered because of the gendered locker rooms, so that led us closer to the kill. And then when we got the actual suspect, when we cornered the actual suspect, their backstory at the end was actually kind of a heart wrencher, and it actually added some depth to it. It wasn't like Leon that just kind of freaked out. It was a real character. So I think this one is above and beyond because it didn't miss, right? So it sort of lands in solid because it didn't have any bad parts, but it also went above and beyond what it had to. So I'm putting this one here. My only issue with it was Makoto took way too long to admit his waifu was gonna frame him. You're talking about the first case, right? I don't know about that. I think I disagree with that. I don't think he took too long to realize that. We learned that Bestie likes feeling up dead bodies. Yes, we did. It could go low cinema or high above and beyond. Yeah, genuinely, this is one of my favorite cases in the franchise. The only reason it doesn't make absolute cinema for me is because the actual cast of Danganronpa 1 is weaker. Like throughout this chapter, you do have to interact with Hifumi, you do have to interact with Toko, you do have to interact with Hiro. It's the actual cast is weaker. And of course the trials are also slightly weaker because they're also shorter in the first game, and the mini games are really bad compared to the second and third game. So that's the only reason I'm not putting it in cinema. But I do like this one. Toko is based. Toko is not based. In fact, I will say about Toko, she was good in this chapter. I hated Toko by the end of it because she survived all the way and she was really annoying. But in this chapter, where she was relevant to the plot and she played an important role, I actually really liked her inclusion. She didn't take away from this chapter at all. She added to this one. Like the whole Genocide Jack thing. I didn't even mention the. Yeah, Genocide Jack was fun, but only in this chapter. Afterwards, she was irrelevant. She was irrelevant after this chapter, which is what made her a drag, and she was just a comic relief character. But in this chapter, it was awesome. I love the fact that the serial killer. We find out who the serial killer is, and it's not the killer. Then we find out that Byakuya set up the crime scene to make it look like they were the killer. And then we find out that he wasn't even the killer, he was just doing it for fun. And then when we find the actual killer, it's still more satisfaction because they're not random. They're actually relevant. They were set up, they had an arc, and they had a good motive. So this is a really good chapter. 1-3. What do we think of 1-3, chat? Do we remember 1-3? This is Celeste. Celeste and the double murder of Hifumi and Taka. Um, this needs a lot of work. This one needed a lot of work. This one was pretty bad. Completely justified? Yeah, I agree. Completely justified to put it here. I know what you're saying, but I think it needs a lot of work. Had lots of potential, fell off from Celeste being dumb. No real motive. Yeah, so the biggest problem with 1-3, I think, for most people, is how obvious the killer is. Celeste is just clearly the killer from the start. Like, the investigation doesn't even begin, and you know it's Celeste. Right? As soon as we're getting thrown around, like running around the school at Celeste's orders, you just know it's her immediately. And the suspicion never ever falls on anyone else in a meaningful way. During the trial, we do suspect other people, but the reader, the viewer, at no point is convinced by any of it. They always think Celeste is the killer, and then she ends up being the killer. It's not like chapter 2, where the viewer actually believes that Toko could be the culprit, and then when it turns out they're not the culprit and Byakuya has set it up, they can believe Byakuya is the culprit. So then when it swaps again to Mondo, the real culprit, it feels like the viewer's being sent on a roller coaster. Whereas on this one, the suspicion of the viewer never actually changes, even if the cast like accuses Hiro for being in the suit, but the viewer never buys it. The first two were more heat of the moment. Yeah, this one was a calculated, like, this was a big calculated plan, which I think was a good idea, right? For the third chapter, for the first two murders being like crimes of passion, like heat of the moment, for this one to be a big complicated mastermind plan, I think is a good difference compared to the first two. However, the execution was bad. Like the actual like plan that Celeste had was kind of stupid. I don't see how anybody would fall for it. Um, a reminder, if anybody wasn't there, but like her plan was basically to stuff somebody in a suit, take a photo, and then hope that that evidence counts as enough, right? Like she just stuffed somebody in a suit and then took a photo with her accomplice being dragged away by the guy in the suit, and then acted like that was evidence that whoever was in the suit was the killer. Which was never going to convince any intelligent viewer. Um, so it just kind of went down really badly. There was a lot of moving parts that made no sense. Um, like they didn't achieve anything really. Like the way she messed with the time, with like the justice hammer sizes, and she tried to convince you that Hifumi was dead, and then he got up and moved because he wasn't dead yet, and he faked his death. The way that that was like put into the story as like a meaningful plot twist, but it made no sense. There was no reason for that to be part of her plan. The only reason it almost worked was because Hifumi was a dumbass. The only cool thing was using the dead body found. Yeah, yeah. I think the way that the body discovery announcement played a role in this murder was cool, but they kind of fumbled the bag even on that because they Monokuma didn't set up a rule. Monokuma didn't set up a clear rule that the cast used to deduce the killer. They just kind of realized that it was relevant, asked him towards the end of the trial, and then he gave some info. It was like kind of useless. It was kind of a fumbled bag, like just all around fumble. But yeah, needs work. Definitely needs work. Um, okay, this is the first one that I think I'm gonna get different opinions on from chat and from the general fan base, which is case 1-4. Case 1-4. This is Sakura's case, Sakura suicide case. What do we think of this one? This is the one where we found Sakura in the room and she drank poison to kill herself. So lame. I agree. I completely agree. I think this one needs a lot of work. I think it's better than 1-3, but it needs a lot of work. It was so obviously a suicide. I don't know why they thought otherwise. Exactly. I liked parts of it. Yes, to be fair, I liked parts of it too, but I think it's doing it too much justice. It's being too generous to put it in good, some bad, because there was way more bad than good. Like this, the problem that this case had was the main problem that 1-3 had, which was that the culprit is obvious. The culprit is really obvious. It's obviously a suicide from start to finish. And the fact that we go through, they kind of did that. They tried to do the 1-2 thing again, right? Where they went from suspect to suspect. In 1-4, we thought it was we originally thought it was Hiro, then we thought it was Toko, then we thought it was Aoi, and then we realized it was a suicide. That's the journey that the cast went on during the trial. However, it didn't land the way it did in 1-2 because the viewer would have never believed it was Hiro. We never thought that for a second. Then when we moved on to Toko, we never believed that for a second. And then the only slightly believable one was Aoi, where I feel like Aoi being the secret culprit was believable, and it was really cool at the moment where we were like, hold on, is it Aoi? Is it actually Aoi? That was really cool. But then the reason why that didn't land is because it's a better idea. It's a better idea than the suicide. It's a better ending than the suicide. That would have been a better twist if Aoi was the culprit than the suicide. So the fact that we then realize it's not Aoi and it's actually just a suicide, which was our original impression all along, that kind of ruined it, right? That took away from the Aoi twist because the Aoi twist didn't end up being true. It like hyped us up for a really menacing villain for chapter 4, right? Because we thought Aoi and Sakura were best friends, and then we're like, oh my god, did Aoi like kill her best friend? And then we realized no, it's actually just the suicide, which we knew all along. I still find it insane that this is essentially the only suicide in Danganronpa. I get why it's the only suicide because the Danganronpa formula is kind of whack with a suicide because there's no satisfaction when you find the culprit, right? There's no finale in the same way, so a suicide is hard to write in the Danganronpa formula. So I get why there isn't any other suicides, especially because this one like misses because of it, right? This one misses because it's a suicide. If this one turned out to be Aoi as the actual culprit, like let's flip the script, okay? Let's imagine that we went from Hiro as the suspect to Toko, then to the suicide, but then we realized it wasn't a suicide and it was actually Aoi, and Aoi was the killer. Then it would be this. It would be up here. It would be really good. But the suicide was lame. So it ended up being this. If the whole case focused on Aoi, it would have been better. Yes, I agree with that too. To an extent. It would have to have some more moving parts. I don't think it could have just been Aoi as a suspect the whole time. But the Toko and Hiro parts were very unbelievable, so those were kind of lackluster as well. So if we got rid of those somehow, it could have been better. The entire point of this chapter is it was supposed to be easier if everybody wasn't at each other's throats. Yeah, and I don't think that landed. I personally don't think that landed at all. Because the only reason this case was difficult at all is because Monokuma intervened, right? If we read Sakura's suicide note immediately, it wouldn't have mattered that we were suspecting each other, that we had formed teams. That wouldn't have made a difference. So that didn't really land, right? That theme. Um yeah, I don't like this one. I don't like this one. It sounds shallow to say that I don't like the fact that it was a suicide because there was no culprit in the end, right? There was no execution, there was no actual like killer in the end, there was no villain. I liked I think it's kind of shallow, right? But it needed it. It needed that. Like that's what Danganronpa is. There's a villain for each chapter, there's a culprit. And finding out that the culprit was the victim just did not land, right? It did not land. It needed another rewrite. I believe so, yeah. Um and then we get into these. This is the hardest one for me to rank. 1-5 and 1-6. Um I also feel like a big issue was that they didn't know how to write out Sakura believably. Well, somebody getting killed is always believable, right? Even though Sakura was like a beast, it's still possible to kill her, right? It's still very easy to kill her, you know? I feel like it would have worked, right? Imagine my idea where we swapped the suicide for Aoi being the killer. That would have worked, right? Because we could have had a whole thing about how who the hell can kill Sakura? She's so strong. That could have been a main point of confusion in the trial. And then we realize the reason why it was able to happen was because the killer was trusted. That Sakura trusted the killer because it was Aoi. That would have worked, right? That would have hit. That would have been very despairful. That would have been very good for Danganronpa. Um, but they didn't go with that. What even was case 1-5? Okay, so case 1-5, we found the body in the garden, right? The body that exploded, and then it was a fake trial. It was a fake trial where they tried to execute Makoto, but then we survived the execution. Right? And then we come crawling back to solve the case for real in chapter 6. And that's why it's so hard for me to rank, because here's the thing, right? If it's all one chapter, if case 1-5 plus case 1-6 was in one box here, it's above and beyond. It's here. Yeah, I feel like case 1-5 and 1-6 is just one case. Exactly. If it was in one box, I would put it here because I really liked case 1-5. I really liked the fake trial. I love how the blame got thrown between Makoto and Kyoko. I love that as a dynamic, right? That fake trial where we had the suspicion on Kyoko and Makoto back and forth. That was awesome because we, the player, knows Makoto didn't do it. So the only other option is that Kyoko did it. But because Kyoko's the deuteragonist, right? She's our bestie. She's the next main character. We also can't really believe that. We find it too shocking. So it it was a inner turmoil for the viewer, right? I love that concept. And then the fact that the actual solution to the case, the actual solution to the case ended up being the mastermind faking a murder and realizing that it was Junko, that was also crazy. That was a crazy twist, right? Figuring all that out, that the case was set up by the mastermind and then the mastermind was Junko. Crazy work. But for the ranking, it's hard because they're separate chapters. It's like, how would you rate a normal chapter if it was split into two? I feel like it's hard. Um, so if it was just one, if it was case 1 and case 1-5 and 1-6 together, above and beyond here, but because they are separate, I'm gonna have to put it here, right? Because the some good parts are the actual trial that we had, the trial segments we had were really good. But the fact that it didn't end in chapter 5 meant that chapter 5 itself had bad ending. And the same is true for this. I guess 1-6 is really solid. 1-6 is really solid. It's also kind of this. It's also kind of this. Because it misses the start of the case. 1-6 doesn't have the start of the case. It doesn't have the fake murder and the fake investigation. It just has like a rushed bonus investigation. Plus, I also think the actual ending past the murder, once we like reveal the mastermind and then we get to the rest of it, that stuff is actually kind of whack. I don't like the ending. Like finding out about the outside world and doing all the Headmaster Hope's Peak stuff. That's kind of whack. That's kind of boring to me. I didn't really like that. So I think they both go here in the end. I think they both go here. I have a question. How are you going to rank 3-1 and 3-6 as you're essentially going back to the same trial? Not really. No, not really. Um, this is very, very different, right? What 3-6 and 1-6 are the complete opposite of 1-5 and 1-6. Because the main criticism that I'm having about 1-5 and 1-6 is that there's no closure, there's no complete story in case 1-5. You need chapter 6 to have closure in 1-5. And you also need 1-5 for 1-6 to make any sense. They're not independent chapters, whereas in V3 they are, right? Case 3-1 is a complete satisfactory episode. And so is case 3-6. So these will be easily ranked, but these are the hard ones to rank. I liked finding out about Host Peak. Did you? I mean, maybe it's just a arbitrary preference, but like personally, I liked the murder mystery more than the overarching mystery. Um, so like the best part of 1-5 and 1-6 has been the murder. 1-5 would have been crazy if Bestie did it to save you. Um, yes. Yes. If so, imagine for a second that case 1-5. Let's rewrite it. Let's continue the trial instead of having Monokuma rush the ending and try to execute Makoto. Let's imagine the trial goes through longer. We keep doing the trial. We keep doing more truth bullets, and we use everything. We come to the narrative conclusion that Kyoko is the culprit. She is the culprit, and she did it to save Makoto, and then she gets executed fair and square. That would probably be an above and beyond case. Because I love that. I love that. But that's not what happened. And the chapter didn't really end. So, some good, some bad. How do you feel about the surviving cast of DR1? We're gonna do a character tier list right after that. So right after the case tier list. So I guess I'll talk about that then. Okay, and that's it for DR1. There are no absolute cinema cases in DR1, in my opinion. This one comes close. This one comes very close. I think what this one needed to reach absolute cinema is it needed to be slightly longer, right? Just extend the pre-murder, extend the investigation, and extend the trial just a little bit, just slightly longer. And then also it needed to have more development from the characters that were bad, right? The DR1 cast has some really shit characters, like Taka, for example. Taka plays a role in this chapter, and he's a shit character. Um, if he was better, this could have been elevated. In my mind, 2-1 is absolute cinema because it's one of the very few times that you get to use multiple different talents, how them interact. Well, you mean 2-1 or 1-2? We're about to talk about 2-1. But yeah, moving on to Danganronpa 2 now. Case 2-1. This is the Teru murder, right? Teru killed fake Byakuya. He killed fat Byakuya. What do we think of this case? I have strong opinions on this case. Which I think differ from a lot of the fan base. Where was the body? Under the table. How much of DR2 have you seen, Moon? How much of DR2 have you seen, or have you only seen DR3? Twas kind of good. Yeah, I think this is generally seen as like a mid case, right? This is generally seen as a mid case by the fan base. I think this is above and beyond. Better than 1-2. Only case 1? Okay. I think this goes here. This is above and beyond, even better than 1-2. This is an incredible trial, or an incredible chapter, in my opinion. I didn't like most of the R2's cases. I'm kind of with you. I kind of agree with you on that. But this is not one of them. This one was awesome. This is above and beyond. The reason why this is so good, in my opinion, is because of a few things. Firstly, it does something that zero other chapters in the entire franchise do. right? Zero of the chapters in the entire franchise do this. And that is that every single character had a role to play in this case, right? If you think about it, every single one of the 16 characters had a crucial role to play, which meant not only did they matter to the investigation and the trial, but they also participated in the trial itself with important dialogue, which just allowed every single character to bounce off of each other and show their personality in a way that was just so entertaining. Like the trial in DR1, DR2, case 1 was just so incredibly fun. Um like just to quickly go through it, Byakuya was relevant because he was the murder victim and he also did some very critical things before the murder. Nagito was relevant because he revealed himself to be the villain who set up the murder, basically, and he played a role in the actual mechanics of the murder. Teru Teru is important because he was the killer, obviously. But then beyond that, Chiaki was important because she kept watch with Monami. Gundam was important because he discovered the under the floor technique because he went to find his earring. Um, Nekomaru was relevant because he needed to go to the toilet, so he tried and he couldn't. Pekka was relevant because she actually was in the toilet. Um, Kazuichi was relevant somehow. I don't remember how, but he was. Um, Ibuki was relevant because she could hear in the dark. Akane was relevant because she ate a ton of food. Um, Hiyoko was relevant somehow. Oh, Mahiro was relevant because she took a photo and gave us a floor plan. I just remember everybody being relevant. He went to the office. He did something. Yeah, he checked a certain area. Um, every single character was relevant. We had to talk to every character, and they played a role in the murder. Um, and I just really liked that. At the time, during this playthrough, it just hit really hard because when the trial happened, the personalities of all the characters just bounced off each other amazingly. It was so entertaining. And even though the killer was Teru Teru, who was the worst character, like one of the worst characters in the franchise, somehow his backstory was really sad and it made it it made it actually emotional. And also the way he dropped his persona and started talking in a southern accent during the end of the trial, that was also really funny. And I really liked that bit. So even Monokuma and Monami were really entertaining in that trial. So this is above and beyond because it did exactly what a Danganronpa trial wants to do. Byakuya, right, the victim, was sort of an above and beyond choice for a victim because obviously you recognized him from the previous game and you thought, why is he here? Why is he fat? And what relevance is he going to be in this game? And then he dies immediately before he reveals anything. Makoto or Nagito, right? Nagito, who you think might be Makoto, you're not sure, but you're certain that he's relevant. He's like your bestie. Turns out to be a crazy villain. Big twist, above and beyond. That didn't need to happen. Um, and then him not even being the real killer, just setting it up above and beyond, did not need to happen. So this is a great case overall. Great case. um. Okay. Let me take a sip after that. I guess. I guess why is it not absolute cinema? Um, I'm not really sure. The reason why I'm not putting it here is sort of arbitrary. It's kind of just because there are better cases that I'm gonna put here, and that's really the only reason. But there's nothing I can really complain about with this case. If if I had to complain about this case somehow, it would be -1 for meat on the bone. Okay, I haven't really been factoring this in, but the mini game sucks, right? The rhythm game for Danganronpa 2 was really bad. Um, I think the worst thing about this chapter was probably. Oh, also, I should clarify the pre-murder. The pre-murder is relevant. The pre-murder scenes, right before we find the body, they do factor in. I have factored them in. I've just not really talked about it. It's pretty good on this one. I really liked the throwing a party to get everyone together and distract from, you know, take away the motive to kill and get everyone together. I love that, and I liked the blackout before the murder, before the body was discovered. I think that stuff was really cool too. If I had to criticize 2-1, it would just be I don't know. I don't know how to criticize it. I think it would probably just have to be Teru Teru. Just the fact that Teru Teru is like an annoying character and he is in this chapter. And Nekomaru is a cringe character too, and he is in this chapter, of course. That would be like the only criticism. I really like Ham Hands. Ham Hands. Yep, Ham Hands was Byakuya. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this will do for now. I think realistically, I don't have a reason why it doesn't go here. I think this is like the top tier. Realistically, on like logic, this is the top tier. I've just got this extra tier reserved for the ones that I know I personally like even more. So I think that's really all it is. Teruto is fun when he was talking in the accent. I agree. That I mentioned this already. Even though he was annoying during the trial and like after the trial, actually really cool. His backstory was awesome. Kinda. His backstory was emotional. And him turning into the foreign accent or the southern accent thing was really cool as well. That was really funny. I loved how Monami kept translating his words and she kept struggling to translate it as he got worse. That was really funny. Anyway, case 2-2. Case 2-2. This is Mahiru's murder, right? Peko murders Mahiru. What do we think of this one? This one's definitely worse than 2-1. This one's definitely worse than 2-1. Is this the justice one? This is the one where Fuyuhiko is Peko is Fuyuhiko's like bodyguard, and that's why she kills. It had the video game where we play the video game that Monokuma made. Twas good, not gonna lie. I think it's really dumb. One last thing about case one. Fan of the aftermath in general, learning Teruteru was trying to stop a different murder and setting up Nagito's deal. Yes, I didn't really mention it too much, but the way that Nagito was outed as the villain and he ended up being the true villain of that chapter, despite not being the killer, was above and beyond. That was great. I love that stuff. But yeah, back to 2-2. So many paths crossed in this case. The video game stuff was real bad. Um, I think this one is a some good, some bad because there was some good stuff I liked about it, but there's kind of slightly more bad stuff. Um, Rocks in the swimsuit. Okay, yeah. So the um the what's it called? The video game. The motive. The video game was kind of annoying to play. I didn't like the video game because actually playing through it like was kind of a drag. The concept was cool when I first played through it, right? When you're like, "Oh my god, we get to play as a little game within a game." That's cool. But then once you've done it for like a couple minutes, you realize this game is bad. Like playing these characters called Girl E, Girl A, Girl B that you can hardly tell apart because they're not even voice acted and they don't indicate who's talking very well. it's really annoying to play and really hard to follow. And then you have to go and do it again in the investigation. It was kind of a drag. One thing I did like about the game was I liked how they slowly allowed it to dawn on you that they were the existing characters in the game, right? Like girl A, girl A, girl B. I liked how the dialogue slowly gave you the impression of who it was, but it didn't tell you outright, and it made you realize it. I thought that was cool about the game. However, the way the game actually played out and the way you have to solve it in the trial, the way that it relates to the actual murder doesn't really land for me. We never addressed Shorty murdering a schoolgirl. Correct. We This is a running theme, but when somebody murders outside of the killing game, we never really address it. We never really punish them for it, which was just so fucked up. Yeah. The actual murder, yeah, the good parts of this murder, in my opinion, were like I honestly, what even were the good parts? Like, I want to say the pre-murder stuff was good, but it wasn't even. The pre-murder stuff wasn't even that good, right? Because like, what was the pre-murder stuff? It was just Kazuichi invites Hajime on this weird, creepy stakeout where they just watch the girls when they get their swimsuits on. Like, there was not much going on in the pre-murder. It kind of dragged, I think, as well. Honestly, this is kind of bad. I think I need a. It might even be here. It genuinely, now that I'm talking about it, it might be here, but it feels wrong to put it here because it's way better than these. Monami rule sharking, good part. Nobody ever brings it up, but I kind of get Toko because she has a split personality. Yeah, I mean, sure, I guess, but it's kind of a moral dilemma that you would feel like a real person would have, and nobody ever had that. Nobody ever mentioned it in the first game. I don't think it's needs a lot of work. I feel like I need another tier actually. I feel like I'm gonna make another tier. Um, right? Let me make another tier, and we'll put like mostly bad, and it goes here. I think the big issue is Peko just kind of killed her while what's his name was trying to figure out if his sister was dead. A lot of people have different interpretations of the ending of like who did what and why because it wasn't super clear, right? Which I think is probably a big problem with this that I'm gonna touch on now. The actual kill in the end, once you like get to the post trial and you figure everything out, there wasn't a lot of clarity on what exactly went down beat for beat, right? Because they implied that Fuyuhiko was going to kill Mahiru, but they also implied that he was hesitant to kill Mahiru and didn't want to. And then when Peko killed him, right? When Peko killed her, there was that clarity was like not added. It was amplified because we didn't know if Fuyuhiko was actually going to do the kill or not. So when Peko killed her, we have no idea if that was to prevent him from being the Blackened or if it was just a silly plan that Peko came up with, right? Like there was in the end there was no clarity on to whether her plan was always to actually try to pretend that he is the Blackened via the rules because she did it as a tool for him, or if that was just a guise in the moment to try and trick Monokuma there and then, right? There was no clarity whether she thought that that was always going to work or whether she just did it as a last attempt in the trial. Because you could also believe that she killed Mahiru so that Fuyuhiko had no chance of killing Mahiru, right? If you think about it like this, right? Imagine you're Peko. You see that Fuyuhiko really wants to kill Mahiru, but he's struggling. You know the rules of the game. You know that if he kills, he's going to be executed if he's found out. So, in order to save him from that, you kill Mahiru so that he has no motive to kill anymore and will never be the Blackened and therefore never executed. If that's her motivation, that's fine, right? That actually works as a character if it's clear, if it's communicated clearly that that's exactly what it was. But this chapter only implied that. It only implied that that was one of the options. It didn't make it super clear. So I didn't really like that. Pretty sure it was clarified. She knew her work was his blade and did so to save him. I don't think it was clear. I don't think it was clear because not to sound too arrogant or anything, but I think I would know if the text made it clear. I think I would know because like I'm pretty smart, I'm pretty sharp, and I played through this with a whole chat helping me out. Plus, I played through this game multiple times. I think I would know if her motive was made clear. Putting more thought into this than the actual writers, I don't know. I feel like all Danganronpa chapters are actually well written, like in terms of time. I feel like they're well thought out, and there's a lot of effort that goes into making the writing perfect. I just don't think they miss a lot, right? I think they don't land the mark in the end, but I don't think any of it's actually lazy. I think they thought they were cooking here, right? I think they thought they were really cooking with what they did with Peko. I just wish it was clear. I wish it was clear whether she did it to stop Fuyuhiko from having to kill Mahiru, or if she did it the whole time with the plan to make him escape as the Blackened in that murder. You know? The weird part would be if the objective was to protect him. Covering up the murder the way she did was just as dangerous. Um, I'm not sure I agree with that because as long as she knows she's the killer, there is no danger of us not figuring it out, right? Because if the trial goes bad and Hajime can't figure it out, she can always reveal the truth, right? Fuyuhiko would never get executed in that trial, right? Because she would always confess at the end. So I'm not sure if I agree with that. I feel like it was more of a last minute twist. I think you're strongly mischaracterizing the writers. Danganronpa is not a game that is written case by case. This is not a reality TV show or something. Like the whole game is written with care and love, and it takes a long time, and every single little detail is changed. Like nothing is written independently. It's not like a TV show. These nothing is written last minute. There's no such thing as that for Danganronpa. These games are written well in advance, fully written before any of it's released. I don't think there is such a thing as a last minute change. Shit gets changed last minute all the time. I mean, literally, yes, literally. And in fact, Danganronpa did go through some writing changes that we do know about. So literally, yes, there could have been some like internal stuff, but you don't get that vibe at all. There is actually no evidence for that beyond what we already know. Like, um, none of the Danganronpa games feel like rushed writing to me. All of the stuff that I dislike about it feels like an earnest attempt to be good by the writers, and it's just me that happens to not like it. I don't feel like anything is a is bad because it's lazy, if you get what I'm saying. Like I think it's just the writers had a different opinion than we do on the bad parts. I don't think any of it was written lazily and sloppily. None of it feels that way. Except for maybe one chapter. Except for one chapter which I think may have been victim of lazy writing and rush decisions, and that's this next one, 2-3. 3-1 was written maliciously? No. No, it was not. 3-1 is a good chapter. I'm gonna be singing 3-1's praises. The fact that you can't clarify her motive makes it weird. We got a whole case and she misleads the group like the rest of the murderers, so it's hard to believe she killed to be the blackened and go through that process of being discovered. Oh, hello, Ember. Thank you for the raid. Hello, hello. Welcome in. We're doing a Danganronpa tier list right now. And Boo Boo. Hello, hello. Yeah, Yojo dude. I do agree that, well, okay, Pekko's motive was never to be the blackened and escape. That was never one of the options. She was always trying to get Fuyuhiko away during the trial. She was always trying to get Fuyuhiko to be the blackened, but I like to interpret it as the way I interpret it, because I think it's the better story. I choose to interpret it as she killed Mahiru with the intention of just taking the burden off of Fuyuhiko. My my interpretation is that. I like to see it that way because I think it's better. I think she killed Mahiru so that Fuyuhiko could not possibly kill Mahiru because she's already dead. Right? I like to believe that's why she did it. Even if it cost her life in the trial, I think that's why she did it. And I think the whole pretending to be a tool thing to make um to make Fuyuhiko potentially the blackened was just a bonus. That was just a plan. That was just a cherry on top, right? She could try that in the trial, but that was never the only goal. That wasn't the reason she murdered. Even the Shining Justice was just to frame herself better. Yeah, yeah, she did the Shining Justice thing to make us vote for her. And then she would flip the twist after the vote, saying that she did it for Fuyuhiko, hoping that Monokuma would rule Fuyuhiko as the blackened. Yeah. My big problem is that they have no memory. They have no memory that they are mad. Wait, what? My big problem is that they have no memory. They have no memory, and they are mad they couldn't get information out of Mahiru. I'm not sure what you mean. Anyway, I think this is mostly bad. It doesn't hit here. It doesn't go down here because I don't think it needs a lot of work. I think all this case needs to be good. I think for all this case needs to be solid is rewrite the video game, right? Somehow write out the video game part of this, right? Take out the video game part of this chapter, do something else, and then make Pekko's motive clearer and perhaps slightly different. That would be how to make this case good, in my opinion. If that was changed, it could be really solid. Anyway, let's let's move on to 2-3. Okay. What do we think of 2-3, chat? This is the only case in the series that I agree with Catboy could actually be the victim of rushed writing and sloppy rewrites. This is the only example of that, in my opinion. And for context, there is a confirmed rewrite of Danganronpa 2. In the original script, Danganronpa 2, Fuyuhiko was going to die in this chapter. Instead of Hiyoko, Fuyuhiko was going to die instead of Hiyoko. That was the original script, and Hiyoko was going to survive until the end, just like Fuyuhiko did. But then they decided to swap them on a rewrite. That is a confirmed fact, so it's possible that that played a role in this case being so bad. This case needs work. This case needs work. This is 2-3. 2-3 is the worst case in the series. Holy fuck, is it so good? Really? You think it's good? This is the worst one in the series. 2-3 is the lowest. Agree? I remember the murder being interesting, but I don't remember a whole lot else. It's Garbo, but So many plot holes. There is the yes. Unlike the rest of the game, so the rest of Danganronpa has plot stretches. It has a lot of plot stretches. This is the only case that I think has genuine plot holes, like genuine internal logic inconsistencies and impossibilities. This one is the only one that has plot holes. The only thing I liked about it is the nurse lying about the cause of death. Yes, that was good. Genuinely, there was some good parts of this chapter. Um, Let me start by singing the praises of it. There was some good things about this chapter. I really liked Monokuma's movie, right? Remember Monokuma's Wizard of Oz parody? That was hilarious. And the concept of an imitation murder was also kind of interesting. I loved those parts. And I also liked Mikan, the way she acted when she was found out as the killer. I liked how she acted. I think it was cool to see her break down. Um, but other than those few things, the rest of it is just so bad. It's absolutely trash, but at the end it became valid. Yeah, you need case 2-6 gives you context for why Mikan did what she did, which is already a bad thing in my opinion. Like the fact that it doesn't really make sense why Mikan would do this until you get the finale twist of us being remnants of despair. The fact that it doesn't make sense until then makes this chapter worse because when you experience this chapter, you never get this. You don't get this information. The worst part of 2-3, by far the worst part of 2-3, is the despair disease, right? I understand what they were going for. The despair disease makes the hospital relevant and the nurse relevant because she's the ultimate nurse. I kind of see the theme, but what the despair disease did was so bad. The despair disease, it robs every character that it infects of their character, right? It literally took away the character of every character that got infected, right? Mikan was no longer the Mikan that we knew, right? It was cool. I liked infected Mikan's personality. However, that didn't matter. It it would have been better if Mikan was secretly that all along, instead of her changing into it because of the despair disease, right? And it's even worse with the other characters, right? The way that they removed Nagito from the story by just robbing him of his character was awful. They removed Akane from the story by robbing her of her character. And then the worst part, by far the worst case of this, is Ibuki. Because Ibuki's actually the victim. She dies in this chapter. And she doesn't even die with her character. Her character, as we knew it in the first 3 chapters, doesn't play a role in why she dies. Because she just gets turned into a gullible idiot by the despair disease. And that's it. That's the end. That's the end of her story. It was really bad. Mikan had to film the fake suicide, follow Hajime in the island, block the music room's camera and doors, then sprint all the way back to the hospital and pretend she was there the whole time. You could have done a lot about it. You mean Hajime? Hajime could have prevented this, yeah. Hajime could have done a lot about it. Um, yeah, it was just bad. There was one other thing that I liked about this chapter. Um, but it ends up making it worse rather than better, and that is that. Do you remember? I know it's kind of obscure, but do you remember what was happening in this chapter before the despair disease showed up? Right before Monokuma introduced the despair disease. Do you remember what was happening? The arcs that were being set up, the stories that were happening, they were really good. They were really promising. Because this was Hyoko coming to terms with Mahiru's death. It was Fuyuhiko trying to be forgiven. Those two trying to be enemies, or rather Hyoko trying to be enemies, but struggling to. there was some good character arcs being set up, and then they just dropped out of nowhere. The despair disease just yeeted them off stage, stole center stage, did nothing, resulted in a murder that only existed because of the disease. And then those previous arcs never happened because Hiyoko was dead. So it had high potential. The first the first couple of hours of playing through this chapter are good, and you think this is going to be a great case. The character arcs are really cool, but then they end up not mattering. So it was really bad in the end. Yeah, and there was also plot holes. One plot hole that was never addressed is that do you remember how we went inside Hiyoko's room and Sonya was in the room, right? We unlocked the room. Wait, what did it? Okay, it's down. We went inside Hiyoko's room, we got the key, unlocked it, and Sonya was already inside the room, right? And she could not have gotten in there. There was no way she could have gotten in there. It was impossible. That was never explained, never addressed. Um yeah. So this is the worst. I think it's worse than 1-3. It's worse than 1-3 because for a character-driven story like Danganronpa, stealing the characters of your characters is like a cardinal sin. That's like the worst thing you can do in a character-driven story. So it's even worse than 1-3 in my opinion, because at least Celeste was Celeste. She did the murder because of her actual personality, right? And Hifumi and Taka did their thing in the story because of their actual characters. Whereas the Despair Disease just turned all of the relevant characters into zombies. Uncharacters your character? Exactly. There was no conversation about the kill of the yellow short girl? Yes. Yes, correct. We never found a murder weapon for Hiyoko. We never found a murder weapon. The whole idea of the reason she was killed was because she walked in was kind of speculation and we never really proved it. We didn't have a lot to say about Hiyoko. Um, yeah, really, really disappointing chapter. 2-4. Chapter 2-4. This is the one in the fun house. This is Gundam killing Mechamaru. What did we think of this one? Peak? We like this one? Your favorite? It's not my favorite. This one is not my favorite. This is far from my favorite. Um, this this one is this one's weird. Can't kill a clanker. I think this one is in some good, some bad. I think this one goes here. Hyperill, hello Machine Guru. The story is whatever, but the gameplay and puzzles is the best. Yeah, so let's talk about it. This has some good parts and some bad parts, so I think it belongs in this category. Why couldn't the princess have done it? She was boring. Honestly, sure. Um, I think this whole case was pretty bad. Um, but it had some good parts. So let me talk about the good parts first. First of all, I think the mystery of how the two rooms or the two areas are positioned, the way that they misled you at first, and then it turns out one's on top of the other, the geometricness of it was alright. I liked that. I thought that was alright. I think the actual execution of it might have been a bit frustrating because they might have taken a long time to figure it out. But conceptually, I think that was a cool twist, right? The funhouse was cool. One thing I wish they did was the octagon. Yeah, literally the octagon, right? So it was mentioned very briefly in in the actual trial. Chiaki mentioned it. The room called the Octagon was called the Octagon because it had 8 sides, right? And the way that you actually got 8 sides geometrically was by putting the hexagon on top of the circle, right? Or whatever it was. The two houses on top of each other. And I think that was really cool. I kind of wish that that was how they figured out the orientation of the building. And the way that the orientation of the building was used as the murder weapon was pretty cool. I think that was pretty cool. Another good thing about this case is um the Nagito puzzle room. When you swap to Nagito's POV and you play through the final dead room, that was pretty cool. It was pretty fun. The light puzzle infuriated me. The light puzzle is cringe and ruins it so much because it could have been amazing, but the concept was great. The Zero Escape puzzle room, yeah, it was peak. I had to look it up. I'm so mad. Like, we took a long time, right? We solved the puzzle room. We solved the rest of the puzzle room in like 10 minutes. And then we were stuck on the light puzzle on stream with chat trying to help me for like almost an hour, right? It was like half an hour we were doing it. We had to get like paint out and start writing things down. It was it was frustratingly difficult because I think there was just no clue. There was just no appropriate clue because you feel like there's a lot of options for what the light puzzle means, and there's kind of no indication of which option is the right one. And then the actual right one was like pretty far down the list of intuitive options for the solution. So even though it made sense, there was obviously other things that you would try first, and that kind of made it annoying as a solution. But the concept was cool. The Russian roulette thing that Nagito did, very cool. Nagito getting the secrets and not Hajime mattered a lot for the plot, and I liked that. So yeah, cool. Good things about this chapter. And then there were some bad parts. The bad parts for me, first of all, looking at the graphics for Strawberry House and Grape House was straining, to say the least. The graphics were obviously miserably lazily bad, and why we had to put up with that instead of an actual environment was beyond me. Why, like, why? Why did we have to put up with that, like, PS1 style, low budget Andy um, assets, right? With just the scrolling PNGs on the entire texture of everything in the room. Why couldn't they just build a real environment? I have no idea. That was annoying. It kind of took away from the vibe quite a lot, if I'm honest. Um, all the music finished. Here we go, more music. Yeah, it took away from the vibe a lot. The textures, the fact that they were really bad. And then the other thing that I disliked about this chapter a lot is Gundam at the end, right? They kind of did the same thing with Peko, where they made the motive for the kill ambiguous, right? They kind of hinted at what Gundam's objective was, but they never made it explicitly clear, which kind of did the same problem as with Peko, where it's kind of up to interpretation why Gundam did the kill, which should not be the case, right? Like maybe if you want to make it really really relevant that the culprit's motive is not known, you could do that. But I don't feel like they were trying to do that. I feel like they just accidentally left it ambiguous. Um, I think we could have had a much clearer, explicit motive for Gundam, because in the actual text of the trial, did it? I thought it leaned into him wanting to help his friends. Well, exactly, right? It leaned into it. That's not explicit. They implied that he chose to fight Nekomaru, and Nekomaru chose to fight him back because they both mutually knew that if one of them died, then the rest of them would be free to eat again and they would live, right? And they didn't mind who died. They were both willing to sacrifice themselves. So they decided to just fight, right? Just have a battle. But that was never made explicitly clear. That was only implied, right? That was only implied. They never really said that for sure, especially with Nekomaru, because he was dead and he didn't have any dialogue. Um, but Gundam wasn't clear either, right? It was unclear whether Gundam did it to sacrifice himself for everybody. Um, and what also doesn't really make a lot of sense is if he did do it to sacrifice himself, why did he try to hide it so much? Right? Like why did he let the trial happen? You know? Like why was he attempting to escape? You know? Why would you do it in kill two rather than one? Yeah, that's the other thing, right? It also doesn't make sense that if you're willing to sacrifice yourself, why not kill yourself, right? Why not kill yourself? Because then the other person survives, right? I think chapter two would have made a lot more sense, and personally, it would have gone in solid. I think it would have gone in solid if we fixed this issue. Maybe it would have still been bad because I didn't like the textures, but that's not too big of a deal for the story. It probably would have gone in solid if there was a rule in Danganronpa 2 against suicide. If suicide did not count as a kill, then it would have made sense. And if Gundam's motive was made explicitly clear at the end of the trial. If that was cleared up, it would have been great. -1 for killing off best boy. Who is best boy? Gundam? Um, Also, I have to comment on the motive here. I have to comment on the motive. I think Monokuma locking you in the funhouse and saying no escape until a murder happens, no food until the murder happens. I think that was a really bad motive. I think that was a really poor motive from Monokuma because it essentially just forces a murder to happen, which eliminates complexity, right? Like in a lot of the other trials, the characters themselves make the murder. Monokuma's motive encourages it, but it's the characters' dispositions and beliefs and positions that they're currently in, mental states they're in currently. It's their relationships that result in the murder specifically. Whereas this one was so forced by Monokuma that like anything could have happened, you know? Like imagine if Gundam didn't do that. Imagine if Gundam and Nekomaru didn't do that. Somebody else would have killed and it would have been forced. It was really arbitrary, right? It was really forced. And it didn't feel right. It didn't feel natural. It didn't feel interesting because obviously somebody's gonna kill, and the reason is almost certainly just because Monokuma forced us to. It's not like 2-1 or 2-2, for example, where the actual kill is motivated by personal relations. I felt like case 2, the motive was only for 2 people. Case 3, the disease was bullshit, and this one was 100% forced. Yeah. Um, all the motives were bad. Yeah, the motives were bad in Danganronpa 2, weren't they? Right? Because in case 2-2, the motive was targeted to just like 1 or 2 people. In case 2-3, the motive just robbed people of their personality This one essentially just forced you to kill. What was the motive in the first game? In the first case? I don't remember the motive. Did Monokuma have a motive in the first one? I don't remember. Oh, it was memories. It was the memories. You got your memories back if you did a murder. That was the motive. So yeah, I think case 2-4 goes here. One thing about Danganronpa 2 in general is that the cases are slightly more engaging than Danganronpa 1, just because they're a little bit longer, a little bit livelier, and the mini games are a bit better. Yeah, the cast was better. The motives had to be bad. The cast was so good, their motives had to be bad. But that doesn't make sense, right? If the cast is good, if you have well-written characters, then surely the interrelations that result in murders should come more naturally, right? Because you wrote deeper characters. It's definitely a failing on the writing. And then case 2-5, okay? What can I say about case 2-5? This is absolute cinema. This sells the whole game, right? 2-5 is cinema. I think we can agree on that, right? Does anybody not think 2-5 is cinema? Best case? It's the best case, right? This is absolute cinema. And it's entirely carried off of the back of the trial and Nagito's plan being so fucking cool and the revelation of it being so cool. This one's the best, right? I want to sing its praises because obviously it's the best. There's not really a lot to talk about, but it's just the best. Because Nagito's plan, for those who don't quite remember, was to weed out the traitor by forcing the traitor to kill him. And he was forcing the traitor to kill him against their will by tricking them, right? But he didn't know who the traitor was, so he relied on his ultimate luck, right? He just relied on a roll of the dice. And in chapter 2-5, it wasn't really made clear. It was kind of a mystery still whether he wanted the traitor to win the trial and escape, or if he wanted everybody else to beat the traitor to get rid of the traitor. It was unclear which one he wanted, and then we found out in the finale, we found out in chapter 2-6 that he actually wanted the traitor to survive. Anytime someone talks about not liking Danganronpa 2, you still got people having to give props to case 4 or case 5 for how good it was. Yeah. It's just such a simplistic idea, but it just bombed. It was just the bomb, right? It hit you like a bomb because Nagito's plan being so sinister, it overshadowed the killing game itself, right? Like the killing game was already a sinister idea, and Danganronpa plays into it with a lot of his cases, a lot. And Nagito did something even more sinister, right? He used the class trial rules as something, that's normally quite dark and evil in center stage, and he sidelines it because his plan was even more sinister. Um, and it was so simplistic as well. It was so simplistic, right? It wasn't really that complicated. They just tricked them into picking the fire grenade with the murder, with the poison in it for the murder. So it was beautiful in its simplicity as well. It's even one of the few cases that uses the character's talent really well. Yes. Nagito's luck was a consistent thing for his character throughout the whole case. But this one really, really climaxes it, right? Like all the characters reference their talent a lot because a lot of them are just written that way in like this one-dimensional way where they talk about their talent a lot. Um, but in Nagito's case, it was such a crucial plot element the whole way through, right? He was obsessed with his ultimate look. It showed up in chapter 1, it showed up massively in chapter 2-4, and then it climaxed in 2-5 where like you realize why from a writing perspective why he's the ultimate lucky student, why he has that luck. It's so that this trial can happen, which makes it good writing, right? It's not just an arbitrary character trait given to some other characters that they then have to reinforce through their dialogue. This was written with purpose. So like it climaxes his character in such a peak way. Um, this is the best case in the game. You know, this is the best case in the series. And really, this is like the reason why this case and this case don't get absolute cinema, just because there is one case, right? There's some cases that go even more beyond, right? And it's this one. This one is the best. Um, I like how all the cases use the talents in two. Yes, this is a thing about two. Unlike the other, unlike Danganronpa 1, they use the talents in every case, right? Danganronpa 2, case 1, Teru Teru uses the food to hide the murder weapon, and he uses a cooking utensil for murder. Um, Chapter 2, Peko uses her sword to escape in a way that nobody else could. In chapter 3, this one doesn't hit hard. This one feels forced. But Mikan is a nurse and lies about the cause of death, right? And also the fact that she has access to the patients because she's the nurse, so she has the opportunity to kill Ibuki. Um, in chapter 4, Gundam uses his hamsters to turn off Nekomaru, right? The only way to get behind the clanker and kill him was with the hamsters. And then in chapter 5, Nagito uses his luck, right? And that just makes chapter 5 even stronger, right? Because it's a continuation of the pattern that they've done the whole time. So it's not even random. It's the fifth installment of this pattern, and it still lands so well. It's not forced at all. It's just such a peak case. Such a peak case. And then 2-6. Okay, what do we think of 2-6? This is where your opinion on 2-6 for me. this is where this is where we find out what kind of Danganronpa fan you are, in my opinion. How you rate 2-6 tells me a lot about what you like about Danganronpa. Shit. Um, this is mostly bad. Where is the Send It to Hell tier? That's basically what this is, right? I didn't see it, but Monomi is the goat. Hype moments and aura chapter. Yeah, I was considering putting it in some good, some bad, because if there's one thing that's good about this, the best thing about chapter 2-6 is the best thing about 2-6 is the hype moments and aura, right? It's when Monomi takes down Giant Junko. It's when Giant Junko shows up and it's cool and scary. It's when we do the mini games towards the end where we're like, we've got all those weird, freaky, trippy trial mini games, and like we're shooting hope at people, and it's epic and aura, and Chiaki comes back. Those are the best parts. Those are the good parts of 2-6. But the rest of it was bad, and that's most of it. So I think it does go in mostly bad. Um, I think it's mostly bad. It's worse than 2-2 because it's not even a real trial. So the pre-trial, right, the investigation was really bad because it was literally just exposition dump. It it threw you into Hope's Peak Academy and it said go from room to room In each room, there is literally a book on the ground, literally a book on the ground that just you read, and there is story exposition in it. It was so forced, so just exposition dump, so lazy. We got all the information, we went into the trial. The villain was Junko again. The twist that we were in a virtual world was like fine, but it wasn't anything incredibly interesting. The twist that we were remnants of despair, to me it didn't mean anything. It didn't mean anything because I didn't know the characters before that. So like who cares, right? To me it's the same logic as finding out that we're remnants of despair. It's the same as if you like you watch a story unfold in its entirety, and then the writer comes out at the end and tells you, "Oh yeah, the main character that you liked so much before the whole story happened, they cheated on their girlfriend and went to prison for sexual assault." It would be like that. It would be like if they randomly came out and said, "The character you like, they suck ass." What would that do, right? On the one hand, if you thought anything, you would think that sucks, right? If you thought anything, it would be that that sucks. But more likely, you just thought nothing because you think, okay, well that wasn't in the story, so I don't care. That's not the character I knew, right? Their characters outside of the island, outside of the virtual world, I didn't care about. The tragedy subplot is so dumb, it is. Yeah. And I think having Hajime be the villain, right? Have Hajime be Izuru Kamakura, that was just crap too. Like Izuru Izuru looks like shit. His character design is fucking trash. It's fucking awful. It's just Hajime with snake long hair. It's trash. The chapter 0 where we see him talking to Nagito, he's so fucking boring. He's the most boring character in the series. Just trash. Just a trash twist. Um this is mostly bad. I wish DR2 is just self-contained. It peaked so hard at case 5 and it nosedives. Yeah, I think fundamentally what goes wrong in the finale is that they try to tie it back to Danganronpa 1. But the problem is that Danganronpa 1, the overarching lore for Danganronpa 1 is already through the roof in scope, right? It's already Danganronpa 1 chapter 6 already takes the stakes and the scale of the story through the roof. So for chapter 2.6 to tie into it, it needs to do that again. It needs to go through the roof again, right? They invent this ridiculous future foundation, right? They bring back Makoto. They have Junko again. They have Junko's like right hand man with is Izuru Kamakura. Yeah, they lobotomized him, which is just awful. It was just awful. Um, I also think that every single um ending for Danganronpa, every single case 6 suffers from this same problem, which is that the class trial for the finale, right, where we're talking about the outside world and we're trying to overthrow the game, the fact that it's contained to a class trial where the characters just stand in a circle and talk, it doesn't feel the same. It makes sense for the actual murders where discussion is obviously the only weapon people have. But when we're overthrowing the game, I don't get why we just stand in a circle and talk. None of the chapter sixes solve that problem, right? So I don't really like the chapter sixes much. It's mainly because of the overarching story. I think the overarching story of Danganronpa is poor. It seems like a child writing a fanfic. It's really poor. If we remove all their memories of the characters, if we remove all their memories of the characters have the whole game about them working together for good and reveal they are Hitler too before they are still bad. Are they still bad? Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying, right? It's like if all your experiences with a character are good, and then you just get told that they're bad, are they still bad? That's why I like the V3 ending. It's like Kodaka just said, fuck it. V3 has the better ending, right? V3 is going to have a higher ending than the first two games because V3 doesn't attempt to shove this overarching story down your throat as real, right? Um, like the whole tragedy, Hope's Peak Academy, all of that really high scope stuff. Um, they don't do that in V3, and I think that's the worst part of Danganronpa. Would you apply that logic IRL? I think no, right? In real world it's different. If somebody's nice to you and then it turns out they did something fucked up, you hold them accountable for it. But when it comes to a character, it's different because characters aren't real. Somebody else is choosing to make them bad, you know? It's different. It's different than in the real world. If they have no memory of it, I mean that's extremely philosophical. If Hitler was if okay, imagine if instead of dying, Hitler was memory wiped, given a new personality where he knew what he did, he hated it, he wanted to spend the rest of his life atoning for his sins, and he would never do it again, and he was really apologetic. Um, would you forgive him? Would you still kill him? Would you still imprison him? Like, what is he? Would you? You know what I mean, right? It's a philosophy question. um, but I don't think it applies to fiction. I think it's a lot simpler with fictional characters. It's just a bad writing move, right? It's just a bad writing move to make your characters be bad, but not framed as bad. Like if you're gonna have them be main characters the whole time, and then still be good guys the whole time, but have done bad shit, and the writing doesn't frame it properly, then it's just bad writing, right? And to be fair, Danganronpa does this a lot. Danganronpa has a serial problem with this, where they just don't penalize bad behavior, right? Or outright evil behavior. The only thing that the characters seem to condemn is the killing game and somebody who kills there and then in one of the chapters. They don't seem to condemn any evil, right? Toko in chapter 2 being outed as a serial killer is never condemned by the cast. Maki in V3 being an assassin with confirmed kills is never condemned by the cast. Um, and then on some smaller scale stuff, they have things like Kaede like touches people against their will, right? Tenko is like a creepy stalker in a sexual way, and none of these things are condemned by the narrative at all. Does she have confirmed kills? I think so. I think they would have mentioned it if she'd never actually killed, right? I think she does. I think in the story she has had confirmed kills. She talked about what it was like after the first kill, and she said that you get used to it after a while. I feel like she has confirmed kills. Ryoma is another one, right? Ryoma in V3, it just confirmed murders people, and they never condemn it. It's really weird. It's really fucked up. Like I said, it kind of feels like it reads like a fanfic, right? Outside of the actual murders in the chapters and the cases to solve them, they feel like relatively mature writing, or at least guided by maturity. Whereas the overarching story and the characters' backstories, they feel like a 12-year-old's fanfic, right? You know, Toko having a split personality and going on an adventure with Makoto's sister, and they have a lesbian relationship during Ultra Despair Girls. That's a fanfic. That's a fucking fanfic. Maki V3 was condemned somewhat. You def had people on their guard, Yeah, people were on their guard, but nobody was condemning them. Like, imagine the real world, right? Imagine the real world, chat. How would you all feel if you found out that I, your favorite streamer, was a convicted murderer? Like, how would that change your opinion of me? Y- like, you know what I mean? It's supposed to be a massive deal. And the characters just don't do it. Peak tier list. Hello, Ellie. Anyway, I'm still rambling a bit, but case 2-6, it's mostly bad, and I think most of the reason for it is just that. I can kind of see that you are trapped with them. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean I'm trapped? Um, yeah, most of the reason 2-6 is bad is just because I don't like the overarching story. I think it's really, really bad. Anyway, let's move on to V3 now. Um, Chat. Here's another really controversial. V3 is the most controversial game, to be honest. But 3-1, very controversial case. What do we think of 3-1? Hot take, bad case? I don't think that's a hot take. I think it's very divisive. I think there's a huge team on both sides, right? Some people want to put this case here. Some people want to put this case here. I'm curious what you guys think of 3-1. Screw that case. So this is the case where Kaede kills Rentaro, or at least tries to, and we believe she succeeds. Um, and then she gets executed. It's because it's the first time that the author deliberately lied to the readers. So why is that a bad thing? Also, what do you when is the lie? What are you referring to? Are you referring to the advertisements or are you referring to the in-text dialogue? She dropped everything and headed back? Yeah, so let me tell you, chat. I can guarantee this. There is never there is no line in chapter 1 that contradicts the idea that Kaede is the killer. There is no line that outright lies to you. There is zero lines that do that. Every line is consistent technically with her being the killer. Even her thoughts. There is no lines that outright lie to you. However, in within reason, you would expect the killer to think about it. It's misleading, yeah. But there is no outright contradictory language, but there is it it's weird to say the least, right? It's weird to have the POV of a character who has done the murder investigate the murder and not let on that they are the murderer, right? It's weird for them to not have thoughts about it concretely that we can read. However, however, I seriously, seriously, seriously push back on the idea that this is a case ruining property. I seriously, seriously push back against that. Like, this barely moves the needle at all. The fact that we realistically should have had more thoughts from Kaede, it doesn't matter to me. This case is absolute cinema, right? The story of this case is incredible. I think it's detective mystery 101, right? A library, a hidden door, an ultimate detective, dust on the card reader, some expert deductions from Shuichi. It's a romance story between the two of them. It's Shuichi's arc where he's not very confident, and then Kaede gives him the confidence to find the truth. The way that Shuichi's backstory is mirrored in the trial, where Shuichi felt bad about outing somebody because they turned out they kind of should have done what they did and they got away with they should have got away with it. It mirrors that in the actual trial where he has to overcome that challenge again. Um, the actual trial where we figure out what the mechanics of the murder were good, right? The Rube Goldberg machine is actually kind of cool. The cameras, the hidden cameras, or a mystery 101 thing, seeing the pictures, the fact that Rantaro is the murderer, sorry, that Rantaro is the murder victim, when he was set up to be this interesting character that might be like the Nagito of this game. Awesome twist, right? And then the fact that the only two characters that got the most development ended up being the killer as well, right? Like Shuichi or Kaede. The fact that they got all the focus, and then one of them was the killer too. That was also good writing, right? Because we didn't kill a nobody, we killed somebody that we care about. All of it, all of it points to a very, very good chapter. And I strongly push back on this idea that the POV switch ruins it. I don't think it takes much away from it at all. Because the actual story, if you were just watching it from like nobody's perspective, if you were just watching it from the outside, the story is awesome of chapter 3-1. It's a really good chapter. It's really sad at the end of the trial. I have to agree with you, this case was my introduction to DR, and despite being taken aback by the protagonist being the killer, I genuinely found it really good. I like the idea, but the execution is bad, and it meant that the author could mislead the order in later chapters. So I have a few thoughts about that. First of all, I don't think this was a bad execution of the concept of the playable character is the killer, right? I don't think this is a bad execution of that at all, because they never outright lied. They did actually hint at it. And realistically, how are you gonna do it? If you're gonna have the POV character be the killer, how are you going to have it? Like how? How are you supposed to do it other than this, right? You can't tell me with a straight face that it would have been better if Kaede said right before the murder was revealed. Imagine when we left the room, right? Imagine when we left the room and we rolled the shot into the vent. Imagine if the thought that came up at the bottom of the screen was, I rolled the shot put ball into the vent. Imagine if that's what came up, as was my plan all along. And then you discovered the body. How much suspense would that ruin? That would take away all the suspense. It would, as soon as you saw the shot put ball as the murder weapon, you would know exactly what happened, and you would have been like, what the fuck? It would have been worse. That's why it should have never been done. Yeah, that's realistically the only way to do it, right? Is to not do it at all. To just be Shuichi from frame 1. If we were Shuichi from frame 1, this case would have been basically identical, right? It would have been identical because all of the things I praised it for would have still happened. And it would have just been slightly even better. It would have just been even slightly better. Also, given that Shuichi has the character arc in this chapter, I feel like being Shuichi from the start would have been better. Wouldn't everyone have died though? What do you mean? What do you mean? You mean because we got it wrong, right? Because we got it wrong, and Tsumugi was the killer. Is that what you're talking about? I thought it was based. I want to be misled. You deserve to be bamboozled. Genuinely, yes. Right? A mystery game. You want the narrative to throw red herrings at you and to throw like diversions at you. You want to be twisted. You want to have your mind blown. So it would have obviously been worse to just reveal that Kaede was the killer all along. This is a red whale. Since Kaede wasn't the real killer, Monokuma rule should have kicked in. Yeah, but it didn't. The reason why it didn't is because this is a show and it's murder one. Nobody would have accepted it. That's why Tsumugi cheated. Because she knew that Kaede tried to kill, but because it failed, she thought that was lame. We cannot have that. This is Danganronpa. We need to have that murder go through. So she did some behind the scenes trickery, right? But that's the whole point. That's the whole point. I also got to sing the praises of 3-1 again because The fact that 3-6 retcons it to where, well, adds new information. The fact that 3-6 twists that first case again to where Samugi is the actual killer and mastermind. The fact that that happens and it's not somehow leaving a hole in 3-1 is impressive. That's a very specific thing that I'm getting at here. So hopefully you see what I mean by that. But the fact that there is another twist about this case that we don't know yet, and there isn't very clearly a hole missing in the 3-1 chapter, the fact that it still feels satisfying and complete when it ends is impressive writing. You got to give it props for that. Because you could have very easily had the case not quite make sense and then fill in that blank at the end, right? That would have made 3-6 more satisfying, but it would have made 3-1 a lot less satisfying. So this chapter is still really good. There should have been 2 group showers before Kaede died. This guy should have died instead of Kaede. What if someone just killed everyone, forcing the show to be over? I mean, Monokuma would step in because it's against the rules to kill more than 2. Anyway, chat. Here's my final take. It's absolute cinema. It's not as good as Nagito's case, but it's close. I do agree that the Kaede protagonist swap and the way that they slightly mislead you, it took away from this case a little bit, but it did offer a very good twist. Because imagine from the perspective, right? This is something that we haven't really considered. Imagine if you're Shuichi the whole time. Okay? Let's say you wake up, you're Shuichi. You're Shuichi the whole time. You're playing the 3rd installment of Danganronpa. The only character that is getting development is Kaede. The murderer, the murder victim, is what you thought was going to be the villain, but they died immediately. The only character who's getting developed is your love interest, Kaede. Isn't it really obvious that they're going to be the killer in this chapter 1? Don't you think it would be a lot more obvious than what we actually got, which was that we, the player, are the killer? So in a way, the protag swap, it wasn't taking away from it. It also added in more subverted expectations because it took away what could have potentially been a very obvious killer. You see what I'm saying? If you were Shuichi the whole time, I know I would have, right? If I hadn't played this game before, after playing the first 2 games, I would have seen it coming a mile off, right? When we get to the trial and the only character that we've spent any time with is Kaede, and we're playing as Shuichi, I know instantly she's the killer, right? If she's not the victim, she's gonna be the killer, right? Like that's just so obvious. So I think the Protect swap actually protected you from that obvious twist. There was a theme of stopping the killing game by killing, and that kind of spits in its face. No, that you do this a lot, Cowboy. I mean, we have a lot of different opinions where you notice something and then you think it's a bad thing. But when I notice that same thing, I think it's a good thing. Right? Don't you think it was a good thing? I think it was a cool theme, right? That everybody tried to stop the killing game by killing. Everybody tried to stop the killing game by doing a plan that involved killing until the very end when Shuichi had a plan that did not involve killing. Right? It involved outing the mastermind for cheating. I know I like that it didn't work. Yeah, okay. Anyway, let's move on to 3-2. Let's move on to 3-2. What do we think of 3-2? Minecraft stream? Yeah, I promise this is a Minecraft stream. But we are just doing a TLS right now. Kaede also didn't kill in the end. Yes, but I think that makes 3-1 better. Right? I don't think 3-1 is ruined by 3-6 because they're separated by so much stuff. This is such a complete story in its own. I don't think the twist in 3-6 takes away from 3-1 at all. Moving on to 3-2. 3-2, this is Kirumi killing Ryoma. And zip lining across the pool and interrupting Himiko's magic show, right? The piranhas eating eating Ryoma. What do we think of this one? This is where the death bath of old baddies began. I am pro zip lines, but this sucked. Um, Mid. I agree. I don't think this is. I think this is in the middle somewhere. It's either solid or some good, some bad, but I'm pretty sure it's solid. I think it's worse than 1-1. Um, but it could be better than 1-1. It's hard to say, right? Because the conundrum that I'm having here is that I think per 10 minutes, right? If you cut the chapter into 10-minute segments, I think per 10 minutes, chapter 1 is more entertaining and has solider writing than chapter 3-2 does. But chapter 3-2 is a lot longer than 1-1, right? 1-1 is the shortest chapter in the series, and 3-2 is one of the longest chapters in the series. It's hard to say that there isn't more to enjoy in this case because it's just so much bigger. So I think it does go a bit higher, but I think in terms of the overall quality, like the density of the quality, it is slightly worse. Because I think there's a bit of superfluous stuff in here, but I do think it's solid. There isn't anything terrible about this, but there's also nothing incredible, right? It's kind of just a solid case. It's a little overcomplicated. The murder plan is like slightly ridiculous, right? Like they drown him in his lab, but then they zip line over to the gym to put the body in the piranha tank. For what purpose, right? Just to frame Himiko? Just to frame Himiko? Like that feels. Imagine doing that in real life, right? Would you go through all that effort to frame somebody? I feel like you wouldn't, right? Um. Also, I lazy. Yeah. It was a bit superfluous. I liked Himiko's magic show. I thought Himiko's magic show was a cool pre-murder section, right? Like the pre-murder stuff was kind of fun, but I feel like in this chapter it was really long. This was one of the longest pre-murder sections, and it was kind of long, right? We had the motive video motive and the conflict that caused. We had the insect meet and greet where Kokichi trapped us in Gonta's lab, and then we had the magic show as well. I feel like there was just slightly too much going on before the murder, and in the end, I was a bit bored before. I had to say it. I hate to say it, but right, I was really hoping that the murder would come a bit sooner during the pre-murder section of this one. I think it just took a bit too long to get there. And then the actual trial itself was also kind of long. Going to work, but I do think 3-2 was mid. Ryoma as a character ended up being more interesting than the case itself. Ryoma got more interesting after he died, just finding out more about him. Yes. Kirumi. So, I hate what they did to Kirumi. I think Kirumi being the secret president was was just a silly twist. It makes perfect sense knowing what you know with 3-6, right? Like it makes perfect sense that since the flashback lights are fake and our characters are fake, our memories are fake, it makes sense that there would be ridiculous things. And in a way, I do believe that V3 characters were written to be more extreme on purpose as a hint at this. right? I think the reason why our backstories are so batshit crazy compared to the more grounded first two games was a hint that, it's all fake. That's why Gonta was raised by wolves. That's why Kirumi was the fucking president. That's why Kyo was the craziest psycho murderer you've ever seen. Right? You get what I'm saying? But I didn't like it at the time. It was kind of a lackluster twist that she was the president and needed to escape because that just felt so unpersonal, right? Like this is a character-driven game with a closed cast of 16 characters. Like quite frankly, I did not give two shits about her backstory with the president and being responsible for the lives of a nation. I did not give two shits because I'm here for the characters that are on the screen, not the ones that are not on the screen. So this was solid though because nothing ruined it. There was no detail in this case that was like mega bad, and there was nothing that went above and beyond. This just felt solid. Um, yeah, sure. 3-3. Case 3-3. This is Kyo. Grounded first two games, Genocide Jack and Ultimate Breeder. I mean, they're not grounded by any stretch of the imagination, but they're more grounded, right? A high school a high schooler being the best at breeding animals is more believable than a high schooler secretly being a superhero running the country, right? 3-3 is Kyo's case. This is Tenko's murder and Angie's murder. What did we think of this chapter, chat? Um, Me personally, I think so. Everybody in the fandom sort of has this idea that chapter 3 is the worst case in every single game. And I do agree. Look at this. 1, 3, and 2, 3 are the bottom ones. And I think this is the worst case in V3 as well. But it is the best three. Yeah. It is the best of the threes. But I think it's still either I think it's this. It's still on the lower end, but I think it's this, right? I think it's some good, some bad. I don't think it's this. I don't think it's low. I don't actually think it's this low at all. I think it's some good, some bad because do I do my own character tier list if you want to? Um, I think it's this, right? I think it's some good, some bad. As much as there are some bad parts, and I really dislike the bad parts, I can't deny I like some of the good parts. It could be this, it could be mostly bad, but like I'll be totally honest. If I had to, like, if I think about being forced into a room, if I was locked in a basement and forced to play through a chapter of Danganronpa straight, and then and I couldn't get out until I finished it. Which one would I have the worst time playing through at any given time? It's not this one. Like, this one's not that close to the bottom of the list. Because there are things that I would look forward to in this case. What I like about this, I like the seance. I think the seance was cool. The way that we did that sneaky little seance to try and talk to Angie. And there was all those occult, like, features with the cage and the song and the darkness. That was cool and based. Um, Finding Tenko dead underneath the underneath the cage was cool. I do think that was cool. Angie's death was nice too. I mean, I don't agree. I don't agree that Angie's death was nice. Angie was annoying, and I was happy to see her go, but it's not like her death really served the story. It just saved us from bullshit. It didn't really it didn't really do anything narratively cool. She just died. Um the cult thing with Angie before the murders, that was kind of shit. I don't think that was the best representation of a cult, and it was a little bit childish, right? Like like Angie got people into her cult for seemingly no reason. The characters are in this chapter were very shallow, right? Like who did Angie trick into her cult? Gonta. Why did Gonta get tricked? Because Angie just asked him to. Himiko, why did Himiko get tricked? For no reason, because Angie just said Himiko just told Himiko that Atua was hot. Samugi got tricked because joke's on you, she's the mastermind. She didn't actually get tricked. She's just playing along. Um and that's it, right? Like the cult was kind of shit. Um and it didn't really play a role. It didn't play a role in who the murderers was, like who the killer was. Like the motive for the murder, I should say. The cult did not matter. Right? Kyo did not kill Angie because because Angie was running a cult. Kyo killed Angie just because he wanted to. So there were some bad parts, right? The motive for the murder was really ass. I think Kyo killing anyone just because he's a murderer, just because that's his identity, was really ass. That was really bad. Um, and I think the probably the elephant in the room for this chapter is how obvious it is that Kyo's the killer. Um, right, especially for the murder of Tenko. Right, the murder of Tenko is just really obviously Kyo. I think like he's the obvious suspect from the start. So okay, let me explain a concept to you guys. See if you know what I'm trying to say. Do you know what I said? Do you know what I mean if I said there is in most like murder mysteries there is immediately the obvious suspect. Let's call them the obvious suspect just via a natural intuitive understanding of the environment, right? Like if you were there in real life, if it was real, who would you suspect? There is the obvious suspect. Um, how the writing frames that obvious suspect can be one of many things, right? Like they can either immediately lean into it, which makes you, the experienced viewer, think, okay, it's the red herring, or they can not address it at all, which makes you keep it in the back of your mind as, um, okay, it's probably them, but until I see better evidence, I'll keep playing, right? Do you know what I'm trying to say? Right? Like there's the obvious suspect based on the immediate intuition, and then you have to see how the narrative frames them. And if they don't address them, if the narrative isn't leaning towards the obvious suspect, then you believe that they're going to be the suspect more, right? You believe that they're going to be the actual culprit. And if they end up being the actual culprit, you're like, okay, they were the obvious suspect, so it wasn't that surprising. Do you understand what I'm saying? Kyo was that, right? Kyo was the obvious suspect. The narrative did not put any pressure on him as the suspect immediately, right? Danganronpa does this a lot, where somebody is obviously tangentially related to the context of the murder, and therefore, as soon as the trial starts, people start suspecting them immediately. It's usually the dumb characters, and then we move past it after a few mini games, right? Like that's pretty much what happens in Danganronpa. The fact that Kyo was not the prime suspect immediately just sort of left this sinking feeling in my stomach when I played it. Like, oh my god, he's just the killer, isn't he? He's just gonna be the killer. Um, and then part of me held out hope that when the reveal happened that he killed Tenko, when it came out that he might not have killed Angie, and it was like, okay, I didn't actually kill Angie though, so I'm not the blackened. That I thought was going to be a cool twist. When that happened on my first playthrough, I was like, now I get it. Now I get why we had an obvious culprit that was relatively easily found out. Now I get it. because it's not going to be him who killed Angie. And then it just turned out to be him who killed Angie too, which was kind of a disappointment. I was so ready to experience somebody else being the killer of Angie and then Kyo surviving. I was so ready for that. I thought that would have been really cool to see. But it didn't happen. So big disappointment. I think it's either here, mostly bad, or it's up here. Um, my favorite thing about this case, actually, now that I think about it, my favorite thing about this case was the theme. They had this running through line of there was two themes to this chapter, right? There was the superficial theme of just spookiness and the occult, right? We had the new floor open up, which had like spooky themes, blood on the walls, that new music that was really like spooky. Um, it was obviously spooky themed, right? We had anthropology had spooky stuff in it. Angie started a cult, which is very occult like stuff. Um, the motive was a resurrection ritual. It was obviously like superficially occult themed, but then there was this like hidden more metaphorical theme, which was the theme of um what am I trying to say? It's the dead. Is the dead affecting the living? It's the impact that the deceased have on those still alive. That was a theme throughout this chapter, right? Like Shuichi was feeling the effect of Kaede, right? Um, Kaito kept saying those lines about how we shouldn't care about the dead, don't let them control you or whatever, like live for who's alive. Um, and then in the end, the killer, Kyo, killed for the same reason, right? He was influenced by somebody who's already dead. That was his motive for killing. So I did like that through line, and on Himiko as well. Himiko as well. Tenko died for Himiko, and then how that affected Himiko throughout the rest of the chapter, and then how she like got emotional and developed at the end of the chapter. That was good stuff. That was my favorite thing about this chapter by far. So some good, some bad. I think that's fair. Is it better than these? Um, I don't know if it's better than these. Honestly, it might be. Is it? Is it crazy if I say it's better than all of these? Would this be crazy to put 3-3 here? Better than 2-4? I mean, maybe. Like, unironically, if I had to play a case again right now, would I rather play this one or this one? I feel like this one's pretty good compared to this. It might be here. It might go here. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it here. Anyway, I finished the tier list I sent you. I'll look at it later. Anyway, chat. Are we still alive? 3-4. 3-4. What do we think of 3-4? This is Gonta killing Mew. Barely, I apologize, Mia. I'm alive. Good job. Boo. Yeah, so saddest trial. This one ripped me apart. What do you mean by that, Moon? You mean emotionally it hurt because of Gonta? I think I sort of hate virtual reality killings in general. Me too. Me too. Um, so yeah, I think I'm gonna break the trend. Unironically, I don't know. I'm gonna break the trend. I think every single person in the fandom for Danganronpa unanimously agrees that the worst cases in every game are the third one. But I think I'm gonna break that. I think this is worse than 3-3, right? I think this is worse because honestly it might even be here. It might even be here. because let me say all the things I don't like first. I don't like the virtual world. Okay, I don't like the existence of the virtual world. I think that was bad conceptually and also the execution. Conceptually, I think it's bad because it's just needlessly complicated. Why is there a virtual world room in this academy? Why does that exist? Um, I feel like that was unnecessary. It was just superfluous. I don't really have any good logic for why that is a bad thing. I just personally don't like it. But then the execution of the virtual world was pretty bad. I think the sprites were cute, but the virtual world itself was really underwhelming. It was just two buildings and a path between them, like really small, really underwhelming. And there was literally nothing there. There was nothing in the virtual world. It only existed to be a setting for the murder, right? There was nothing in there. So it felt really unnatural because it's not like there was a secret to find. I know Monokuma put a secret in there. He said the secret of the outside world was in there, but that doesn't count. That doesn't count. Genuinely, it doesn't count. There was just nothing in there. Like if you if you think about the fact that a building has rooms in it, seemingly for a reason, the fact that the murders just take place in the new areas is like supposed to just be a coincidence in Danganronpa. Um, like the murders can take place anywhere. Why does the virtual world exist? All of the rooms serve a purpose. The virtual world does not serve a purpose. There's nothing in it. So I think it was lame and lazy, and there was nothing to it other than being a setting for the murder. Um, so I didn't like the virtual world. I feel like it was two good characters acting on a character. I feel like Gonta not knowing he did it is a huge negative. Gonta getting tricked into it or doing it to protect someone would have been much better. Also, what's the point of VR without porn? It's Miu's reason for wanting to kill Kokichi was so wishy-washy. Yes. So beyond the virtual world being bad, there are some other things I don't like about this chapter, which is first of all Miu. The way Miu acts, like the fact that Miu is planning a kill. Um, I can buy it. Genuinely, I feel like it's not out of character for Miu to try to kill someone after finding out about the virtual world. Like Miu is not that smart. She's good with her inventions, but she's technically smart, but she's not like wise. She's not that intelligent like in a worldly way. So upon finding out about the virtual world, I can believe that Miu saw an opportunity to kill, right? I can believe that because genuinely, the virtual world is a pretty easy win if you find it and you're Miu. Nobody else has any expertise. You don't have to tell them anything. You can modify it. You have no knowledge that they're ever going to find out, right? You have no reason to believe that Monotaro is going to randomly tell them what happened on the computer, right? You believe that nobody else is going to understand this thing. They have no idea that you can die in here. So I'm going to kill someone in here. And then that's it. They'll be stuck thinking that it happened in the real world, and that's it. I can frame Kaito. I genuinely can believe Mio did that. She assumed he was the mastermind also? No, she didn't. I don't think she assumed Kokichi was the mastermind. I'm pretty sure she just killed Kokichi because he's a bitch. I'm pretty sure that's all it is. She just picked the bitch. Whoops, my hand slipped. Yes, the whoops, my hand slipped is awful. Why she made herself so obviously suspicious when she did that was beyond me. Um, however, right, I said that it's believable Miu can concoct a murder upon finding the virtual world. However, knowing what she can create in chapter 5 and knowing what she clearly, if you think about it, already had made. She has to have, right? Before she died. She has to have already made a remote control for the exisals, electro hammers, and electro bombs, and somehow still decides to do the murder. That is what I can't really get my head around. I feel like, given the power of what she made them for the guy she was gonna kill. Yes, that also is a really, really weird thing. It feels like it makes no sense. Didn't he say he was a master of despair before that? No. That was chapter 5. He pretended to be the mastermind in chapter 5. Yeah, it doesn't make sense that she would make those things for Kokichi of all people, but also just make them in general. Like, those things are such good weapons. They are so good that, like, what do you mean she's not gonna make those and think about escaping with it? Right? You're telling me that it didn't cross her mind to try the tunnel, it didn't cross her mind to fight an exisal, it didn't cross her mind to bring it up with anybody. Like, it just doesn't make sense. It just does not make sense. Um, so yeah, I can agree that Miu acted out the character. And then we come to Gonta. Gonta being tricked by Kokichi into um murdering Miu is so much better of a concept than what really happened that most people still think that that is what happened. Right? Like, when you ask people about this chapter, they think that that's what happened, and it just isn't, right? Gonta decided to murder Miu on his own. Like, and apparently it was because the outside world was so bad that we should just die instead. So he decides to kill one person, seemingly, right? And then his plan was what? To escape a class trial by killing everyone? It's more believable that he got tricked into it. Exactly, right? It's so much more believable and so much more natural, considering Kokichi's role in it anyway, that you have to ask why that wasn't the case, right? Like, I think the reason why why they did that is because they wanted Gonta's motive to be a hint for the next chapter, right? They wanted it to be like a an overarching narrative hint, right, about the outside world being destroyed and so bad, so full of despair, right? They wanted that kind of cliffhanger, but for me, somebody who doesn't care about the overarching narrative that much, that was a big L for me because I don't give a shit what the outside world is. I want my character who murders somebody to have a good, believable motive, right? I want my murder mystery to be good. So this should have been Kokichi tricking him, right? And the thing is, it's a virtual world, right? It's a virtual world. So there could have been, you can think of infinite options for how Kokichi can make Miu die through Gonta being the blackened without Gonta realizing it, right? Not only is it a virtual world, but also Gonta's dumb as hell. How the hell is that hard to write, right? It's not hard to write. You could come up with any number of opportunities or of options, I should say, for how Gonta could be the blackened against Miu without realizing it, right? That way, he's the blackened. Throughout the trial, he doesn't know he's the blackened, and we only piece it together once we realize how Miu died, and that's when Gonta can start adding in like, wait, I did that, right? He didn't know you could kill someone in the game. Exactly, right? It could have been anything. It could have been Kokichi puts Miu in a box and Gonta pushes the box off the cliff, right? It could have been anything. It could have been literally anything. Um it doesn't make any sense why That couldn't have been the case. It should have been the case. It would have been so much better if Kokichi tricked Gonta into doing the murder. And then Gonta, like, can you imagine how much sadder it would have been? It was already really sad. And when I get to the positives about this chapter, I'm going to talk about how sad the trial was. But it would have been even more sad and like better. Can you imagine if he didn't forget his time in the virtual world? He knew exactly what he did, but he just didn't realize that what he did was relevant to the murder. So he didn't bring it up. He thought he was innocent. And then by the time that we figure out how Miyu died, we realize, like, Gonta realizes himself. He's like, wait, I did that. And there's this really awful moment where Gonta is like pseudo confessing, right? Like, that would be so tragic, right? Like, he's confessing to the murder, um, but doesn't realize that he's confessing to the murder. And everybody's listening to him like, holy shit, it's you. And he doesn't realize he's clueless. That would be, it's like a Lenny look at the flowers moment, right? Like, it would be so sad. And that would be awesome. Yeah, imagine if he would have lost, but then he realizes it and saves us. Yes, exactly, right? He realizes, wait a sec, guys, I did that, right? And you know what's so good about that option? It fits the pattern, right? What is chapter 4 about in every single game? It's about self-sacrifice, right? 1-4, Sakura, the big character, sacrifices themselves. In chapter 2-4, Nekomaru, the big character, just like Gundam, sacrifices himself. And then in case 3-4, it would have been that. It would have been in the trial Gonta realizes that he's the killer and sacrifices himself. It would have fit the pattern. It would have been so much better. And it would have even made Kokichi out to be even more of a villain because he actually did force the murder. Like, he is 100% to blame for it. So it would have been such a better chapter. It would have been up here. It would have been this. Well, maybe not actually, because the virtual world still sucked. So it might have still been like this, right? But it would that part would have been so good. But because that didn't happen, it's kind of just mostly bad. Um, and then the last thing to say about this is the good parts. The reason it's not needs a lot of work, even though it does need a lot of work, it does have some redeeming qualities, which is the trial. The trial is good. Kokichi is really entertaining in the trial. It's really sad when we realize Gonta's the culprit. That moment where he tells us that he holds his chopsticks in the other hand, right? And we realize that he's forgotten. That was so sad. And the voice acting on Kokichi in the trial is like awesome. That part is the selling point for 3-4 for me. Um, okay. Next up. Next up. 3-5. What are our opinions on 3-5? I'm curious about this one. I'm really curious what we think of 3-5. I'm not personally a big fan of 3-5. Why? What don't you like about it? I really like Kokichi recognizing Shuichi as a rival in chapter 4. Does he do that? I don't know if that's super clear or not. He taunts Shuichi a lot, but I think he's always sort of recognized him as a rival. 3-4 being so ass holds it back. What do you mean? You mean all of 3? You mean it holds back 3-5? Oh, you mean it holds back 3-5? Why? Kind of relies on Shuichi just believing something he has no real reason to believe, just so the trial can work. Also, how in God's name did Kokichi write an entire book on impersonating him? Shuichi being stupid, but probably still the second best. Yeah. Um. So here's the thing. This is getting into what I mentioned before we even started the tier list about my general philosophy on like judging judging writing. I find it difficult. I know this might sound hypocritical considering how I've rated the rest of them, but I find it hard to let the bad parts take away from the good parts for me, which is why this category exists, to be honest. Right? Like something isn't bad if it has some good parts. It's this. It's some good and some bad. Like, I like acknowledging that. I get it, especially with DR. Yeah, because I mean, it takes realistically, if you're voicing all the lines like I did on stream and interacting with chat, like each chapter took up to like 9 hours to play, right? 9 hours of content for one chapter. It's impossible to ruin it with like one plot point, you know? So I don't like putting things low because of individual things. Um, this is a cinema chapter, right? This is my opinion. This is cinema. This is behind 3-1, but it's very close. Um, on my original playthrough, like way back when I first discovered Danganronpa, I remember I used to put it here. This used to be my favorite. Um, now that I've played through it again, I feel a bit tamer about it. I think it goes here, but it's still one of the best. Um, here's why I like 3-5 so much. First of all, the obvious stuff is that the trial is just absolutely batshit crazy, right? There are so many moving parts and twists and turns in the trial. It's just lively as hell. It's really entertaining. Um, I think my favorite scene in the whole series is in this chapter, right? My favorite scene in the whole series is in this chapter, which is the body discovery of Kokichi, right? Um, that's my favorite scene in the whole game. Um, I really, really love how chapter 5 has this. It seems to have this objective, right? In the pre-murder section of chapter 5, the writing seems to be doing everything it possibly can to make you, the viewer, believe that this is not going to be a regular chapter with a murder and a trial. It does everything in its power to make you believe that that's not going to happen, right? It starts by having Kaito's plan to end the killing game, right? And we agree on it by getting all of the stuff. It goes into we get the equipment and we go through the tunnel, right? We go through the tunnel, and then the tunnel is a callback to chapter 1, right? This is the escape route and we complete it. We get to the end of the tunnel, we think like, "Oh my god, we're in the end game," right? Like we're doing crazy stuff now. We're taking down the killing game. Then we see the outside world, which is not normally a thing we get until chapter 6. We know the mastermind is, right? Kokichi reveals he's the mastermind, tells us the whole story. That's not something we get until chapter 6. Then we get super depressed and we stop doing free time and normal interactions. Then we get the Hope Speak Academy flashback light, right? And it starts playing the main theme of the game in the regular interactions, right? We get all of the Hope's Peak stuff. Everything I've just listed I mean, I'm just telling you the story of chapter 5, but everything I've listed is pushing the reader towards believing that this is not a normal trial, that this is not going to be a normal chapter with a murder. So when we storm the hangar, right, it is perfectly reasonable that even this far into the game, the viewer could believe, the player that could believe, that we are not just going to discover a body right now. Monokuma disappearing as well. I forgot to mention that. Monokuma disappearing. Um, yeah, Yeah, I know exactly. An odd encounter. When you read out chapter five's plot, it feels like a chapter six plot. It's intentional, right? Monokuma disappears as well, and that's why it hits so hard when you realize at the end of the pre-murder, right before the investigation, that it is just a normal fucking chapter, right? When we discover Kokichi's body and we get that artwork of Shuichi standing there, we get the body discovery announcement, and then Monokuma starts laughing. That is my favorite scene in the whole game for this exact reason. It's because the whole chapter makes you believe that it's not gonna just be a normal murder, and then it is, right? Kokichi's not the mastermind. A body discovery happened. Monokuma's perfectly fine. The characters discover the body, and now they got to do a normal class trial. Um, so as good as that is, it's not even the meat and potatoes, right? It's not even the murder, the investigation, and the trial. It's the pre-murder, right? All of what I just said is the pre-murder. No other chapter has anywhere close to as engaging of a pre-murder than this one. And then the actual trial is sick as hell, right? Not only is there the bait and switch that the killing game is going to continue like normal, but then the actual trial is badass as hell. We got the Exisal thing. We don't even know who the victim is, which is the craziest gimmick you could ever have in a Danganronpa case, right? You don't even know who the victim is. Um, I genuinely thought we wouldn't find a body. Yeah, exactly, right? It's it does it on purpose. So that's why I love this case. The fact that Kaito is also, I mean, this sort of goes without saying, but the fact that Kokichi, the main villain of the cast, and Kaito, the main deuteragonist of the cast, are the killer and victim here, also elevates it, right? Because those are the characters that we care about the most. So them being the main characters of this case matters. So yeah, this is S tier case in my opinion. The things that hold it back, the things that could have been better, is number one, like somebody mentioned, it's a bit unrealistic to think that Kaito, with the intellect that he seemingly has, could act like Kokichi for the whole trial. That is a bit of a stretch. Even with the book, it's a stretch. And the other thing that holds it back is Shuichi has no reason to help Monokuma over Kokichi and Kaito. He has no good reason to believe that he should help Monokuma, right? As soon as he figured out what was going on, he should have, like, as soon as he realized that Monokuma did not know who the culprit was, he should have realized immediately. Like, given Shuichi's intelligence in the rest of the game, he should have immediately come up with an idea, right? Like that should not have gone over his head like it did in the chapter. The fact that Monokuma doesn't know who the culprit is, Shuichi should have jumped on that immediately, right? He should have done something about that. Kaito reads a book for like 3 hours and gives an Oscar-worthy performance. Yeah. um, but yeah, overall, this chapter is crazy. There is one other thing that I guess I could criticize it for, but it's kind of just a personal opinion, which is I kind of wish I kind of wish Kokichi won, right? I think in a way Kokichi should have won. Like here's what should have happened. This case is nearly perfect. I love this case. I don't think it needs to change, but if I was to rewrite it, I would have them somehow both be in the Exisal, right? I would have nobody die, right? Like let's say Kokichi like cuts off his arm or something, and that's where all the blood came from, or they both like cut off their arm or something, right? But nobody died, and they actually did successfully fool Shuichi and Monokuma, So Kokichi's plan worked. I kind of wanted that extra twist. Um, and then let's say at the end of the trial, they think that they've overthrown the game. They think that they've won, and then Monokuma is just like, "Nope, you don't win." Executes them both. And then they carry on to chapter 6 or something. I don't know. But like I kind of wanted that one extra twist. I wanted Shuichi to lose. Realistically, I wanted the plan to work. I think that would have been slightly better. But it might have been worse in some other ways. Not sure how to do that. But yeah, sick chapter. Um, and then the last case, 3-6. This is probably the most divisive chapter in the series. Like some people are like F tier, trash tier. Some people are like this is sick. What do we think of 3-6 chat? Good or bad? I'm gonna put it in solid for now, but I have a better opinion. I'm not putting it in solid, but where do we think this goes? Even at its worst, I think it's better than a lot of the bad chapters. Um, yes. I mean, I think if your opinion of 3-6 is that it's here below every other chapter in the series, I think you're a bit biased, right? You're at least focusing too much on the concept instead of looking at every part of it. I think if you think it's the worst, you got to be focusing on something. You got to be tunnel visioning, I think, because this is actually like a good chapter, in my opinion. Personally, I love 3-6. Some good, some bad. Bit too long. Needed a better end cast. Terrible MM. What do you mean by MM? Um. Oh, Mastermind. Right. Yeah. So criticizing 3-6 first. Let me put it in solid for a start. Really good. Hello, Zoa. Um. So I'll start with the bad parts of 3-6. I agree with Catboy that it went on too long. Yesterday's stream, yesterday's stream was like 9 hours, right? I believe it was like 9 hours or something for an investigation and a trial. Um, I do, I do completely get why it's the longest investigation and the longest trial. Absolutely needed to be, but I think parts of it were a bit too long. In the middle, right? When we were bridging the gap after we solved Samugi's the mastermind and she's the one who murdered Rantaro. After we solved that, the middle ground where she was just explaining what was going on and what Danganronpa really was, that felt like it was talking in circles. Yeah, exactly, Neuro. It talked in circles a little bit. Like Samugi had a lot of lines that were the same line in spirit, but just the same line again, right? Um, it could have been cut. Yeah, it could have been. You could have cut out some of the middle parts and got quicker to the like Kibo stuff where we fight the outside world, right? You could have cut some of the middle repetition. I feel like the reason they repeated it in circles a lot is because they knew it was complicated and they were worried that the readers would misunderstand what was happening. Um, I think they might have been worried that it um I think they might have been worried that we would mistake it for a fourth wall break when it wasn't quite a fourth wall break, right? Like the fact that they kept saying Danganronpa. If you're not really paying attention, you might think that they're breaking the fourth wall, but they're not really doing that. So I think they were worried that people were going to misunderstand it, and that's why they talked in circles a bit. Um, Also, I needed a song battle with the mastermind. Yeah, true. Actually, we never did a rhythm battle against Samugi. You know, and a real execution? Perhaps. I don't think we need an execution because the executions have neither they've been neither here nor there for me. Kokichi is responsible for so much death, and I was really hoping there was a good reason for it. He was responsible for Gonta and Miyu, and he said in chapter 5 to Kaito that he did that in order to make you believe he was the mastermind, which it's an explanation. I don't know if it's a satisfying explanation or not. It feels like it feels like not, because Kokichi being a good guy in the end, right? Wanting to end the killing game and help us out is sort of nullified completely by the fact that he did kill Gonta. He did kill Miu, right? Like that's a seriously bad act, you know? So the fact that he was a good guy in the end was sort of rendered mute a little bit. Yeah, Kaito himself was somewhat avoidable. Um, I liked Kokichi's plan, right? In case 3-5, I liked Kokichi's plan a lot. I think it was a good plan. It was, if anyone ruined it, it's Shuichi that ruined it. Um, the plan was genuinely solid. But yeah, back to 3-6. I like 3-6. I think I think putting this in a different universe than the original two Danganronpa games, and having those original Danganronpa games be fiction within this world, and that this world is like copying that fiction and turning it into this like grand corporate stuff, was a cool twist. I liked that, right? This is a better twist, a better ending than the first games, because I think that the scope of the first games is actually larger, right? Because this is more believable. The fact that we have like a Colosseum gladiator esque modern killing game that people like, you know, kind of like Squid Games, that is a more believable premise than the tragedy and Junko taking over the world, right? That's a more believable, that's a smaller scope. I liked that. I think this was a better ending than the first two games. So it's definitely higher than these two. I wish you would get to see more of the corporization of the game. Yeah, so what do you mean by the corporization of the game? Because something about V3 that I think goes over a lot of people's heads is how a lot of the choices throughout the whole game are actually like a hint at the twist, right? The fact that everything is a reference is a hint at it. The fact that the characters are so over the top, right? The fact that the backstory is so over the top, like meteorites, virus, space arcs, right? The fact that Gonta was raised by wolves, the fact that Kirumi's secretly the president. These are over the top plot lines that you would expect from like the 53rd season of something, right? Because they've had to go so far to top the previous ones. That was sort of intentional in the writing. It didn't make the characters any less annoying. You're absolutely right. The fact that it was intentional to make the twist more contextualized doesn't do anything to remedy the previous 5 chapters where you thought that they were genuine. Absolutely. Do you think DR7 is FF7 or DR franchise in unknown in universe? What do you mean? I don't know what I haven't played Final Fantasy. The post credit has you ask what's true too. It does seem a little like DR1 and 2 are real. Yeah, so the post credit scene is sort of the send off for the theme of the game. Um the theme of Danganronpa V3 isn't hope and despair, it's truth and lies. Right? That's the theme of the game. And they sort of throw it at you, their final thesis at the end, where they're like, does it actually matter what's true and what isn't? What's canon and what isn't? Does it actually matter? As long as the story was good, then it's all right. Right? That's sort of the thesis at the end. I believe that's what they were trying to say. They do offer like an open ending where they're like, they say basically, Samugi could have lied because one of the one of the things that was not addressed um was, remember in the very ending when we had a flashback to the prologue, right? And during the prologue where we didn't have our ultimate memory, we were just normal people. But during the flashback, it was different than what we actually saw in the prologue. In the prologue, none of us were excited about being in the killing game. We didn't recognize that it was a killing game. But when we flashed back to it in the last chapter, those lines were added in to make us seem excited. So it begs the question of whether actually Samugi made up the outside world as well, right? Was the outside world where we applied to enter the game, was that also a lie, right? It leaves the question open-ended. D3 was also made out of spite. I think that's an embellishment, Sean. Seanosaurus. I think that's an embellishment. It's like a tale told by the fans. I don't think it was made out of spite, right? Like, I've heard this story before, right? I've heard the story that the writers pressured the like corporate was pressuring the writers to make more and more Danganronpa because that's what corporations do, right? The first two made a lot of money, so corporate, what do? They say, make one every year, go, pump them out, make Slopification, go, 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 make Gone to Raised by Wolves, fuck it, go, 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 make 53 of those fuckers. And that they were parodying that in the game, right, as sort of a spiteful ending, and then they broke up and stopped writing Danganronpa. That's a tinfoil hat theory. Yeah, it is. I've heard that theory before. I don't think it's true. I don't think it's true. Um, but it's certainly a nice message, right? Like I really like the parody of the slopification of franchises. I think it's a nice twist because it's something that is real. It's not just an in-universe twist. It actually adds like a philosophical twist, you know? There's some juice to it with the meta commentary. Exactly, right? The meta commentary is there, but I think it's there just because the writers are intelligent, right? The writers are intelligent and they made a banger idea to do a meta commentary on it. But I think that was always the plan, right? I don't think they were gonna I don't think they were gonna make a normal game and then they decided to like spite corporate. I think it's good. I think it's cinema. Mm, it might not be cinema. It might be above and beyond, but it's above and beyond for sure because it's this or higher because the twists in 3-6 did not need to be that, right? They, solving the real mastermind is Samugi, and that she's the one who killed Rentaro. That was solid. That would have been solid. And then, an extra twist was expected because it's the end of the game. Why is the mastermind doing what they're doing? Explain it. Give me something. Sure. We needed that. But what they actually went for was definitely above and beyond. They did not need to flesh out that idea the way that they did. So for me, it's either here or it's cinema, right? I think I'm gonna put it here because if I do think about it, it has some drawbacks. Um, I think the middle section of the trial dragged on a lot. I think the very end of the trial suffered from the problem I mentioned with the first two games, which was why are these characters standing in a circle and talking at this point? Why aren't they just doing whatever the fuck they like, right? Why aren't they just jumping around, killing people, killing Samugi? Why aren't they doing whatever the fuck they like? Um, so there was some drawbacks to it, but I like it. I wish they gave him a personality throughout the game. Yes, yes. I wish Samugi played a role in the relationships of the characters. I don't mind her not playing a role in the murders, right? Obviously, she's not going to be a killer or a victim, but obviously that like she could have been involved in like, she could have been a prime suspect. She could have been framed. She could have like played a role. I like the fact that she didn't because it sort of makes sense for a mastermind within the game to just like not interfere too much. It makes sense. Um, but I think from a relationship perspective, she should have got involved more. Yeah, she could have talked. She could have made friends, gotten involved, and then been the mastermind. They could have done more with her not seeing everyone around her as real people. Yeah, that's a good idea, actually. Right? Samugi knows the whole time that the people she's talking to are not real, and that she made them. Right? If you think about it, if she's to be believed, she wrote the personalities and backstories for these characters, and she's now engaging with them. I feel like there could have been a way to draw that out, you know, in the dialogue. She was a bit too obvious, being totally useless. Um, was she obvious, Zoa? Like, did you? When did you know Samugi was the mastermind, or when did you majorly suspect her to be the mastermind? Right? Like, I'm pretty sure everybody figures it out in chapter 6 before the reveal, but like, when before that did you figure out that she's probably the mastermind? Because I don't think it was like super obvious. Is the Minecraft gameplay still happening? It will happen, yeah. I'm kind of honestly, it might not happen. I'm sorry, it might not happen because this is taking forever. I have a lot to talk about, right? I'm a yapper. You've seen the length of my branded guides. During the case where she was a suspect, you mean chapter 1? You mean chapter 1? I didn't think they would actually do it. Do you mean chapter 1? Like, do you think she was a suspect for the mastermind all along? Oh, case 4. Okay. I got it in 4 or 5 because I legit forgot she existed. Yeah, right. I mean, her being useless and having nothing to do is not something that you even notice until like chapter 4 or 5, right? I feel like after chapter 4 happens and she's not a victim or a killer, that's when you start to piece together that she's not relevant. What? Because you know she's not going to play a role in chapter 5, right? You know that chapter 5 at that point is reserved for Kokichi, Maki, and Kaito. You know it has to be. So at that point, yeah, you can sort of figure out maybe she's the mastermind. Um, I do think there is something to be said for the fact that the first two games don't have a mastermind in the group, so maybe the third game doesn't too. I think that that could play a role in sort of hiding Samugi a little bit. Um, because if you think about it, it would have been way more obvious if chapter 6 and chapter 2-6 in the first two games, right? If the mastermind was always a member of the group, then it was really obvious. But the fact that it wasn't necessarily even anyone, kind of hit her a little bit. Got it in 5 big time because when it is revealed Monokuma didn't know who the killer was, she finally started talking. Did she? Is that true? Did she like step up? I didn't notice that. Hello, Gwen. Um, but yeah, I think this is my case tier list. Does anyone have any major disagreements? I took a long time to explain this. I've yapped a lot. Does anyone have any major disagreements? DL1 and 2 had the mastermind in the 16, but they didn't, right? They did not. Not really. Like, Junko was not really part of the 16. In fact, she was literally not part of the 16. And in Danganronpa 2, Junko was the mastermind again, right? Izuru doesn't count. Hajime doesn't count, in my opinion. Maybe he does, but you can see I put 2-6 pretty low, so I I barely care about distinguishing the details of it because I put it pretty low. I'm a very big DR2 shill. I'm kind of surprised by 2.6 being as low as it is, but I don't necessarily disagree with it. Basically, I mean, the majority of the reason why this is so low is because my favorite thing about Danganronpa is the murder mystery cases. I love them. I think the overarching story has always been the weakest part of the game, right? Like, you don't need Hope's Peak, Kyoko, or Hope's Peak Academy, Future Foundation. You don't need any of that shit to do a Danganronpa game. So the overarching story cases, right? The chapter 6, where there's no actual case to be solved, those are the worst parts of the game. Um, and if you think about 2.6 compared to 1.6 and 3.6, 3.6 and 1.6 at least actually do have a murder to solve, right? This is a retrial. This is a retrial. 2.6 doesn't even have a murder to solve. This is just an investigation as you go room to room, reading exposition on boring fanfic like backstory, and then you do a trial where you stand in a circle and talk about that fanfic and get shocked from time to time. Like, this is a really bad story. The only reason why I tolerate 2.6 is because it comes after a good game. Like, it comes after a good game that I've put a lot of hours into, right? Like 2.6 is terrible on its own. That's my opinion on that. It's confirmed that 2x2 is mainly the same but with a new scenario. Is it? I thought it was confirmed that 2x2 is a alternate game mode, right? You can either play the original story or you can play this other story that's a little bit bigger. Your Honor, I simply just really like Hajime. Um, let's do the character tier list. Okay, let me screenshot this and then let's do the character tier list. Oh look, it's Minecraft. 2.6 is not only bottom tier, because Giant Junko versus Monami. I mean, I really liked I really liked that scene. What can I say? Honestly, now that I think about it, why isn't it bottom tier? I just kind of completely rinsed it. Why is it not bottom tier? I think it might be bottom tier. Uh, yeah, come to think of it. I think 2.6 might be the worst chapter in the series. Whatever. Anyway, I'm gonna post it in feed. Case tier list for Danganronpa. Junko isn't a bottom. Are you sure about that? I missed the beginning, but surprise 1-1 is high. Did anyone see the 11037 and not immediately think Leon? That was the one thing that I could criticize it for, but it was solid. 1-1 was a textbook example of what Danganronpa could and should be, and that was sort of the benchmark. Everything that was like less than that was bad, and everything that was better than that was like praiseworthy. 1-1 is really like the benchmark for me. Um. All right. Next tier list. Next tier list. Character tier list. We're gonna have to go a little faster through this one. I really love the setup of 1-1 and the self-defense turned to murder. Yeah, I mean, we already talked about it. I don't want to go back to the cases, but yes. I think 1-1 was just solid. Believable motive. Love the fact that the character who died, Sayaka, I love the fact that it was a character that we care about. I love the pacing of 1-1. Everything was just solid, right? Okay. So what should we do for the tiers? Should we have like I'm gonna do it above and beyond again as the top tier. Above and beyond character, right? A character that went harder than they had any business needing to go. And then we'll have solid character, and then um we've got to have a category for one-dimensional gimmick character. One-dimensional gimmick character. And then let's have annoying one-dimensional gimmick character. And then okay, we kind of that's kind of the bottom tier. Should we put trash? Should we have a worse tier than that? And then we need like one tier above this, right? Where they're like um could be improved. Yeah, genuinely, you are correct. It's one-dimensional affectionate and one-dimensional derogatory, right? This is gonna be oh shit, this needs to be here actually. Can I not? Yeah, there we go. Solid. So above and beyond, solid could be improved, and then yeah, this is gonna be get off the screen. Get off the screen. Let's make this black. Well, let's make this gray even. Let's make this one red. This one orange. This one green. And this one blue. Okay. I think this is fair. We might decide that we need more tiers. I'm not sure, but basically, I think all the characters are gonna fall into this, right? The worst characters are the one-dimensional ones. And the difference between these two tiers is just gonna be ones where I don't mind the one dimension that they have, where I don't mind it because I find it entertaining, and then this is gonna be the ones that I actually find annoying. Okay. Should we zoom out so that you guys can see a little bit more? I think that would be a bit fair. So first up, first up. Actually, let's zoom out even more. There you go. There we go. Akane. Akane. What do we think of Akane, chat? Are we counting FTEs or just in-game stuff? I don't know what FTE means. Could be improved. She's hot. F tier or free time events? That's actually a good question because some of the characters do develop in the dialogue that is optional. No, I think I'm not going to include that because you don't need it. Realistically, you can play through the story as intended without talking to anybody. So, hi chat. I'm very late today. Hello Drake. Akane is a one-dimensional character, right? She's a one-dimensional gimmick character, right? Or is she could be improved? 'Cause I feel like she's a gimmick character. She was a fetish character, like, but she had more than one dimension. She had more than one dimension, if you know what I'm saying, right? She liked to eat. That was a gimmick character thing, but she also liked to beat people up as a gimmick. She also liked to train as a gimmick. But she also had a somewhat developing relationship with Nekomaru. I feel like could be improved. She's not quite one-dimensional, but also for a character that survived the whole series, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad, right? I'm not sure if these tier lists are right, actually. What did I miss so far? We did the entire case tier list already. I think she's could be improved. I don't think I might have to change up the tiers or my standards, but she has a little bit more than one dimension, right? No, 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 she's not. Let me be harsh. Let me be harsh. She's a one-dimensional gimmick character, right? Angie, annoying one-dimensional gimmick character. This is a character that had no development. No development. There was no. She survived 3 chapters, basically, right? 2.5 chapters, and yet had no development. And she had one gimmick. Every line that she said mentioned a Tua and how she's praying to a Tua and how we should pray to a Tua too. And that's annoying as fuck. Annoying one-dimensional gimmick character. She's a gimmick affectionate. I disagree. Obviously, it's completely personal, the difference between these. Um, maybe switch gimmick and could be improved. Um, I feel like I need a different tier. Honestly, I feel like I need a row above that says like solid, but then we've got needs a lot of work again, right? Because I feel like Akane belongs here, right? She needs a lot of work, but she's slightly more than one dimensional. She does have a relationship with Nekomaru, and she has technically like 2 or 3 gimmicks. So I'm gonna put this needs a lot of work. Um, Angie is an annoying gimmick character. Aoi. Angie made every other character she interacted with worse. Correct. There was nothing more annoying than watching the brainwashed versions of Himiko and Gonta. Um, Aoi. What do we think of Aoi? Aoi's the goat. Fight me. Or you think Aoi's up here? Aoi is solid, right? She's kind of solid. She's like when Danganronpa 1 first starts, you kind of group her with Hifumi and Taka as these stupid one-dimensional gimmick characters because she kind of comes across as that. But then she gets better as the game progresses in a way, right? Like her relationship with Sakura exists and that gives her depth. Chapter 4 is all about that relationship, so that gives her some depth. She clashes with Byakuya a lot and that gives her some depth. She ends up being solid by the end of it, right? In the end, when she and when like, as a survivor, when she's like the only character, like her and Hero are the only dumb characters left. Like she kind of she's she's all right, you know. I have literally nothing negative to say about her, mostly because I have nothing to say about her. I don't think she's amazing. I think she's probably going to be the bottom of solid. She's going to be the bottom of solid, and to be fair, she could be improved. But this is a little harsh. Like literally every character could be improved, right? I think she's going to be solid. Byakuya. Hold on. I will say one thing about Aoi. The chapter 4, the chapter 4 idea where she tries to kill us all is some pretty fucked up development. Like, I don't think Aoi deciding to kill us all in the class trial is in character, right? Like, she loved Sakura, sure. But would she decide to kill herself and everyone because we mistreated Sakura? It's kind of it's kind of a bit extreme, isn't it? It could bring her down to this. I'll keep her in solid for now. Um, Byakuya. What do we think of Byakuya? It was understandable. We acted awfully. I don't think it's understandable. The vague poster himself. Um, Vague post king. Um, a lot of people like Byakuya, right? There are a lot of fans that are literally Toko in terms of how they like Byakuya. He needs a special tier. What, at the bottom or at the top? Byakuya was the worst part of DR1 to me. When you think about what an in-group villain can be, right? Since we had a sample in the next games of like Nagito, what Kokichi is, given Byakuya as the in-group villain for DR1, it's really lackluster. He's a character where you can just flip a coin and decide whether he goes at the top or the bottom. I think he's a could be improved character. Right? He's not terrible because he does have depth, and I do enjoy some of his scenes. I did enjoy him in chapter 2. I liked how he I liked how he messed with the crime scene. That was fucked up. And I liked him playing almost a bit like Kokichi, where he just did it for fun, right? He just kind of did it to spice things up. The fact that he's a smart schemer who is also like way too he believes he's way smarter than he is. It's kind of an interesting character to watch, but it could be improved. Like, for example, I think a more entertaining version of Byakuya would be a more extreme version, right? This character basically, I don't know, has anyone seen The Boys? Right? Random question. Has anyone seen The Boys, the show? Like, Byakuya kind of has the same personality trait as Homelander. Yeah? He sort of has the same, like, narcissistic Homelander trait. So, for a story like Danganronpa, why not have him lean into that more? He's not that evil. He's not that evil, but he is that arrogant. And I feel like I'm not saying he should kill people. I'm saying he should, it would be really interesting if he got mad, like actually mad and petty when people like insulted his intelligence. I think he could have been more interesting to watch, right? But he kind of just did this like fan fiction. There are two wolves inside you with giant fat horse cocks, like fan fiction 12-year-old teenage girl bullshit. Um, of being just smirking, right? He just smirked off every confrontation and aura farmed it to death. Realistically, that should not have worked, right? It only works if you're 12, right? And you're writing your fan fiction hot male fantasy, or hot woman fantasy. I don't know. Like he was he the narrative should have punished him more, is what I'm saying. The narrative should have framed his interactions as more cringe than it actually did. So he could have been improved. He's the weakest villain compared to Nagito and Kokichi. I agree. Yeah. um, Celeste. Chat. What do we think of Celeste? My goat, my queen? One dimensional? So Celeste was like, if you think about it, Celeste is prophesized by the Danganronpa premise. Right? If you know what I mean by that without me explaining it, you're a goat. Do you get what I'm trying to say? The Danganronpa premise prophesizes the existence of a Celeste character, right? Somebody who acts on the outside like a nice person and then is secretly a psychotic evil bitch. that is sort of just an obvious include for a Danganronpa game, right? The premise sort of demands that this character exists at least once. Um, like I feel like she was invented 1 second after the genesis of the premise itself, right? Like this character feels like it was invented to go in this story, or like the story was invented to put Celeste in it. Like this character's concept just is exactly what goes in this game. Her reason for killing being money was really dumb. I liked everything about her otherwise. I think she's a could be improved character. I think she's a could be improved character because I think the fact that she put on a nice face and a really polite face, it was believable, but it was also very obviously not all there was to her. She clearly, immediately, as soon as you met her, she clearly had depth. She clearly had a dark side. Um, and I think that was really it, right? Just a simple character sometimes is good, right? A character that puts on a nice mask, but clearly has a dark side, and you're just waiting in anticipation for when that dark side comes up. That's a solid character concept. It honestly belongs in solid. Now that I think about it, it's a solid concept, but her motive for killing sort of is not there, and I don't know. I feel like Celeste as I don't know. If Celeste was Chapter Two's murderer, right? Imagine she does a better case. Imagine she does a better murder, and it's Chapter Two. It kind of flies pretty solidly, don't you think? Right? Like it's early on, so there's just one or two chapters where you have got to put up with this mask, and you're like, oh, when is she gonna snap? When is she gonna show her true colors? And then she does it after like two chapters, and then she dies. Like that would be a fine character. She would have served a normal, healthy role in the story. I think she's a solid character. She would have been best chapter one. I don't know. I like chapter one being what it was. I think a murder of passion rather than a calculated evil person was a little bit better for chapter one. I think it sets the tone better. Imagine if she pulls a boss or a move and just lets Ifumi get executed for her crime in chapter three. Yeah, like the actual chapter three is so bad. Like the way they introduce alter ego and a freaking love spat between the two worst characters in the story over a fucking laptop, and then framing hero with a fucking picture of a robot. Like if it wasn't so goddamn terrible of a plan and a surrounding context, Celeste would have been fine. She would have been a solid character. Um. Anyway, Chiaki. Chiaki. What do you think of Chiaki? Chiaki's the goat, right? Chiaki's Chiaki's a goat, right? She just mask off evil for the rest of the game. Potentially, there's a lot of different paths you could have gone down. What do we think of Chiaki? Chiaki's obviously the goat in game. Is she actually an above and beyond character? She does she have a lot of depth? I think she is. I think she is above and beyond. Like, what depths does Chiaki have? She is intelligent and helps out. She's got the one dimension like gimmick, which is that she likes games and talks about games, but she doesn't overdo it, right? If you think about if Chiaki was in Danganronpa 3, every other line would have been a reference to a video game. But actual Chiaki in DR2 was really reserved, right? She didn't reference games all the time. Her gimmick was not overt at all. It was quite subtle compared to what Danganronpa normally does. She was intelligent. She hid her gimmick like subtly, like a normal person, right? And she had this incredibly like deadpan but yet well-meaning intentioned, right? Like vibe, right? Like she was deadpan and focused on like calculated, logical moves with no emotion, and she was trying to achieve the right thing, right? She was always trying to do the good the good thing. V3 Chiaki would have just been Samugi. Yeah, I think Chiaki is up here. Um, Chihiro. What do we think of Chihiro, chat? This is another one that has a lot of a big fan base. Um, Chihiro is a frustrating one for me. Not enough time. That was exactly what I was thinking. Chihiro really needed more chapters. We needed more chapters for Chihiro, right? We needed not enough time, Tia. Oh, actually, you've reminded me. We need a row below, actually. We need a row here that says not a character. Okay, because there's going to be some characters we got to put here. Um, no, I don't think we need a not enough time character tier because that's part of the challenge for writing Danganronpa. Like, I'm gonna hold the writers to that. Just because your characters die in the early chapters does not justify you making them trash. Like a chapter of Danganronpa can take 10 hours to play. Like you realistically can develop any character you need to. Like look at Sayaka. Sayaka was the first character to die, and she was very solid. Like we're gonna rate her relatively high, and like the death was impactful, right? You can develop any character. Um, so I think Chihiro is. That being said, it's really hard, right? Because I want to put her in solid, but I also think she could be improved a lot. But I almost feel like the difference between improved and solid is if she just had more time. I do actually think in Chihiro's case, it's kind of what I said with Celeste, right? If you put the Mondo case with Chihiro at chapter 3, and then you have Celeste do the kill in chapter 2, I feel like the game is better, right? Because getting Celeste's relatively simple but solid character out of the way first would go a bit better, and then having more time to develop Chihiro, and it would have been sadder to see her die. That would have been better, right? Potentially. We need to find a baseline character. I mean, I've put solid pretty high. There's a reason for that. I think more characters are going to be lower because most of DR characters are like kind of weak. Most of them are pretty weak. Um, I think she's a could be improved character. She's better than Byakuya, right? Um, Chihiro's better than Byakuya. No, I don't know actually. We did just need more time with this character. You're right. We did need more time. Um, let's just move on for now. Fuyuhiko. What do we think of Fuyuhiko? This is a divisive one, I think, actually. Fuyuhiko has a lot of fans that love him. I'm not a big Fuyuhiko fan. Boss baby. I don't like this character. I really never found him too divisive. Well, what did you think? Do you think most people like him? I think he needs a lot of work. Right? Low-key A tier? No, this character. Okay, he's probably here, actually. But he could be improved. I think he could be improved a lot. Because I don't know. I just don't like him. I feel his past just murdering people drops. Yeah, this is the thing, right? He's one of the characters that has a history outside of the game of murder, which just makes it completely impossible to sort of judge him because the characters don't interact with him in a meaningful way. They don't in a normal way. He gets improved after he loses his eye. He does, and he has depth because his relationship with Peko and the fact that he's secretly like a guy that like loves Peko and like he's not this like evil bastard. And then he tries to make amends and he struggles with it and then he gets better and he just tries to help out. Like he's all right. He's probably better than Byakuya. I don't know. He was super annoying at the beginning, but legitimate good character by the end. Was he a good character by the end though? Because he didn't do anything. He wasn't what was interesting about him, right? I feel like the reason why he's cool, the reason why we like him towards the end, is just because he's somewhat smart. So when his lines of dialogue are going, you're like not rolling your eyes because he is advancing the discussion and like he's helpful, right? He wants to help. He's not obstructing things for no reason. Like he's not actually interesting for him. He just like he's just not bad, right? He's just not annoying compared to the other characters that could be speaking. I feel like he's not actually entertaining on his own. I'm gonna put him in could be improved because he could be improved. His voice actor carried. Yeah, this is a thing that happens a lot. Right, the voice actor carries the character, like the perception of the character, because the voice actor delivers the lines so well. Which is fair, I guess. I feel like Akane should be higher than him. You think? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think Akane is pretty bad. Akane is a bad character. Gonta. What do we think of Gonta? Opinions on Gonta. Just because of the whole murder not being addressed. Yeah, it's not really his fault. It's the cast doesn't interact with him well enough. Hate that guy. He killed my Miu. Gonta was great. So here's the thing about Gonta, right? He's a one-dimensional gimmick character, right? Like technically he has two gimmicks, which is like I like bugs and I'm stupid and speak in third person. He also had this gentleman gimmick. But really the prevailing gimmick for Gonta was that he's dumb, right? He mentioned gentleman a few times, he mentioned bugs a few times, but the prevailing gimmick is that he's a dumbass. Um, but he's also super nice. The fact that he's super nice and considerate is also a standout quality that he has. I feel like he's a one-dimensional gimmick character by definition, but I like him. I like him. Even his murder didn't drag him down. I feel like his gentlemanly nature clashed with his Tarzan vibe, works super well. Like, yeah, I liked Gonta's dialogue, right? Gonta was the opposite of a get off the screen. You know, when Gonta was speaking, I was excited to do the line. Like, I like Gonta, right? Whatever it's crazy because he never added anything interesting to the discussion in practice, like in universe. He never helped the discussion. But as a viewer, right, from a entertaining story perspective, he always made the discussion more interesting because he added a stupid idea to comment on, which was always really funny and endearing. So it's like I enjoyed Gunter on the screen. I feel like the tier list is like failing me here. Like this one-dimensional gimmick character, but he's also like really fun. I want to put him higher above some characters, but he is a gimmick. Maybe this tier needs to be like here. Does this tier need to be here? Like 1D, one dimensional, like one dimensional. Oh my god. But I like him. Look at the fucking tier list. Look at how it writes that. How do you write in this box? Gonta's addition to the conversation is the same as a smile to the viewer's face. Yeah. Um, I'm trying. What am I trying to write? Is there a shorter way to write one dimensional? One dimensional. That'll have to do. That'll have to do. One dimensional, but I like them. Yeah, I think it goes here, to be honest, because I think the other characters that I'm gonna put in this tier, I also enjoy more than these. So I think that's fair. The game was greatly improved by having him in it. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Um, Gundam. Gundam. What do we think of Gundam? I feel like Gundam might be in the same tier, right? Like he's one dimensional, he has a gimmick. He's like all he does is speak in his Chunibyo Baka kind of way. But his lines are obviously really entertaining. The hamster thing is really cute, and like he always offers an interesting. He's like Gonta, right? He's kind of the same as Gonta. I think Gonta does it slightly better, but like he's doing the same job. So yeah, he is DR2's Gonta. Um, so interestingly enough, on my first playthrough of Danganronpa, I thought this character was awesome. I was like, this character is S tier. So much that he was one of my favorites throughout the whole game, the whole series. And I actually cosplayed him when I went to Comic Con because he was my favorite. Right, I cosplayed this guy when I went to Comic Con, but on the second playthrough, right, playing through with chat, I kind of realized that he's actually a badly written character. He has no depth. He has no depth at all, and he barely impacts the plot outside of doing the murder. Um, he doesn't do anything, and he doesn't have any real relationships. He has like a pseudo relationship, like the start of one with Sonya. 100% would rather Gonta and Gundam make it to the end than any of the characters that did in other. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I think Gundam and Gunta would have been great survivors. Um, because the thing about a survivor, right, it's kind of a writing challenge for Danganronpa. You have to find a way to make them entertaining and developed enough for them to be on screen for that many chapters, but also they have to be able to do that without being a victim or a killer in any of the chapters, which is hard, right? Because you have to give them like second-hand development instead of being the focal point of a chapter. But Gonta and Gundam would have been the perfect characters for that because they actually don't need a lot of development to be entertaining, right? You don't need to do crazy relationships with these two characters. You could just have them be themselves and we'll smile when they're on screen, you know? So these would have been great survivors. Um Hajime. Hajime Hinata. The playable characters are awkward, in my opinion, because obviously they're like blank slates, but they do have personality. Hajime's not that cool, right? Hajime's not that cool. He's better than Makoto. He's better than Makoto, but he's not that cool. He's like here, right? He's like here. He's easily solid. I don't know. Solid is good. Honestly, I think I'm gonna change the category here. I think this is gonna be fine. I'm gonna call this fine. Like, I will accept this character being what they are, but I don't love it. I don't hate it, but I don't love it. I'm gonna call this fine. And Hajime's kind of fine, right? Like, he's a bit smarter than Makoto. He's a bit sharper. He gets to the point instead of like being scared of saying the point. I feel like Makoto was better because of his relationship with Bestie. But did he even have a relationship with Bestie? All he did was talk to Kyoko. He didn't even feel anything, right? There was never any like vibes that Makoto felt any particular way to Kyoko. Like there was no reason for any of it. He didn't have like a and I don't mean like emotional like relationship feeling. I don't mean like he was attracted to her. I mean he didn't have any writing towards her, right? There was no there was nothing to write about with how he felt about Kyoko. What did Makoto think of Kyoko? Did he admire her? Is there any evidence for that? Like not really. He didn't he didn't seem to have any opinion. He just talked to her, you know? I feel like Hajime does have some opinions and some feelings. Hajime relies on Chiaki and Nagito for being as good as a character as he can be. I don't know. What does Chiaki see in Hajime? Like Hajime is just fine. He's just whatever. I don't think he's anything special. He's definitely the middle ground of the characters. Like he's as fine as it gets, right? I'll take Hajime. Don't hate it, don't love it. And then Hifumi. Hifumi. Okay, what do we think of Hifumi? Is this is this get off the screen? Is Hifumi get off the screen? I mean, he's an annoying one-dimensional character. He's the one dimension that they gave this guy is that he's a pervert, that he's a complete disgusting pervert. That's his one gimmick, and that's what every line he says is about, right? He's also kind of a weeb, but like he's a weeb specifically for like horny shit. Um it's a get off the screen, right? He's get off the screen, I think. I don't know. Honestly, I don't honestly, if I was playing alone, if I was playing these games alone, then I would enjoy Angie more than Hifumi, right? Because Hifumi's lines are just disgusting. I just like get off the screen. However, playing through with chat, right? And where there's reactions to lines, he is better than Angie for a Twitch playthrough because the reaction that people have to Hifumi's lines is just it's just more lively, right? There's more chat, there's more Hifumi, like there's more stuff to like comment on, whereas Angie is just boring. Hifumi creates content, but that's kind of an unfair way to judge it, right? I feel like he's a get off the screen. On Twitch, it's like it's different because you know what I mean, right? He's a get off the screen. He's got to be. Um, he's not going to be the only get off the screen, and he's not going to be the worst. He's not going to be the worst. All right, chat. Himiko. What do we think of Himiko? This one is divisive, right? This one's definitely divisive. I like her. Where would you put her on the tier list? I like Himiko more on the rewatch. Yes, I agree. Himiko is like fine. Lolly with a P fetish, solid. Yeah. Honestly, I didn't think I would ever say this about Himiko. Solid. Actually, she's here. She's the second best character we've ranked so far. I hate to say it, but she is. She is super solid. I don't know how, but somehow this playthrough, she was just good. I don't know how. I don't know how, but she was just good. Like, I remember, I was pretty sure that I was gonna hate Himiko going into it. I was pretty sure that I was gonna be like, oh my god, she should have died ages ago. Can't believe she's a survivor. But somehow, I appreciated her existence. She actually felt like a more mature character than I remember. She felt more mature than I remember, and she got a lot of development, right? She actually developed, right? She had a silly gimmick to start with. She was like an annoying one-dimensional gimmick. But then Tenko died and she like had some development. And then like towards the later chapters, she just started trying a lot more and being more useful and more engaging. And like I said already, like by the end of chapter 6, right, when she was buried in the rubble and she got out of the rubble, what was I doing, right? I was like on the edge of my seat waiting for her to say it's magic, because somehow I was such a Himiko supporter at that point that I couldn't wait for her gimmick. Like somehow she was just so good. I don't know how. So yeah, Himiko solid. Hiyoko. What do you think of Hiyoko? I think that I'm gonna shock everybody with this one as well. Is Hiyoko a good character or a bad character? In two slots, you're gonna have to be careful with your choice. I'm gonna choose what I always would have anyway. Hiyoko is hard to rank for me. I hated her bug crushing gimmick. Ah, that wasn't her gimmick. That was like a side thing that she had. Her main personality trait was insulting people. Lolly with a crush fetish. Um, this is the best character we've ranked so far. This is S tier. This is above and beyond better than Chiaki. And I'm not joking. This is a S tier character. Well, yeah. I think this is a controversial opinion, but if I rank Hiyoko in context of literally everything about her, she can go a little higher. This character is good, chat. What can I say? Let me start off with the basics. Her voice actor is incredible in the trials. Her insults are creative and entertaining as fuck. She's incredibly confrontational, which makes Mikan and every other character bounce off her really well. She immediately gets sort of a relationship with Mahiru that tames her and gives her depth, where she's like shocked by like a nice person being nice to her. Um, she has this weakness, which is she can't tie her kimono, and how Mahiru plays a role in that grows her character a lot. She was get off the screen every time she talked about killing animals, which is very often. I mean, I don't think that's fair. I mean, I get it, right? Like, if you like animals, but like, she developed in chapter 2 because she was framed for Mahiru's murder. Mahiru was her bestie, and she had to react to that. She was framed, and that was an important moment in the trial because being a confrontational character, she was a villain, right? In all of the scenes up until then, she was the villain, and she had to act like the villain. But then the chapter 2 trial forced her to not be a villain because she was the suspect and she had to prove that she was innocent, and that basically put her on the same side as everyone else. She had to drop that, right? She had to do something else for a little bit to get through that moment. And then after the trial, at the start of chapter 3, she was developing so well. Her and Fuyuhiko were having such an interesting arc set up with each other. The way that she hated his guts, but was like struggling to somehow not hate him, right? Like she was struggling to like not forgive him. She felt like she wanted to forgive him because he was being really nice. Um, but she couldn't understand how, right? And it was a really weird moment for her. It was set up to be so good, and she got done so dirty by chapter 3, right? The despair disease coming in, kicking her off the stage, and then just having Mikan do the stupid thing, um, got completely robbed. But this character was S tier, right? This almost felt too good for Danganronpa. Like this is better than almost every Danganronpa character. The development, the writing on this character is it almost belongs in a more well written story. They cooked with Hyoko. I wish the Yakuza guy would have died instead of her. Yeah, and the crazy thing is that the original write of the story did have him die instead, and for some reason they thought Hyoko was the better choice to kill. I just don't get it. Um, Ibuki. Okay, Ibuki. Ibuki's great, right? Ibuki's so entertaining. It's hard to call her solid because she didn't have a lot of depth, right? She didn't have a lot of depth. She didn't have a lot of agency in the story. She didn't do much, right? Like, yeah, sadly, I can't put Ibuki higher than one dimensional, but I like her. Exactly, right? Like, she's like this. This is where you have to put Ibuki, I think, because she doesn't have a lot to her, but yeah, she's really entertaining. I love Ibuki. She's so affectionate. Um, she's so ADHD. I love Ibuki. Um, Junko. Junko. Okay, where do we put Junko? Oh boy, this one's a tough one because I'm just gonna come right out of the gate and say that this character is arguably here, right? I'm not gonna put her here. Don't worry, I'm not gonna put her here. But you can make a good argument that she belongs here, right? You know what I mean? You can make a pretty good argument that she belongs in this category because she only shows up for a trial and like kind of a second trial in the second game. So she has very little screen time. And during that screen time, she's incredibly difficult to read on what she's like, who she is, what she stands for. And if the plot is to be believed at face value, then she's like a force of nature rather than a person. She's so unbelievably unrealistic in what she can achieve that she doesn't feel like a person. She chews up her 15 minutes of screen time. So I will say that her voice actor cooks. The way that she swaps between personalities from line to line is an entertaining gimmick. She is not really threatening. She's not really threatening. I don't feel like she's not a good villain, right? She's not actually a good villain. She's just this, right? She's just this. She's a one-dimensional gimmick character, but I kind of like them. But I don't even like them as much as I like these guys. She's kind of just this, isn't she? She doesn't really have that complex of an entertaining, that complex of a character. She is hot. I mean, if you think so, Monokuma takes a lot of the role. Yeah, well, okay, we're gonna rank Monokuma separately. Obviously, I know in the first game, Monokuma's personality technically is her, but I'm not ranking them like that. That's not how I'm gonna rank them. Because Monokuma realistically acts different than Junko every time. So I'm not gonna rank them like that. This is where she belongs, right? One dimensional, but I kind of like them. Yeah, yeah, that's fair. Kaede, Kaede Akamatsu. Um, so Kaede has an elephant in the room for me, which is that in the one chapter that she has, she like sexually assaults multiple people, which is it's framed as okay because it's a girl doing it, which is just so nonsense. It's hard to look past. Um, in my opinion. Address me. Yeah. This character is I do like Kaede. If we move past the like weird sexual assault thing, Kaede's fine. Like she's solid actually. She is solid. She's maybe even better than these guys. Like she has a simple character, but it's like it's simple in a normal way, right? It's not gimmicky one dimension simple. It's I am a pretty reasonably normal human being, right? I try to encourage the people I like. I try to be nice. I react normally to things. Like she's just a normal person, and I do like that she tries to kill the mastermind. I like that she tries to kill the mastermind. That is a good character trait in my opinion. I think it elevates her rather than ruins her. I don't know if she's as good as Himiko. She might be slightly worse actually. I think she's solid. She doesn't get a lot of screen time, but that's fine, right? A simple character with not a lot of depth, perfect for not a lot of screen time, right? Normal character with not a lot of craziness, just a bit of normality, and it's really emotional. Like she's sort of designed to be emotional. Obviously, she's written to be sad, like right. She's written for the first chapter so that we can be sad when she dies. She's written to be like a super caring, um, you know, figure for for Shuichi. It's like a mentor figure for Shuichi that's written as such a kind, caring character who's unhateable on purpose so that it's really sad when she dies. And I think that's like fine. Right? That's like fine. I like Kaede. Maybe she goes here, maybe she goes here. She's better than Aoi, right? Kaede feels slightly less like a slightly lesser Sayaka to me, but still good enough to be solid. I mean, I think she's a better Sayaka in some ways, because in terms of her impact on Shuichi, she's way better than Sayaka, right? What Kaede is to Shuichi and what effect it has on his arc, she's way better than what Sayaka does to Makoto. Makoto barely mentions Sayaka at all, and barely seems to care, right? Like, Sayaka was going to kill someone and frame Makoto. Sayaka was like throwing him under the bus. And Makoto just sort of had to accept that, oh yeah, she's just another jackass, like all the other murderers. So it didn't really affect his arc. Not that Makoto even had an arc at all. Whereas Kaede set off Shuichi's arc. And that was way better than what Sayaka was. Um, Next up, Kaito. Um, Kaito's a homie, right? I like Kaito. Kaito's a good character. Kaito's like he's either solid or he's like above and beyond. Really, Kaito's a great character. I really like Kaito. He was a goofball, but I like what he brought to the story and his impact on Shuichi and Maki. Yeah, so Kaito is what I think. Kaito is, in my opinion, how you write a dumb character, right? If you're gonna write a character that is canonically intellectually stupid, this is how you do it. right? Like he is how you handle a dumb character and still make him good, right? You know what I mean? Kaito is what Akane should have been. Yeah, right. Akane is the opposite. Akane is what happens when you take a dumb character and not do it well. Kaito is a good character that's dumb. Because what you gotta do when a character is intellectually dumb is you highlight their other characteristics, his emotion, his beliefs, his relationship with his friends. You feel that from Kaito. They're both super shonen protag coded. Okay, but the whatever story Akane is the protagonist of is probably a really bad story. He felt like emotional support character for me. Yeah, but he was obviously written to be the sidekick to Shuichi. He was written to be your bestie. Like he was the Kyoko, he was the Chiaki. Ultimately, in the end, he was what Chiaki was. He was what Kyoko was. Super good, super good. He might even be here. He might even be here. I'm not sure. For now, I'll put him here. Um, Kazuichi. Um, okay, Kazuichi is like another fine character, right? Like in the later chapters, interacting in the later chapters, interacting with Kazuichi just it felt like a homie, right? He felt like a homie. Whenever you spoke to Kazuichi, it was like, yeah, bro, let's have a real reaction together. Kazuichi's one of those characters where he definitely could have been worse than what we got. I understand why he survived. I don't understand why he survived. I think because there wasn't a good chapter idea for him to be the murderer or the victim. Realistically, he made sense as like a homie, a comic relief character to just give a like a sort of normal reaction alongside Hajime. He's fine. He's fine. He's dead in 2x2. Um, he better die in 2x2. I have some 2x2 theories. But we'll have to talk about that nearer the time because it's gonna be a long way away. I think Kazuichi's worst of all of these that I've ranked here. Yeah. Okay. Kibo. Kibo. This is a tricky one. Solid at minimum. Solid at minimum. Are you serious? I think this character is bad. This character is he is bottom of fine at the most, right? He's bottom of fine at the most. He's probably in here. That's robophobic. He's probably needs a lot of work. Like, let me tell you why he's fine. Um, throughout the series, throughout the game, he's fine because he is not dumb. He logically progresses of the discussion. So whether we're talking in a trial or whether we're talking like in the new areas that we're discovering in the pre-murder or in the investigation, Kibo is logical. He doesn't like overreact. He doesn't have a gimmick to push. So like all of his lines are tolerable because they're either progressing the story, progressing the discussion, or offering an idea that is worth considering. So like he's not get off the screen. He's the opposite, right? Like he's fine. I'm fine with him being the one on the screen. Your Honor, he makes me smile. Because of that, I think he probably goes in fine. He probably goes in fine. He's probably a bit better than Kazuichi, actually. Only time I liked him was when he was gonna blow up the whole place. The end saved him. He did nothing until then. He was only a victim of bullying. Well, he did do what I just said, right? He did offer meaningful discussion continuations. Like, he didn't have backward steps. Every step he offered in the plot or the discussion was a forward step. He never made us go backwards, right? He never wasted our time. But yeah, I think this is fine. I think he's like a fine character. Kirumi, Kirumi, mommy. Uh, I don't know what to think of Kirumi. I genuinely don't know what to think of Kirumi. Like, like she's either really bad or really good. Like, she looked like 2B, that's it. I feel like she's not good. I feel like she's not good. What did you call her? Mommy. She did nothing except to murder. Um, but like, I don't know what I mean when I say needs a lot of work, because what work do I need her to do? Like, I don't know what she needs doing to her. Um, she's probably just fine. Her motive is the most interesting thing about her, and that's mostly it. I think her motive sucks ass. I think her motive sucks ass. She kind of did nothing and had no real relationship. She just spoke to everybody like a maid. She didn't really offer opinions, but she was kind of like Kibo in the sense that she was smart, and so every line that she said was progressing discussions, except except outside of the trials and the investigation. Kibo usually had like offering insight about like the memories and the outside world, whereas Kirumi had a lot of silly lines about offering to do people's pillows and whatever. So maybe she's not that good. You take this character who feels dutiful to a fault and give them a literal ultimate duty of taking care of an entire country. In theory, it's interesting. In practice, it does kind of suck. I think it. I think that's generous. I think in practice it sucks, and in theory, it's always gonna suck. This is a Danganronpa game. This is a story about a select group of characters in a tiny location playing a game that is all about the relationship between them. If you make one of those characters the president, it changes nothing. It changes literally nothing. It's about how they interact with each other. That's all that matters, right? Like their backstory is supposed to add like emotion and context, but I don't think the backstory like matters that much, right? Especially when it doesn't come up outside of the revelation. I think that was ass. I think it was pretty ass, right? Her motive was ass. Um, that's why we put the chapter really low, to be honest. The chapter was pretty bad. Um, I think she needs some work. I think she needs some work, honestly. She needs some work. Flashback lights being the reason for a certain story element come up does hurt the story a little. Um, maybe. Maybe. Kurumi's the only instance of that, right? Kurumi is the only instance where a flashback light directly caused the murder, like because it directly gave her the memory, the fake memory. It directly gave it to her, which did ruin it a little bit, but it was already like bottom of the barrel anyway. It was already like super bottom of the barrel. Kurumi sucked. Yeah, Kurumi sucked. Taka. Taka. Um, was it not the monopad that made her kill? It was, yeah, but the monopad was a flashback light. Yeah, it was her motive video, but it was a flashback light, chat. Remember Kirumi said, I only remembered this upon watching my motive video? That's because it was a flashback light, right? She was given the memories when she watched it. Kokichi was killed because of the flashback light? In an indirect way. In an indirect way, right? Just in an indirect way? Not really directly. Kirumi was like really overtly, I'm gonna watch a video that the mastermind made for me, and boom, the desire to kill was implanted into my mind. Right? It was almost that direct. So that it sucked ass for that reason. But even if it was real, it sucks ass. If even without the flashback light thing, Kirumi fucking sucks. Taka. Taka is a trash character, right? Annoying one-dimensional gimmick character. I don't really want to say much more about this guy. He's he's just obviously stupid. Like, this was poor, right? This is just really poor writing. It feels like it feels like they wrote this character in 2 seconds. He was in the Suck-Off squad. What is the Suck-Off squad? What is the Suck-Off squad? Like him and Mondo? He had a thing with Mondo briefly. He had a thing with Mondo, right? He developed with Mondo, but the thing about that development was that development didn't mean anything. Like, all it did was change their sprites and their dialogue. Like, the character didn't have apparent opinions and beliefs that were like overtly changed, right? Like, what exactly did Taka learn from the sauna with Mondo? What exactly did he learn? This guy is just no. This guy is no. This is a get off the screen character, quite frankly. But I'll put him here because he's not offensive in what he says, even though he is. He is offensive, just not as bad as this guy. They learn not to hate each other. Yeah. So I don't know. This is not it. This is not it for me. One of the worst characters in the series, like hands down. Um, Kokichi, one of the better characters in the series, right? We all love Kokichi, right? I think some people hate Kokichi, but most people love Kokichi. Rat bastard. Most people Kokichi up here. And I think I'm one of them. I think I'm one of them. I think I like what Kokichi brought to the table. He made every single case more entertaining. And the cases where he was a focal point, he was by far and away the best part of it. He took a 39-inch chest away from us. You mean Gonta? Or Miu? I feel like Gonta had like a 42-inch chest or something. Gonta had a crazy chest. I think he's the best, right? He's better than Chiaki. He's better than Hiyoko. He is the most entertaining character in the series, probably. He's really fun. Can't complain about Kokichi. Um, Next up, Kyo. Um, I like Kyo. I think Kyo's good. Kyo's a solid character. I like Kyo. He's probably even a little bit better than some of these. Agreed? Yeah, agreed. Like, he's actually alright. Um, I don't like his motive for killing in the end. I don't like what he was outside of the story. I also don't like what his outfit implies he is as well. But in terms of the actual text, the chapter 1, 2, and most of 3, he's good. He was the first character that wanted to beat the mastermind and willing to kill for it. Was he? Was he? I don't think that's true. Was he? I don't remember. But I liked him. Whenever Kyo spoke, he kind of had this Kibo thing that I mentioned, right? About Kibo. I feel like Kyo was the same, where he was relatively intelligent, so most of his lines offered further discussion and progression of the plot slash discussion that was just good, right? Because it moved the pace, right? Like Kibo and Kyo are like they're like how do I describe it, right? It's like when you play a Sonic game and you have like those boosts on the ground. That's what these characters are like. When the dialogue switches to them in the trial, it's a speed boost, right? It progresses things forward. So like they're the opposite of get off the screen because you're like, yes, say something smart, please, so we can get moving. He's like that, but he's also more interesting than Kibo because his occult stuff is interesting. The fact that he's very, very clearly a fucked up person, like you can just see it, right? His paraphernalia, the mask, his laugh, like, he's just so obviously a fucked up individual. But the fact that that doesn't come out, it's kind of like Celeste, if you think about it, right? He's kind of just Celeste, but better, right? He is the same as Celeste in terms of what the character is. This very transparently like nice, kind person, well mannered, who very clearly has a dark side. His manner of speaking was also entertaining. Yeah, it was. It was, and I see you trying to emulate it, right? Where he spoke like that, right? Um, Imagine if they had to deal with him for the rest of the game. Yes, yes. I mentioned this in the chapter discussion, but that was one of the big letdowns of chapter 3 for me. I was really hoping that he wouldn't have killed Angie and that he would have just killed Tenko and they would have had to deal with that. He really is just like Celeste. Yeah, he's just Celeste. But he's a better Celeste. He's a better Celeste because he has just slightly more depth than Celeste. Um, he's just a better Celeste. He just feels like another version of Celeste, really. Um, Kyoko, Kyoko, bestie. How good of a character is Kyoko? Um, I mean, she's at least good. Queen, I'm indifferent on her. That's the thing, right? Is Kyoko actually like a god tier character, right? Like people could put Kyoko up here. When we play through the game, she is the best thing about the game because she's the best thing about the game because every single character is insufferable to speak to except her. She always progresses the plot in not just like a Kibo Kyo kind of way, but like actually in like a super, super deep, meaningful, important way. She always progresses the plot. Like, and we know that she's the main character. So like every interaction, we're like desperate for it. We're like salivating at the mouth for Kyoko interactions. But is she actually that well written? Like, is she actually that good of a character? I don't know. I don't know. She was just kind of like super smart. She kind of felt like Elle from Death Note, where she just sort of had the right answer given to her because plot said she's smart. So she just sort of always suspected the right thing, just sort of by default. I don't know if that's an above and beyond character. I feel like that's just a solid character. right? I feel like she's here. I think Kaito might be slightly better than him, if I'm honest. Yeah, she's not god tier. She's just alright. Like she stands out in Danganronpa 1 because the rest of the characters are so bad by comparison. But like, imagine for a second that Kyoko is in the V3 cast, right? Imagine like a chapter 4 where Kyoko is in the trial interacting with a Kokichi and a Kaito. I feel like she's not the standout, right? She doesn't actually steal center stage. She's not actually like that good. The most interesting moment with her is when you beat her and get the bad ending. You mean when she gets executed? Yeah. She had to work too hard to carry the plot forward. She couldn't really develop herself. She does get some development towards the end. Think of it. Wait, are you guys doing the meme? The how it feels meme with the thick of it and the you know what I mean? The execution? Um, she does get some development at the end, right? When she has like the headmaster stuff. When she like her dad and she kind of like doesn't forgive her dad or doesn't want to, but secretly does. Doesn't want to believe that he cares about her, but he obviously does. Like there's some nice development there, so she's a solid character. I'm gonna put her here. I'm gonna put her here. I think Kaede is worse than these, to be honest. Leon. Leon. Okay. Leon doesn't have nearly enough screen time to really give a proper assessment. He's kind of just fine, right? He he's fine because he doesn't do anything wrong. Like he doesn't act out of line. I feel like he has one of the most realistic reactions to getting cornered in a class trial out of the whole series. Now that you think about it, right? Where he just like he gets mad, he tries a little bit to reject it, but kind of can't and just refutes, just calls it stupid, right? Just sort of like stupid, and then it slowly dawns on him that he's like fucked, and he just sort of freaks out. I feel like that's just sort of realistic response, right? She likes her dad and thinks he's a failure, and there is a little development, but it would be nice if she talked to us about it. That's one of Kyoko's traits, right? That she doesn't share things. I think it would have elevated her to be a lot better if she did have an arc in the end where she opened up and shared to Makoto. But at the same time, Makoto didn't earn that at all. Makoto is a useless idiot. He doesn't earn it at all. Yeah, Leon is fine. Hard to say anything else. Mahiru. Mahiru. Uh, I kind of like Mahiru. She's not one dimensional. Mm, no, you know what? She's fine. Mahiru is just a fine character. She's not actually that good, right? Like her her gimmicks are being a closet lesbian and sexist. Like cool. um she's not that cool. She doesn't have a lot to do. She dies obviously in chapter 2. She survives one chapter and she's not really relevant for that one chapter. She's yeah, she doesn't have a lot of screen time. She has like eh, a small thing with Hiyoko, but Hiyoko is the better developed character from it. She kind of doesn't develop. Would have been a lot cooler if the one girl also didn't get killed. Maharu could be easily more interesting by exploring her relationship with Hiyoko and Fuyuhiko more. Yeah, but we never got it, right? It was all just cut off by an early death. Um, I think if let's say in 2x2, right? In 2x2, if she was like a survivor, she'd probably be really solid, but she needs an arc, right? She needs some development. She needs something. She's kind of fine because I don't hate her. She's fine. She makes Hiyoko and Fuyuhiko better, but she kind of sucks. Exactly, right? She's required for Hiyoko to be S tier, but she doesn't do much herself. Protag Mahiru could easily be solid. Yeah. Protagonist Mahiru, where we get a camera gimmick where instead of just getting truth bullets, we can snap screenshots, right? With the camera. That would be cool, right? Um, Maki. Maki's alright, right? Maki's solid. I feel like Maki's solid. I don't like that she's an assassin. The fact that she's an assassin with confirmed kills really, really ruins this character. Well, it doesn't ruin it because it's still high, but it really detracts from what she could be. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Um, it doesn't make any sense realistically. The same is true for every character that canonically is killed. Um, she's good, right? She's she's good. I don't. How good is she? I don't feel like I'm that. Um, I'm not that into Maki. Now that I think about it, I don't love Maki's lines. She might be fine. She might just be fine. She might not actually be solid. I really like her in Kaito, right? Kaito plus Maki is S tier. That's like the top of the tier list. Together, these two interacting, awesome. Best couple in the series. But on her own, yeah, yeah. She never really killed anyone. Technically, yes, but like, what? What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Every character is a lie. The whole tier list would just be not real. And if everybody's not real, then everybody is real, right? Makoto. Okay, sorry, Makoto fanboys. Makoto needs a lot of work. Makoto needs a lot of work. He's a bad protagonist. He's bad. I don't like Makoto. He's really weak. He doesn't grow in a meaningful way. He doesn't have a character arc. He doesn't have a flaw that he's even trying to work on. Nobody changes him. Sayaka doesn't change him. You'd think it should, because he even knows Sayaka outside of the game. So they really had a super good opportunity to have that affect him. And it just doesn't. Makoto is the definition of when you fail at parodying X thing, you just become X thing. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Oh, wait, are you saying that the game intentionally makes Makoto a blank slate everyday man, but fails at parodying it, so he just ends up being it? Is that what you're saying? I kind of see what you mean by that. Where's Monokuma? We haven't got to Monokuma yet. Don't worry. There's a lot of these characters that we're not gonna rank because they're not real characters. Um, yeah, Makoto sucks. He's the worst of the protagonists. He gets better each chapter, but not enough. I also just don't like his stupid face. Is it okay to say that? I don't like his stupid face. His sprites suck. Anyway, Mikan. Oh, Mikan. Um, what is Mikan? Mikan is the biggest victim of the bad chapter that she's in, right? Mikan is robbed completely by the chapter that she's in because Mikan is this, right? Celeste, Mikan, and Kyo are all the same archetype of character. They are all this front facing mask of like well mannered, kind person, but very obviously gonna have a dark side, right? Because these two is like, look at them, they clearly have a dark side. This one is too good to be real. There's clearly a dark side. There's clearly a snappable object in her brain to make her go crazy. She is this. She's the same archetype. And I think she's the best one of the three, but she never gets it. Because chapter 3 in DR2 takes it away from her. They give her a new personality. They give her a flashback light, right? It was so cheap. Yeah, Mikan getting her old personality is basically a flashback light forcing her to kill, which it's so stupid because Mikan's personality is that anyway, right? If you remember, before she even got the despair disease, there was that one moment where she snapped. There was one line in like chapter 2, or maybe the first part of chapter 3, where she sort of had a snappy comeback, right? She didn't even actually have a dark side. She had the same dark side as everyone else. Yeah, but she also kind of did have the dark side because she had that one line that almost snapped back, and it was like a hint at her Celeste side. You know how Celeste also had that one line, right? It's like it felt like she was just so obviously this character. She was gonna be the best version of it because Mikan was like a little bit entertaining, and then the despair disease just completely bulldozed this concept and ruined it. Didn't she expressly state that she enjoys being a nurse because it gives her a power over sick people? I don't know. I don't think she says that in the normal lines. Um, with what happens to her character, and we don't act, the fact that we don't get to see her dark side in action, realistically, is such a like her real dark side. The fact we get a fake dark side, but we don't get her real dark side, it makes her definitely worse than these two. And I think it's this, right? It needs work in the end because we need that real dark side. Otherwise, this whole character archetype doesn't work, right? The archetype of mask with a dark side doesn't work if there's no actual dark side in the text. We get a fake dark side. It's so fucked up. Even just describing it, it's so fucked up what they did to Mikan. Yeah, Mikan cannot be fairly judged because the game did her so dirty. Exactly. Like it's it's arguably this. It's arguably not a character, but I'm gonna put her in needs a lot of work. But I genuinely think she would just go up here, right? She's what Kyo and Celeste are. She is what these are, if done properly, right? Just remove the despair disease and have the same chapter play out. She's up here, right? Chapter 3 is bad without the despair disease. If everything else happens normally, it's still kind of bad. But at least Mikan would be a complete character, and she would go up here. But because the despair disease, she gets fucked up. Miu. I hope to make her a killer again, but it is the best case in 2x2. Honestly, 2x2 2x2 need to play along with the whole chapter 3 being a bad case gimmick. They genuinely gotta play along with it and do something with it. It would be really funny. Even if it's just a Monokuma throwaway line where he's like, "It's chapter 3, you know. Everyone hates chapter 3." um Miu. How good is Miu? Um okay, so Miu is kind of a one-dimensional gimmick character. most of what she is just a bunch of dirty jokes, right? She's just a bunch of dirty jokes. Um, she has this one bit of depth to her where she's like pushy and insulty, but then when she's pushed back on, she like gets really timid. She has like that, but I have trouble even placing that anywhere other than the fan service category because like most of her dirty jokes and sprites and like appearance is just fan service. And then the fact that she gets really timid when pushed back on, I I that doesn't even fall too far from just like fetish content anyway. So like I struggle to even say that that's a dimension, you know? Like she's kind of just a one-dimensional gimmick character. Um and honestly, I'm not sure if I like her or if she's in this. She's not worse. She's not as bad as these characters. But she's probably in this category. I think I do like her. She's better than Junko. Is she more entertaining than Gundam? Maybe, maybe not. She has some good lines, some really funny lines. She kind of falls apart in chapter 4. We mentioned in the other tier list, like she falls apart in chapter 4 because her motive for murder doesn't really make a lot of sense, given that she's quite literally just invented overpowered weapons that could be used to end the killing game. It kind of feels nonsense, right? The virtual world like does her dirty as well. Have we been out of music? I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the music chat. I don't actually listen to my music. I don't wear my headphones most of the time when I'm streaming because I mean, there's no point. I don't need to hear the music. But yeah, Miu is kind of just fan service. She's a one-dimensional character, and that one dimension is fan service. 4 is a character assassination like 2, 3. It's not that bad, right? What they did to Miu in chapter 4 is not the same as what they did to Mikan in 2, 3. It's not the same. It's pretty bad, but it's not as bad as what they did to Mikan. I'm gonna put her here. I think I like her a bit more than Gundam. Definitely more than Junko. Um, Mondo. Mondo doesn't get a lot of screen time, but he's kind of alright. He's like fine, right? Mondo's fine. He could be better, he could be worse. Miu is 100% fetish and supplying little plot relevant inventions. Yes, personally, I think what she did in chapter 5, right? The way that she invented the stuff, I think she needed to be alive in chapter 5. I think that would have made chapter 5 better for everyone, right? If Mia was alive with her inventions, because then it wouldn't feel as much of an ass pull because we could, instead of Kokichi just having them, and instead of it being ridiculous to think that she wouldn't have brought them up beforehand, we could have had like Shuichi commission Mew, right? We could have had like Mew inventing them on screen. That would have been slightly better, right? Then the Electro Hammers would have felt like less of an ass pull because at least the inventor would have been there to offer some comments on them. Like it would have felt a little bit more natural and not like a Deus Ex Machina. I think she should have been there for chapter 5. Um I get maybe instead of Himiko. As much as I like Himiko, Maybe instead of Himiko, she could have elevated chapter 5. Yeah. Anyway, Mondo goes in fine. He's not got a lot. He's cool. I like what Mondo is to Chihiro. I like how they're like character foils of each other, right? Mondo is a strong physical man who is weak mentally, and Chihiro is the opposite, right? I like that they're foils of each other when they kill each other. Well, when one kills the other. Yeah, and his case is awesome. Chapter 2 of Danganronpa 1 is one of the better cases. It's a good case. Um, this is Mukuro Ikusaba. This is not a character. Sorry. This is not a character. Unfortunately, this is not a character. 5 seconds of screen time, and all 5 of those seconds she's pretending to be someone else. Yeah, that doesn't count as a character. Sorry. Um, worst character so far, I guess. Potentially best character next. Nagito Komaeda. What did we think of Nagito? Estia? Peak? Nagito's peak, right? He's got to be peak. He's got to be like number 1 here. I go eat now, chat. Good night, Bob. He's got to be top tier, right? I hope he lives the whole 2x2. I'm really curious about 2x2, but I feel like here's the thing about 2x2, right? I think making predictions based on what we know of the characters from the actual 2 is is kind of a lost cause, because I think what they're gonna do is give the characters notably different personalities in 2x2, right? They're gonna mature them a lot to scale it up to like a 2026 game, right? They're gonna mature the characters, and I'm pretty sure they're gonna have a different personality and different route for all the characters, which, like, think of it like this, right? Nagito is the villain of the game. He's the in-group villain, but he could just die in the first chapter, and then somebody else can be the villain in a different way, right? Like they could easily do that, and I expect them to be honest. I think he's gonna die first. Yeah, like, can you imagine him as the first victim? That would be pretty peak, right? They could have him and Chiaki kill each other in the first chapter, so that the 2 main characters from the first game are not there for the second game. That would be pretty cool. But yeah, Nagito is just so entertaining, right? He's kind of like Kokichi in the sense that whenever he's interacting with you, you never really know what his intentions are. You never know if he's got some sinister ulterior motive behind helping you. You never know if there's a hint in what he's trying to say. You never know if like he's on your side ultimately or not. Like he does. Him and Kokichi seem like prototypes of each other. Like you can totally imagine Kokichi being Nagito, and then somebody says, "Okay, let's save Kokichi for the next game, and let's have Nagito in this game." Right? Like you can totally imagine them being the same character. You know, he wanted us to. He wanted to save the traitor because she wasn't a fragment of despair. Correct. Correct. Nagito is just entertaining. He's just so entertaining. Sometimes I want him to shut up. Like, sometimes I want him to shut up. Less than Kokichi. But I think his highs, I think the high of Nagito is higher than Kokichi. Because, I don't know, I just think it is, right? Just realizing what Nagito did in chapter 2-5 was just such a gut wrenching moment. Kokichi never did anything like that. Um, the Nagito reveal in chapter 2-1, right? In the first case, when he reveals to be evil, is so menacing. Yeah, he's number one. He's number one. I will say actually, there's one thing I don't like about Nagito, and that is his obsession with like talent. I don't like the way he digs at Hajime for no talent and things like that. I think that's boring. Those lines are boring. Realistically, I don't really care for those lines. So maybe Kokichi beats him on that aspect. I'm not sure. These could go either way. Which one would you chat? Would chat rather Kokichi be at the top here or Nagito? They shared a pose. They did share a pose. He's way scarier. Yes. If you were realistically in a killing game, Nagito would intimidate you more than Kokichi. Talent is a huge plot point in DR. It is, but I don't really care for it. It's kind of a cringe plot point. Um, I think his obsession with it, though, his lines about ultimates and talents, that kind of brings him down personally. I think I'm going to put Kokichi ahead of him. I think Kokichi's slightly better, in my opinion. Let's go down. Okay, Nekomaru, one of the worst characters in the series. This is an annoying one-dimensional character, right? Nekomaru is an annoying one-dimensional character. I don't like him. He gets the robot form, and maybe the robot form would be needs a lot of work, but he's pretty low overall. This character is bad. He does have the great line of "Holy shit, I have to shit." Does he say that? Yeah, I don't like this character. I do not like this character at all. Um, I think I like him even less than Terra Terra. I think it's Get Off the Screen. Um, Even worse than Hifumi. I think he's a Get Off the Screen because his lines are also so long and so loud. His voice lines are so loud, and his dialogue is just all caps. Like this is not it. No, this is the worst character in the series. Has to be. Peko. Peko. A lot of people like Peko. Is it just because of that swimsuit picture? I don't think Peko's very interesting. Peko Peko is in this category, right? Peko's in this category. Needs a lot of work. Here's a cool moment where he sacrifices himself for Akane. Yeah, he does, but Akane is not interesting, so that whole scene is not interesting. um, Peko's down here. Yeah, Peko is just I love my master and that's it. Peko has that mysterious cool lady vibe and that's kind of it. Yeah, and that's worse than what she ends up being, right? Mysterious cool lady from foreign land or something. She ends up being worse than that, right? She just ends up being I love Fuyuhiko. I will die for Fuyuhiko. She's pretty bad. She needs a lot of work. Yeah, barely feels like a character because she doesn't do anything important. I mean, in chapter 1, she has one role, and that is to take a shit. Right? She occupies the bathroom because she's taking a shit. That's her only role in the plot, other than being the killer. And even as a killer, she's weak because as a killer, she only did it for Fuyuhiko. That's that's it, right? She just did it to care for him. Yeah, pretty bad character. There's a world where they could have done a lot more with her, seeing herself as a tool and the whole depersonalization issues, but they just don't. She's there so Fuyuhiko can kill someone without getting punished. I don't think that's quite right. I don't know if you were there, Zoa, for my discussion on 2-2. But I gave a pretty in-depth opinion on it, and I felt like my interpretation was, yeah, okay, you're right about that. They wanted to give him character growth from it. They basically wanted him to be such a key player in the murder but survive, right? So that he can keep being a character. Yes, you are right about that. My interpretation of 2-2 was that Heko killed Mahiru for the purpose of taking away the burden and struggle of Fuyuhiko, because Fuyuhiko was struggling with whether or not to kill Mahiru. Like, he wanted to, but he also didn't want to. So, because of the killing game, I think Peko decided to kill Mahiru so that he would never kill Mahiru. Thus eliminating the possibility of him being a blackened. And then the whole pretending to be a tool thing just to see if Monokuma would take the bait and make the blackened Fuyuhiko. I think that was just an extra plan on top. But I think her main plan was just to make it impossible for Fuyuhiko to kill Mahiru, right? And if you think about it, the best way to do that is to kill Mahiru yourself. I that's my interpretation of 2-2, because it's the most generous one to her character and to Fuyuhiko's character and to the writing, right? That's the most generous interpretation. And to that end, her character ends up being okay, right? Because that's like, I get it. That's the kind of thing that somebody who loves Fuyuhiko would do, right? It's like a self-sacrificial thing, but she didn't have any depth, so she didn't really have anything else to go on. My problem with 2-2 is there was no reason to kill her because she clearly had no memory of it. Like everyone else, why would you trust Monokuma? Yeah, she had no memory of it, so like killing her is like philosophically weird, right? If you kill somebody and then your memory gets wiped, do you deserve to be punished for it? Like, that's a philosophical question that I don't know the answer to. Yeah, but she's still pretty bad. I don't like it. I think she might be better than Kurumi. Maybe. Sure, yeah, she's a little better than Kurumi. Rentaro. Rentaro. I like Rentaro's vibes. I like his vibes. He's he's weirdly menacing for no reason. When you learn all about him, we never knew if any of it was real. Well, that's not a question that's going to play a role in my character tier list. Yeah, we never really knew if any of it was real. Um, he's fine, right? I like his vibes. He might be like a little better than fine. Might be like here. Um, we're talking for Peko. Oh, right. Um, Rantaro doesn't have a lot to go on. There's just not a lot to go on for Rantaro. It's hard to give him much. I mean, if we look at the characters that are in Fine, it's a lot of the early deaths. The Twilight Syndrome murder case stuff is confirmed canon. Uh, that doesn't mean anything to me. I'm not really into that. I'm not really into that, if I'm honest, right? Like the story, the text, Danganronpa 2, does not make it clear whether it was real or not, then it's not clear, right? Like, quite frankly, I don't care if the author confirms it. That kind of stuff, I don't vibe with that. If it's not in the text, it's not in the text. That's kind of how I see it. That's why I'm not commenting on any of these characters' lore outside of the game. Like, there's an anime about these characters, and I have not mentioned it once. um. Anyway, Ryoma. Ryoma sucks, doesn't he? Doesn't Ryoma suck? Like he's got a deep voice, and that's it. He's got a deep voice, and that's it. He could have been better. I don't know if he needs a lot of work. He kind of needs a bit of work. I wouldn't call him fine because I have complaints about Ryoma. He's kind of in between here, right? He needs a bit of work, so he's like the top of needs a lot of work. He was born as a comical character, yet his background is kind of sad. Yeah, like why is he so small and why is his face so stupid and why is his voice so low? If if he's like supposed to be a serious character, right? With like a no will to live and a backstory of murdering someone. It's just a little weird and jarring. But mostly the issue with him is just he's just silly. Yeah, he's just silly, right? Why does he look like that? Why is he so small? Why is he like tennis? If he's gonna be a prisoner who murdered somebody. I like the idea of a character who actively believes his life has no purpose and actively wants to die, being forced to participate in a killing game. Yeah, right, but chapter 2 is hardly that. Like I get the parallel they were going for, right? I get the theme of chapter 2 here. It's purpose. The theme of purpose, right? He has no purpose and Kirumi has infinite purpose as like the prime minister. But it didn't land. I don't think it landed because Kirumi was dumb. Like Kirumi's the prime minister twist was stupid as hell. And they didn't really lean into this purpose thing very well because I feel like the narrative blended together having no purpose and being willing to die into the same thing, which they're not really, right? Having no reason to live, like nobody to live for, no important people, is not the same as suicide. It's not the same as forfeiting your life. And then the text kind of conflated the two. I didn't really like that with Ryoma. I felt like it was a little out of nowhere. I know he offered to die in the first chapter as well, but it didn't hit for me. I can get some people liking him. He's probably fine for some people. He's not my favorite though. I don't really like him. Sakura. Sakura. Sakura's surprisingly good, right? Like I didn't think I was gonna like Sakura. She's just like a muscle head. Sakura does her job and she does it well. Like what is her job in the story? Her role in the story is to I don't even know how to describe it. What is her role in the story? Is she meant to be a subverted expectation? Is she meant to be look at this giant monster who is a nice person? Is that her role? Facilitate Aoi's development? I mean, making friends with somebody is hardly an important role. That's like anybody could have done that. She's one of the few non-dumb people. Sakura is aware of how dumb she is, right? She's not that dumb, but she's also not that bright, and she's aware of how bright she is. I feel like she's the most mature character in the cast. Um, she's good, right? She's good, but is she solid? Is she solid? I don't know. She never truly detracts from the story, but her lack of trial contributions does kind of hurt her. She knows that she isn't the brightest, and so she just kind of doesn't bother to speak up. Sacrificing herself to protect her friends and breaking the rules in the process is cool. I think her chapter was bad. 1-4 was one of the worst. I put that in the bottom category. I think that chapter was really bad. But Sakura herself is alright. I think I'll put her in solid. I think I'll put her in solid. Yeah, she's solid. She's probably the bottom of solid. She's alright for me. Sayaka. Sayaka is good. Kia? Her chapter was really bad. She was great otherwise. That's probably accurate. Sayaka's solid. Sayaka has a role in the story to play, and I think she does it immaculately, right? The role of being the bait and switch, right? When you first play Danganronpa, it's the first game, you've got no expectations. You're introduced to the main character, you're introduced to the next main character, and you're like, okay, this is our girlfriend, this is our sidekick, she's a main character. And then she's the first to die. The bait and switch. She does that role perfectly, in my opinion. She plays that role perfectly. It feels like one of the most well written parts of the whole show, the whole series, I should say. Um, like she does that job really, really well. And not only that, right? She's not just the bait and switch. She also got depth. She got development in a way that allowed her to be not just the first to die, but also the first instance of true despair, right? Which is where the viewer and Makoto realized that she was going to frame Makoto and didn't actually like him at all. That is true despair, which is what the show is about, what the series is about. She like achieved everything that the character should have, and she didn't really miss a beat, in my opinion. Right, all of the different moments where she like freaked out about her friends, she was pretty good. She's pretty good. Sayaka's really, really good. Didn't miss a beat. Yeah, because she's the ultimate pop star. Get it? Did she not like him at all? Well, it was left in the air, right? It was left in the air, and I think Kyoko hinted at the end that the reason why Sayaka wrote down Leon's name was to protect Makoto. That's why she wrote down Leon's name. Um, which is cool. But it's a twist, right? It comes after the chapter. It doesn't matter which interpretation you go for because it comes after. The the moment you realize she was gonna frame Makoto is an oh fuck moment, and you're like, damn, this show is evil. Or this I keep saying show. This story is evil, right? That's what you think. And then it later it recontextualizes it, but for a while you're like, damn, I see what this game's about. She does that immaculately. So super solid character. Super solid. Um anyway, Shuichi. I honestly put her above Kyoko. Yeah, I was thinking about it, but I don't think that's fair. Kyoko also does a job very well. She's also really good. And like quantity over quality sometimes. Shuichi. Shuichi. Do we like Shuichi? I'm interested what chat thinks about Shuichi. I have an opinion on Shuichi. Sushi. Um, I think he's the best protagonist. He's better than Makoto. He's better than Hajime. He's better than Kaede. I think Shuichi is up here. Honestly, it might even be here. I love Shuichi. I think his character arc is just good. He's just one of the few characters that has a fully paced arc, right? That isn't forced into some sort of like start finish point. He just grows the whole way. His development from start to finish is great to see. He's dumbed for plot reasons. I completely disagree, right? Shuichi is consistently intelligent in a way that like a normal person would actually struggle to keep up with sometimes, right? Like normally these death games, most characters in Danganronpa are dumb as fuck, right? But Shuichi feels like he's actually smarter than a real person sometimes, right? And not in like a supernatural kind of way where he knows things that are impossible to know, but he actually has like really realistically paced reasoning. You know, like how he immediately figured out the hidden room. He immediately figured out a way to test it with the dust. He immediately interpreted the results accurately, and the game never gave you a line where he like omitted an obvious possibility. You know, if there was ever a conclusion to be made from some evidence and it could go either way, Shuichi would always tell you that it could go either way. Like he felt really, really realistic. He was only dumb once when he helped Monokuma. Yes. It was only the time in chapter 3-5 where he instead of helping Kaito and Kokichi's plan, he helped Monokuma. But that's the only time he was dumb. Like he was actually like really good the whole way. And it's not even his intelligence that like sells him the most. If it was just a smart character, I would put him solid. But like he's actually like more than that. I love the confidence arc. I love what the hat represents. I love his backstory and how it's super simple and is paralleled in the actual text on the screen. I think it's really good. Also, thank you to Mythos Leet for following. Thank you. Yeah, he's S tier. He's good. Um, Sonya. Sonya, never mind. Uh, she's entertaining. Just found your branded stuff. Thank you so much. You're welcome. um, yeah, Sonya's a weird one, right? It's weird because Sonya is Sonya's kinda this archetype, right? With Kyo and Celeste and what Mikan was. She kinda gives you that same vibe where she's like this well-mannered person with a dark side, but then she sort of negates that by being clueless about a lot of things, right? Instead of her being actually just smart and polite, she's dumb and polite, which causes her to like drop in suspicion. So she's not actually this archetype of character at all. She's just kind of a dumb foreigner, which kind of makes her a gimmick. It kind of just makes her a gimmick character. But I do like it when she's on screen. Can't believe her last name wasn't a plot point. Yeah, but also, what plot point would it have been, right? What would it have even been? The biggest problem is that by the end of the game, they had no good characters to play off. For Sonya, I mean, Sonya did have Kazuichi, who was like into her. I think she's a gimmick character, right? She kind of just goes here, and I kind of like her. She's not annoying. She's entertaining. Same as Celeste. Right, right. That is true. There could have been a thing with her name. Like she gave an alias and she has another name. Yeah, I see. I must be on delay. What's wrong, Catboy? Oh, you're talking about Shuichi. By the end of the game, he had no good characters to play off. I agree, right? Because Himiko is like a child, and Maki is like, mm, I don't know. I don't know actually. I don't know. Shuichi is kind of good on his own. Maybe he definitely plays better off of Kaito and Kokichi. And you're right. The best characters were gone, but he was good. He was really good at the end. I actually really liked him in 3-6 because that was like the culmination of his arc, where he was like the strongest of he's ever been, and he was able to just like stare the mastermind in the face, stare the whole world in the face, and say "fuck you." Like he's cool. Anyway, Tanko, Tanko. Uh, I think people are gonna disagree with me on Tanko. I think Tenko's this. I think she's an annoying one-dimensional character. She has one moment, but it seems so forced, right? She has one moment or a couple of moments in chapter 3 where she cares for Himiko, but it's really tough because her real side, like the one real personality that she has, is caring about Himiko, like seriously caring about Himiko. But then her gimmick side is like obsessing and stalking Himiko. So in a way, they're like the same thing, which makes it a little weird. I don't know if she's dimensional or one dimensional. You know what I mean? That's the big problem for me, right? Like all of her jokes were just like creepily obsessing over Himiko, who didn't want her. But then also she cared about Himiko when Himiko was in the cult with Angie, and then she subbed in under the cage to protect Himiko, like accidentally, but she still subbed in for Himiko, and she gave a nice speech before she died. It's she's either one dimensional or like very bottom of needs a lot of work. Like she needs a lot of work, or she's just this. I see this Angie slander. I don't like Angie. What can I say? I think she's annoying. Um, okay. Teru. Right, we're getting close to the end now. Teru. He's get off the screen, right? Teru is a get off the screen character. SpongeBob foghorn sound effect. He's get off the screen. His his motive and like kill, right? Elevate him a bit. I liked him at the end of the trial when he turned all southern and Monami had to translate him. That was really funny. And then in the post trial stuff, he was like really sad, and it actually like it was emotional. But outside of that, he was just get off the screen. He's an annoying gimmick, and his gimmick was disgusting. Remember the plot point, the recurring plot point of tricking Sonya into sucking his dick? That was an incredible plot point. Get off the screen. Um, speaking of get off the screen, get off the screen, Toko. Toko is the worst of them all. Toko is the worst of them all. Get off the screen. Get off the screen, Toko. Could not stand this character. Every single dialogue that she had after chapter 2 just wasted time, and it wasted a lot of time because she stuttered and took ages to say the line. It was either a step back. It was either a step back in like the discussion or the mystery solving, or it was just a filthy fanfic horny line. Like Toko was disgusting. Get off the screen. There's no character that I've wanted to skip the lines of more than like these two. I remember Toko being mildly better in UDG. Yeah, I've not played that though, so. Samugi. What do we think of Samugi? Uh, I have a slightly different opinion on Toko, but that's very much because of stuff outside of the main progression. Okay, well, I'm not considering that because I don't consider it. I don't consider it canon. Realistically, it's not canon. Samugi is needs a lot of work. Yeah, yeah. Um, Samugi needs a lot of work, but I'll be totally honest. I don't hate her as much as these guys. I think she's like here. I think Samugi's like in needs a lot of work, but she's like better than most of these. She's still here, in my opinion. I don't think UDG is worth playing, but a lot of Togo's character is put there. Yeah, I mean, Ultra Despair Girls is is such a stupid idea. Like, if you like Danganronpa, I don't know why they thought Ultra Despair Girls was gonna be what you want. Because for anyone who doesn't know, Ultra Despair Girls is basically Toko and Makoto's sister go on a go on a first person or third person shooter against an army of Monokuma NPCs, and they have vaguely lesbian relationships. And they also meet a bunch of characters, one of which is a pedophile. It's it's such an awful concept for a game. I want to play a shitty God of War with Genocide Jack. That's basically what it is. What if they make it canon? I mean, okay, making it canon is such a weird concept in light of what V3 is. Right now that you know what V3 does to the first two games, you kind of understand now what I mean when I say it's complicated. It's weird to say if something's canon or not in Danganronpa. It's not really a clear-cut answer, right? Because like in V3, it's all canon, but what it's canon and it's fictional canon, right? Like what does it even mean? This game sounds awesome. Do not, do not, do not agree with that. Toko's problem for me is that the way the story treats her is completely at odds with how her backstory is, but that doesn't really matter to this. I mean, the way the story treats her is all there is. So, the presented backstory we have for her is that she's a writer. That's it. Um, okay, this is a weird one. Fat Byakuya. The ultimate imposter. Is this a character? Is this a character? I feel like it is a character. Tugami. It's basically a character because even though he was cosplaying as even though he was cosplaying as Byakuya, he played Byakuya well. He did, but he also didn't, right? Because he also injected this very different idea than Byakuya had, which was to like protect the cast, right? Like he went above and beyond to help people in a way that Byakuya never would have. So even though he acted the part like line for line, he didn't actually act the same, you know? He didn't actually act the same. I also really liked how he accepted his weight. The fact that he was fat and the fact that he just said, "Yeah, I know, what of it?" was based. I thought that was based. He died a hero. Yeah, he tried to protect Nagito. Um, he's cool. Like he's actually cool. I don't want to put him in solid, but he's more than fine. Right? He's more than fine. He's not a gimmick character. He's like I'll put him in top of fine because we didn't get a lot of him. He wasn't that interesting. Maybe I'll put Maki above him actually. Turbo based. And then Hero. Hero. What do you think of Hero? I liked Hero. At first, on the first playthrough, or on our playthrough, in the first few chapters, I thought Hero was so stupid. I was like, damn, this idiot is so bad. But as the series went on, he became more and more endearing. Um, it's this, right? He's like a gimmick character that I enjoy, you know? Hero is funny, but less funny than the super funny characters. Yeah. So like where does he belong? Like here, right? I think he belongs here. One dimensional, but I like them. And then we have a bunch of stupid stuff that we're not ranking. What is that? Who the fuck is that? Um, this is a cat. This is a horse. These are from Ultra Despair Girls in the anime. Um, Izuru is not a character. This is not a character. And if he was, he'd be this. But not a character. Genocide Jack. Genocide Jack is like this, right? Peak? No. No, Genocide Jack sucks ass. Right? I can tolerate it for the chapter 2. When it's relevant for the plot, I can tolerate the character being entertaining and over the top and inserting their personality because it's a cherry on top to the plot progression. But as soon as chapter 2 ends and Toko and Genocide Jack become irrelevant to the plot, then their lines become a complete drag, complete get off the screen moment. So like that's why she's going here. Um I don't want to skip it as much as Nekomaru or normal Toko, so she's here, but she's pretty bad. I like when she's plot relevant, but I just don't vibe with the presentation. Yeah, I mean it's exactly that. Toko and Genocide Jack, it's really good in chapter 2. But she sucks ass for the rest of the game. She should have died in chapter 3, quite frankly. Um okay, then what the fuck is that? What is this? Some random dudes. Monodam. Okay. Now we got the mono kids. Um, yeah, there's a bug here. What is that? Monodam. Get off the screen. Annoying one-dimensional character. Monodam is top of the Cubs? I don't think so. The Cubs are all pretty bad. Annoying one-dimensional gimmick character. Monodam. Mono Kid. Had a bit of depth. Did he? What was his depth? That he wanted to kill people and then he had like a. Okay, yeah. betrayed his family. Aren't all the Cubs in this tier? Yeah, I think so. I think that they're all in this tier. Monokid is like slightly better than Monodam. Monophony is also like slightly better than those. Monosuke is like slightly better than those. And then Monotaro is like probably the worst one. The Cubs suck. The Cubs are not okay. Somehow, okay, look. Somehow the Cubs are entertaining, right? Somehow the Cubs are entertaining in their scenes, but only when they're fully choreographed, right? The Cubs need all five of them, or like all four of them. There need to be a lot of them in the scene, bouncing off each other, talking to each other. On their own, they're just nothing. On their own, they're nothing. They have to be a unit. They need to play off each other. um. Okay. Monokuma. Monokuma. Monokuma's the goat, right? Monokuma's the goat. He's the best. Am I wrong? Monokuma's just the best. Come on. Come on. Monokuma on the screen, always good. I don't know. He's probably not top tier. He's probably like this. He is not an enjoyable personality. You think so? You think? No, I think Monokuma is top tier. He's good on the screen. He's entertaining. Maybe he's just solid. Not an enjoyable personality. Hmm. No, I like Monokuma. He's solid. Um, Monami. Monami. Monami's better than Monokuma, right? Monami's peak. Monami and Monokuma are kind of peak. Did he ever go I'm feeling white in Dangan 3? No, I don't think he did. I don't think he ever said that. She plays off Monokuma well. Yeah, these two dynamics um are really good. I feel like that's what they were trying to emulate with the Mono Cubs, but they didn't quite get it. Monami is top tier, yeah. There's also Usami here. Usami is here separately. Is Usami a separately good character? Monami's better than Usami, right? When she gets Monokumified and they play off each other, they're way better. This is like not a character. I'm not ranking this one. And then the only other character that we technically have is this. Taka, who turns into this weird white Taka. I'm putting this in not a character. I've already ranked Taka here. Why did he become white? Who knows? Who knows? What about Classmate 3? Do we have Classmate 3 on the list? I don't think we have Classmate 3 on the list. No. Um, wait, where is Monami? Here. Monami's at the top. Anyway. I think that's gonna do it for the tier list. I'll zoom out so you can see it in its entirety. Any major disagreements? I'm kind of surprised now that I ranked them like somewhat objectively, like carefully. one by one. I'm kind of surprised by who turned out near the top and who's kind of mid. But yeah, I think I agree with myself. Yeah. Rank Utsugi. Who is Utsugi? I don't know who that is. Usami? This thing? Maxi? The pink kid from UDG? This? I I haven't played UDG. I haven't actually played it. I just know what it is. So I don't know who that is. I don't know who this is. Um anyway, yeah, that's gonna do it for the tier list. I'm gonna post that one in the Discord as well. And that's probably gonna do it for the stream. I cannot believe how many hours I spent. I cannot believe how many hours I spent doing that. It took ages. We did like 2 or 3 hours on both tier lists. I guess that just goes to show how much of a yapper I am. I'm such a yapper. Anyway, I guess that'll do it for the stream. We played like 40 minutes of Minecraft. So it's hardly a Minecraft stream. Yeah, see you later, chat. Um, I'll see you next week for some back to normal, good old Master Duel, Yu-Gi-Oh stuff. Yeah. So